position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the truth facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 305. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we are back with installment 36 of the Grotto of Truth Q&A series. Yep.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I think we, after our episode frequency, kicked back up some months ago, I think we were optimistic that we could, do one of these, like, maybe at the end of every month. I still think that's kind of a good thing. But, events intervened, and we've had to deal with pressing matters.
Doing a bunch of different stuff. Well, there's another element to it's kind of changed our show a fair amount. The fact that we do them live and that they come out as we're doing them, because it allows us to respond to emergent things, which we didn't really do so much in the past. And that's kind of the opposite situation with the Q&A, where we have an immense backlog and we're dealing with questions from many
take
years
yourself
ago.
back to the President Joe Brandon has just had a crushing victory in the midterms of 2022.
Yeah, exactly. He's
big boy presidential discourse is for the moment put to the side because old Scranton Joe still has it. Donald Trump is still under going through various criminal trials that will surely stop him from running for president again. Ron DeSantis is definitely the horse that you want to back. The war in Ukraine is 8 months old, and kind of a simpler time, I guess. But I have faith in the Grotto because I say this almost every time, but a lot of these questions do age like fine wine. But a lot of our listeners
they're largely timeless.
They are timeless, and I'm consistently impressed by how noited the Grotto was. Back in 2021, 2022, they had so many pertinent questions, and things that even if we haven't gotten to their question, we've ended up doing an entire episode on it in the intervening years, because it has come up and it is something important, something relevant. So hopefully we're going to get a little, I think we are going to get a little bit of that today with some of these cues.
Yeah. And thank you for joining us on Friday evening. I know we usually do Thursday, but I was very sick yesterday.
Right.
So, bear that in mind as we get this episode. I'm still, recovering from whatever cold or thing that I had.
Yeah, and it is. I think we're a couple days into Ramadan. I forget the salutation, but happy Ramadan.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak. Okay, yeah, that's the big. Is that? Do you say that at the beginning, and then do you say something different at the end of it?
Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Eid. Okay. So yeah, Ramadan Mubarak to everybody out there. You might go have yourself a little prayer and
when Maghrib, that's the thing. Also, our sunset is getting gradually later, so with our eventually I'll be going to do Maghrib quickly, and so especially during Ramadan I'll be eating a little bit after fasting the whole day. So, but
it is all right.
But next year it should be it should line up pretty well. We're really inching towards because when I first converted, Ramadan was at basically the worst possible time. Basically
was
right
it way
around,
later?
The summer solstice. Well, because it I think we talked about this on the show before. You having this realization that Ramadan is on the lunar calendar, so the time that Ramadan falls each year changes.
That's why I get confused every time it pops up, because it's so a decade ago it was in the summertime or in May or something like that.
Exactly,
right?
And it's all about fasting from basically sunrise to sunset.
Oof,
so
yeah.
if the day is longer, then it's harder.
So a winter Ramadan is like not as rough as
I'm really
summer
hyped
Ramadan.
for it to like coincide with December. I think that's like the best. I think the Nation of Islam like actually did like declare that Ramadan would only be in December, which unfortunately is cheating, but I understand why they wanted to do
that. Get it? You piggyback with all the other big holidays, like and it's the shortest of the year, like.
Yeah.
No, for sure. So yeah. I think without further ado, let's get into our questions. I think we missed one last time, regrettably.
Yes,
but
we did.
Someone we were notified
made
about
a comment saying like, I think you skipped over my question, so we made a point we would get to it next time. Right. A typographical error caused us to miss it, but we have it here.
That's the SJ
the question
promise
from Chalky Default.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is the SJ promise. Yeah, we will answer every question that you have submitted, and that is why this question is from June 10th, 2022. It's from Chalky Default. He asks, what's up with the UK security services suiciding a nationalist Scottish politician in 1985, allegedly for opposing a nuclear waste dump, no fatal accident investigation, cops botching the scene, sensitive documents missing from the car and burgled from his house and office?
So this is they provide a link here. This is to the mysterious case of Willie McRae from Scotland in the 1980s. And, I guess maybe judging just by the Wikipedia article, it sounds like this was quite a scandalous, mysterious death case, though maybe us being Americans and like millennials, like we're not as, I'd never heard of it before. But it does look, just at a cursory glance, it does look kind of interesting. There's a lot of different dynamics at play. Like Willie McRae was a Scottish lawyer. How old was he? 61 when he died. He was a Scottish lawyer, naval officer, politician, and anti-nuclear campaigner. He served in the British Army in World War II, and after that, the Royal Indian Navy. He was a supporter of the Indian independence movement and was active in the SNP, the Scottish National Party, which is, kind of a the Scottish Independence Party, still around today. Kind of, it might even be more prominent today than it was back then. Actually served as in the Royal Indian Navy. He was a lieutenant commander and served as an aide-de-camp to Admiral Lord Mountbatten, who is a member. He is Prince Philip's uncle, so that would make him King Charles and former Prince Andrew's great uncle. And I believe he was, he was assassinated by the Provisional Irish Republican Army in 1979 when a bomb exploded aboard his fishing boat. And I do forget if he was later accused, maybe during the whole Jimmy Savile thing, of like maybe being a pedo. I know there's a lot of allegations with the royal family floating around now, substantiated ones, Prince Andrew was just arrested this week on his 66th birthday, right? Allegedly for passing like state secrets to Jeffrey Epstein, not necessarily for any sex thing.
Right.
Yes, there are allegations of homosexuality and pedophilia. His Mountbatten's driver in Malta in 1948 alleged Mountbatten had visited the Red House, an upmarket gay brothel in Rabat used by naval officers. So I guess he was, maybe closeted, but there were also the FBI had files. I guess they released them in 2019, showing that since the 1940s, there were allegations that Mountbatten was a pedophile. And I guess there was Norman Neild, Mountbatten's driver from 1942 to 43, told the tabloid New Zealand Truth that he had transported young boys aged 8 to 12 who had been procured from Mountbatten to his official residence, and then he had been paid to keep quiet. Robin Bryans also claimed in Irish Magazine Now that Mountbatten and Anthony Blunt, among others, were part of a ring that engaged in homosexual orgies and procured boys in their first year at public schools, such as Portora Royal School in Enniskillen. Former residents of the Kincora Boys' Home in Belfast have asserted that they were trafficked to Mountbatten at Classybon Castle, his residence in Mullimore, County Sligo. That he was an aide-de-camp to him, but way back in World War II. Not to implicate Willie McRae in this, but just to show that he had some he had some connections to high officials throughout his long life. And
right.
I guess he
I think that kind of factors into the conspiracy around his death, because he was supposed to have, like, as the Chalky Default mentions, he was supposed to have some kind of like special information. I think actually it was like speculated to be about some kind of like pedophile ring in Westminster. That was
Right.
like part of like what he was supposed to have information about. But the I don't know if there's any like proof or evidence or like even a sense of where that idea came from.
Yeah, I do remember the kind of the allegations of like the Westminster pedophile dossier that came out in. Okay, actually, look at this is interesting. So I remember this coming out in 2013, and this is like not that long after Jimmy Savile died, and all these allegations came out about him. And of course, he was connected with the royals, very, and high society in Britain, very much so. And the BBC, they all seem to look the other way. And I remember that at the time, Home Secretary Theresa May announced that she was going to like review this dossier. But I notice right here, this dossier first arose in 1984, and Willie McRae was killed in 1985. So, okay, this dossier was assembled by British MP Geoffrey Dickens, who handed it to then Home Secretary Leon Britton in 1984. The whereabouts of the dossier are unknown, along with other interesting. Oh, the dossier disappeared. Along with other files on organized child abuse that had been held by the Home Office. In 2013, the Home Office stated that all relevant information had been passed to the police and that Dickens' dossier had not been retained. It was later disclosed that 114 documents concerning child abuse allegations were missing. In July 2014, the Labour Party called for a new inquiry into the way that the allegations had been handled, and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, they did. This eventually, I think, became the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse that was sort of launched in 2014. So a little background here. Between 1981 and 1985, Dickens campaigned against a suspected pedophile ring he claimed to have uncovered that was connected to trading child pornography. In 1981, Dickens and the House of Commons accused Sir Peter Hayman, the former senior diplomat, civil servant, and MI6 operative, of being a pedophile, using parliamentary privilege. Dickens further questioned why Hayman had not been jailed after it was discovered he had left a package containing child pornography on a bus. In 1983, Dickens claimed there was a pedophile network involving, quote, big names, people in positions of power, influence, and responsibility, and threatened to name them in the Commons. The next year, he campaigned for the banning of the pro-pedophile activism group, of which Hayman was a member, the Pedophile Information Exchange. Okay, I remember reading about this, the PI, the Pedophile Information Exchange. This is like a sus, like activist group that had like a mailing list that started in the 70s. So, okay, that's a little bit like, why are you in the Pedophile Information Exchange, bro? Like, if you're not, okay. In November 1985, let me just double check here. When did Willie McRae died in April 85. Just to, we can track here. But in November 85, Dickens said in a speech to the Commons that pedophiles were evil and dangerous, and that child pornography generated vast sums. He further claimed that, quote, the noose around my neck grew tighter after I named a former high-flying British diplomat, Hayman, on the floor of the House. Honorable members will understand that where big money is involved and as important names came into my possession, so the threats began. First, I received threatening telephone calls followed by 2 burglaries at my London home. Then, more seriously, my name appeared on a multi-killers hit list. Okay. So he allegedly gave this 40-page dossier to Home Secretary Leon Britton in a 30-minute meeting in 1984. A second copy of the dossier was reported to have been given to Director of Public Prosecutors Thomas Hetherington. Dickens described it as having the potential to blow the lid off the lives of notable child abusers. It included details on 8 prominent figures and was reported to have contained the name of a former Conservative MP who had been found with child pornography videos, against whom no arrests or charges were brought. Dickens told his son, Barry, that the dossier was explosive. Dickens had asked Britain in 1983 to investigate the diplomatic and civil services and royal court at Buckingham Palace over claims of child sexual abuse. Dickens said that he was, quote, going to give him, Britain, a glimpse inside my private files where people have written to me with information. Then it seems to kind of like have just like disappeared into like a rabbit hole after he gave this information.
Right. It was just like destroyed. Like they just lost it, which is insane.
Yeah. And then they later claimed they were arrested. And I guess Barry Dickens, I guess is the son, right, said that of the dossier, or no, sorry, never mind. That is him. Dickens has said of the dossier that he would like Britain to, quote, name the very next person he handed it on to, adding, and where did it end up? There must have been a person who was the last to handle it. My father thought that the dossier at the time was the most powerful thing that had ever been produced, with the names that were involved and the power they had. Barry Dickens also said that his father's flat in London and his constituency home were subsequently broken into and ransacked the same week that the dossier was handed over, but nothing was taken. Dickens said they weren't burglaries. They were break-ins for a reason. We can only presume they were after something that Dad had that they wanted. Yeah. So people did start asking about this. The missing dossier has been linked with ongoing investigations into the Elm Guest House child abuse scandal. I forget, that was in the 70s and the 80s. And Heyman was among the visitors to the Elm Guest House. Other prominent people who allegedly visited the house included Liberal MP Cyril Smith, who I believe was like convincingly outed as a pedophile like in subsequent years, and the art historian and Soviet spy Anthony Blunt, a Sinn Féin politician, several conservative politicians, and a Labour MP. Interesting. In January 2015, an academic researcher found in the National Archives a reference to a file titled Allegations Against Former Public Missing Word of Unnatural Sexual Proclivities, Security Aspects, 1980, October 27th. 1981, March 20th, which had gone to then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in the early 80s. The file had been classified since it contained information from the security services and law officers. The Cabinet Office initially stated that any pertinent files would be made available to the forthcoming independent panel inquiry into child sexual abuse. However, on January 30th, the file was made public, revealing that it related to former British diplomat Sir Peter Heyman. In February 2015, The Guardian reported that Hatcher had added handwritten annotations to the documents in the file, which showed that despite its contents, she had been insistent that officials should not name Heyman. Good job, Maggie. The released papers also contained a note titled Line to Take, sent to Thatcher on the day after Geoffrey Dickens had used parliamentary privilege to name Heyman in 1981. On it, she had written, Say authorities have carried out an investigation. Nothing to suggest that security prejudiced. Okay, so she just covered it up. That's awesome. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of remember this being like people were very like angry that like it didn't, whatever this commission was didn't quite dig up much about like the full document, the full contents of the dossier.
It seems like a complete mess, and like they did, not like they're like everything is here, everything's fine, but then like they're like actually there's like hundreds and thousands of pages like that are of like documents that have been handed over to us that are just lost.
I forgot that. I kind of remember this name that pops up in this story, the Labour MP Simon Donchuk. Who was like going out in the media in the early 2010s, and like I feel like he might have like even accused a lord or an MP of like being a pedophile, and it later came out that like that wasn't necessarily true. Like it was kind of a messy thing. Simon Donchuk, who was like really banging the drum for like an inquiry. And like he told the BBC at one point, we are on the cusp of finding out exactly what went on in the 70s and 80s. And I'm sorry to say, I think it will be shown that senior politicians were involved in abuse and there was a cover-up. I think that's inevitable now. The BBC also reported that former Daily Mirror crime correspondent Jeff Edwards stated he was told by a detective in the 80s that an investigation into pedophiles was closed on the orders of a senior politician, and he had recently been contacted by the police. He told the BBC, "I think this was a cynical cover-up. There was no doubt in their minds the way they would deal with this was simply to expunge it from the record. As far as they were concerned, they could make it go away forever." And then this is a strange punchline. In December 2015, Don Chook's membership of the Labour Party was suspended following reports that he had exchanged explicit messages with a 17-year-old girl. Damn, I mean, yeah. Yeah, probably don't want to be doing that if you're like in a good takedown like the pedo elite. Like, you know, they got his ass.
Right.
You know, but he was neutralized. Rightfully or wrongfully, I can't say. But I remember his reputation got like tanked because he was very loud and like going after, you know, release the pedo information. So okay, that's like background.
There was also the Elm Guest House thing, though. Remember that?
Right.
Like that's
yeah.
like a totally other thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that.
That was like, well, it was totally different, but it was also similar. Not related, but like also like a pedophile like sort of network that was alleged to exist, and it was like a whole mess, like in terms of the inquiry.
Yes.
It was like this guy Carl Beach,
Mm-hmm.
who like sort of suggested that you know, to like this Labor MP Tom Watson, that there was, you know, a pedophile network which had existed at you know, in the 70s and early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that may have brought children to parties at this place, Elm Guest House in Rocks Lane, in southwest London. So, like, yeah, during 2014 and 2015, allegations against several leading politicians of the period, mostly now deceased, were made public in the British press. Many of these claims were examined and discredited in an October 2015 episode of the BBC current affairs television program Panorama. I mean, it is, like, crazy where, like, if evidence, like, is buried, like, you know, if it existed or not, you know, we can't really say because like it has been, you know, if it did exist, buried.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you really can't, like, they really work hard to like conceal these things, and like it becomes quite murky, because like, you know, there's really I mean, people, I guess, are trusting these institutions and are like that to be like, you know, accountable to themselves, which is really kind of a you know, a losing proposition, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there is a common pattern with, like, especially in the early 2010s here, because I remember kind of like following this in the early days of reading about like Epstein and the Franklin scandal and stuff, that it seemed like, oh, the UK was kind of like involved in similar stuff, and like all this is kind of starting to come out. And then you get these like red herring kind of things to come out that then collapse under scrutiny and then serve to like discredit the whole thing, and then it just ends up kind of being like, oh well, oh okay, I guess
now
we
you have
don't.
to be very careful, because like if one like incorrect claim like kind of makes its way into what you're asserting, then like that is like so fatal to anything that is important, you know, you're trying to convey or trying to look into. Like, you know, you really need to make sure that there's nothing, you know, out of step, because like they'll really exploit that. Yeah, there are like multiple like investigations in this: Operation Fairbank, Operation Fernbridge, and Operation Midland.
Yeah, Midland is another. I remember reading about the Dolphin Square allegations that were kind of like also another thing that was kind of related to this. And, you know, it's described as like a disastrous investigation that just totally fell apart because of these guys like Carl Beach and Chris Fay, the convicted fraudster, who was like the person who produced the original list that Carl Beach was like testifying about, and then I guess was found to be like a fraud.
And like a pedophile himself, or Beach was anyway. Yeah, he was found to be like having child pornography on his computer.
Again, with like Simon Donchik as well, like it takes the lead and becomes like the leading Labor MP, like like rallying the troops to like get all this stuff out, and then it's like he gets caught in like an Anthony Weiner situation, like texting a 17-year-old.
Yeah,
like
and there's also a suicide related to this too. Like one of the like original kind of, I guess, operators of the Elm Guest House, where like allegedly these MPs were coming like with male prostitutes, like committed suicide through an insulin overdose.
Yes. Yeah, Carol Kassir.
Yeah.
And her husband, Haroon Kassir, they were the owners.
Did
of the
Haroon Kassir also commit suicide?
No, but he
die?
did. No, just well, I don't know if he died, but he was. Carol Kassir died in 1990 at the age of 47 from an insulin overdose. Okay, and I mean, it is interesting because this case popped up. Like from everything I've read about it, like this came around in the early 2010s where people started like talking about this, but the original claims I guess go back to 1990, like the year that she died.
Because there was like some investigation, like the sort of like MP connection or like the political connection didn't really come up or wasn't investigated at least until later. But the original case with the Elm Guest House was earlier. Right, like there was like this. They like the guest owner, the guest house owners, Haroon and Carol Kassir, allowed male prostitutes to take their clients to the establishment. A party was raided by the police in 1982, and the Kassirs were charged with running a disorderly house. Very British crime. So
it says
I'm not sure if that's on the books here in the U.S. Running a disorderly house. All right.
Yeah, maybe I know in like New Orleans there's a law that like you can't have sororities because like more than 6 unmarried women living in a house is like considered a brothel or something. Maybe that's not a law anymore, but I remember like in maybe like 20 years ago there's still come up like weird laws like that. But I guess going back to 1990, according to journalist James Hanning, Chris Fay, a labor counselor, and this is the convicted fraudster who made the list, and a campaigner for the National Association of Young People in Care, claimed on oath, or under oath, that former Home Secretary Leon Britton had been involved in abuse and that in March 1990 he had seen a photograph of Britton with a young boy. He said the picture had been shown to him by Carol Kassir, co-owner of the Elm Guest House, who died weeks later of the intentional insulin overdose.
I'm gonna pray now.
Okay. I'll just read a little bit of this background. Fay alleged that children from the Grafton Close Children's Home in Richmond, southwest London, had told him they had been trafficked to Elm Guest House. He drew up a list of public figures that he said victims had told him had stayed at the Elm Guest House. The list included former government ministers, senior MPs, top police officers, judges, pop music stars, and people with links to the royal households. It was uploaded to the internet. And then there's a link here. Man behind Leon Britton allegations regrets, quote, witch hunt. Interesting. In the aftermath of the Jimmy Savile sexual abuse scandal in October 2012, Labor MP Tom Watson said in the House of Commons he had evidence that there was a, quote, powerful pedophile network linked to Parliament and Number 10. That's the Prime Minister's office. Watson made his comments after having been passed information from the investigative news website Xxxvii. Okay. Interesting. With the public upset that Jimmy Savile was never properly investigated over his alleged crimes, the Metropolitan Police launched Operation Fairbank as a scoping exercise to examine Watson's claims. Watson set up a meeting with Fay and others to discuss the allegations in 2013, but Fay was disinvited before the meeting after concerns were raised about his reliability. After the meeting, Watson was warned about the reliability of the accusations. In July 2014, a journalist from Xxxvii introduced Watson to Carl Beach, who falsely accused Britton and others of abuse. Watson wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions to reopen a separate rape investigation into Britton that police had previously closed after finding no evidence to support the claim and glaring inconsistencies in the accuser's account. Police ultimately decided that Britton would face no further action, but he was never told he would not be charged before his death in January 2015. After Britton's death, Watson wrote a newspaper column in which he quoted Beach, calling Britton, quote, as close to evil as a human being could get. And then, jumping forward here, claims are challenged and discredited. In an edition of BBC's Panorama broadcast on October 2015, a former Elm Guest House prostitute was interviewed who claimed that he was unaware of any MPs visiting the brothel. Journalist John Oakes told them he had investigated Chris Fay's claims, but he had never been able to find any, quote, solid information, nor trace of photos Fay said he had seen. A man named Mark stated that he had been an abuse victim at Grafton Close, but had never been to Elm Guest House and had never spoken to Fay. Another person interviewed by Panorama said they named Britton as their abuser only after being pressured by Faye. The Daily Telegraph later reported that Faye had been jailed for fraud in 2011. Faye said he regretted starting a, quote, witch hunt. In late 2015, Watson was criticized for consistently refusing to comment after it was revealed that the police had been pressured into investigating rape allegations against Britton by Watson. That November, Watson apologized to Britton's widow and her family for the distress caused by the investigation. Metropolitan Police Commissioner Bernard Hogan Ho issued an apology of his own in February 2016 for mishandling the investigation. So they had Operation Fairbank, an umbrella inquiry in 2012. But they did not. They caused much speculation, but did not uncover the alleged pedophile ring. Operation Fernbridge. That also it did result in one conviction stemming from Grafton Close Children's Home, but it did not expose abuse related to Elm Guest House. And then there was Operation Athabasca after that, and then Operation Midland, which is what Carl Beach was kind of saying that 4 months later, Beach told Operation Fairbank detectives he had been abused by a VIP gang of pedophiles for over a decade at various locations, including at the Elm Guest House and Dolphin Square, and that he had witnessed them murder 3 boys. The murders of Vishal Malhotra, Martin Allen, and another boy were subsequently investigated as part of Operation Midland. Based only on Beach's claims, Operation Midland investigated Edward Heath, Leon Britton, Edwin Brammel, Harvey Proctor, and others, and an inquiry conducted by Richard Henriquez found that those accused had been victims of false allegations. Okay, yeah, I'm actually
this whole thing is like pretty sus. Like it just seems like a massive like shitcoat operation, but.
Yeah.
Like
I even feel it's funny at the bottom. It says, "See also Pizzagate conspiracy theory."
Funny.
So they're kind of trying to do the Pizzagate. It was a hoax. It was blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, back to William McRae. Like, I guess I don't know if there's any actual I think it's all speculation maybe that he had some, because I mean obviously he was in the SNP and he was very opposed to the nuclear lobby.
Yeah.
So people say that there's 2 different possible secret files that he may have had. He might have had some kind of secret info about a nuclear dumping from the Dornray nuclear power development establishment. And the other thing they say is that maybe he had information about one of these Westminster pedophile rings. Nonces, as they say.
Nonces.
I don't know if they say that in Scotland, but probably.
Yeah, they probably do. Yeah, he was a very vocal critic of the UK Atomic Energy Authority, and there was a plan to dump nuclear waste, I guess, in the I don't know how to really pronounce the Mulwarker area of the Galloway Hills in Scotland. So they were going to dump nuclear waste here. So he was really putting their feet to the flame. I guess representing the SNP in a public inquiry, McRae asked difficult questions of the UK AEA and famously declared at one meeting that, quote, nuclear waste should be stored where Guy Fawkes put his gunpowder. No, wow. Fighting words. The authorities' plans were rejected, and McRae was credited with, quote, single-handedly preventing the area from becoming a nuclear waste dump. So, I think as we've touched on before in previous episodes, maybe in our hippie physics episode, I remember talking about this, about the Atomic Energy, the Atomic Energy Commission in the United States. I assume, the UK Atomic Energy Commission or whatever the authority had a similar level of pull where this is a pretty powerful group in sort of the overall power structure, right? I mean, we're dealing with nuclear energy. It doesn't get more dangerous and kind of high level than that. And, this is very top level kind of industry and national security type people that are often involved in it. And, I think it does seem like maybe there would have to be something more going on than maybe just I don't know, revenge for
Yeah,
him
it seems like they would have
stopping.
had to want to prevent something, because I feel like you wouldn't like assassinate somebody for simply revenge, like, at that level. Like a nuclear lobby wouldn't, do that just for purely for revenge purposes, because it just makes things more difficult for you, and it's
Right.
suspicious, to
Yeah.
eliminate someone who like
Is one of your
oppose you at a very
biggest
high
critics.
level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
But I
and
think,
also like someone else could rise, and it could galvanize people against you. I mean, it could easily backfire. But I mean, yeah, this is like one of those things where like his family, I guess, like always thought it was suicide. And I guess, they said like, yeah, he was suicidal, like he, had expressed like suicidal thoughts before. But other people, like especially like his colleagues in politics, like some of them were like, there's something going on here that's sus.
Right. I
Yeah.
guess he allegedly, just reading the summary here, he did struggle with both depression and alcoholism. Erratic behavior led to him being removed from his law practice in 1981. At the time of his death, McRae had 2 drunk driving convictions and was awaiting action on a third, which could have seen him jailed. He had already threatened suicide once. His brother Fergus recalled that, quote, Willie suffered from depression at times due to things just getting on top of him and finding it hard to cope. Fergus McRae related to the police investigating his brother's death that McRae had, quote, not been himself and had been drinking heavily. So this is what happened to him, allegedly. On April 5th, 1985, McRae left his Glasgow flat at 1830 to spend the weekend at his cottage at Ardelve near Dorney, Rossshire. He was not seen again until the next morning around 10 a.m., when 2 Australian tourists, Alan Crowe, an airline pilot, and his wife Barbara, saw his maroon Volvo saloon car on a moor a short distance from the junction of the A887 and A87 roads. Let's see. The car was straddling a burn. I guess a burn is like a kind of water course, a small river kind of thing. It was straddling a burn about 90 feet from the road. The tourists flagged down the next car to pass, whose driver turned out to be a doctor, Dorothy Messer, accompanied by her fiancé, as well as David Coutts, an SNP Dundee counselor who knew McRae. It was discovered that McRae was in the car. Dr. Messer recalled that McRae still had his seatbelt on and that the car's door was wedged against the uneven ground. McRae was unresponsive with a wound to his temple with blood clotted in his hair. Messer recalled, quote, a strong smell of stale alcohol from him. Another car was sent to call the emergency services. Dr. Messer examined McRae and found that he was still alive and breathing. She noted that one of his pupils was dilated, indicating the possibility of brain damage, and estimated that he had been in that state for 10 hours. He was removed by ambulance to Regmore Hospital, Inverness, accompanied by Dr. Messer. After admission, it was decided to transfer him to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. At Aberdeen, it was realized that the incident was more than a road accident. 6 hours after he had been found, a nurse washing his head discovered what appeared to be the entry wound of a gunshot. An X-ray confirmed that McRae had been shot above his right ear and a bullet was detected in his head. His brain was severely damaged and his vital functions very weak. The next day, Sunday, April 7th, after consultation with his next of kin, McRae's life support machine was switched off. Now, the investigation was headed by Chief Superintendent Andrew Lister of Northern Constabulary, CID, which initially proceeded in the assumption that McRae had been injured in a car accident. McRae's car was moved at 12 on 7th April before the gunshot wound to his head had been found. It later transpired that the police had kept no record of the precise location where the car had been found, and the position stated by them was later found to be 1 mile in error and was corrected by a witness who had been present at the scene. A weapon was found on
This
April...
is similar to Kurt Cobain, which we were just discussing, where there's like a bunch of like the police investigation just like sucks, and just like as soon as you like look into it a little bit, like, and there's like any ambiguity about what happened, it's like, you're just overwhelmed by like how incompetent they were, like and how many mistakes they made, and like how many things they overlooked or didn't take note of.
Yeah. It's kind of it's almost like a combo of Kurt Cobain and Gary DeVore. Like he's found in like a stream, like in his car, but like, it's all very weird. So I guess, let me see. Yeah, the weapon was found on Sunday in a pool of water directly beneath where the car had been discovered. The gun was an antique and unlicensed Smith & Wesson 22 caliber revolver containing 2 spent cartridges and 5 remaining rounds. Huh, two spent cartridges. Interesting. McRae's brother Fergus confirmed that the weapon was McRae's and that he had acquired it in India during his war service. As the weapon was unlicensed, it was detained by the police and destroyed. McRae's personal effects, comprising a bottle of whiskey and a briefcase containing papers, were returned to his brother, who recalled that there was, quote, nothing untoward or sinister in the paperwork. It was nothing that seemed unusual or special. Now, there's a whole tab here about controversy and conspiracy theories surrounding his death. Although it was ruled at the time by authorities that McRae's death was a suicide, aspects of the investigation remain disputed. Neither McRae's medical reports nor the post-mortem data have been released to the public. There was no fatal accident inquiry. This and inconsistencies in police statements led to a conspiracy theory developing in Scottish nationalist circles that McRae had been murdered by the British security services. Allegations were made that McRae was under government surveillance, that the distance from McRae's car at which the gun was found, and the lack of fingerprints on it rendered a suicide not credible, that McRae was shot twice and in the back of the neck rather than once in the temple, and that McRae was carrying incriminating papers that were not found with his body. These documents supposedly related, these are the two theories, they either supposedly related to the dumping of nuclear waste from the Dounreay nuclear power development establishment or an alleged pedophile ring in Westminster.
And there were a couple people who came, again, I don't know how credible they are, but there were some people who came forward and said that I was surveilling him. There was a cop, a retired police officer, Ian Fraser, who was working as a private investigator at the time of McRae's death. He claimed that he had been anonymously employed to keep McRae under surveillance weeks before he died. So there were a couple of people who, came forward later on and said there was another guy, John Finney, who was S&P group leader and a former police officer. He wrote to the Lord Advocate urging to reinvestigate McRae's death and release any details so far withheld.
Donald Morrison, a former Strathclyde police officer, alleged that Ray had been, quote, under surveillance by both Special Branch and MI5. Morrison claimed he had collaborated with former colleague Ian Fraser to discover more about McRae's death. Morrison called for an inquiry into McRae's death and promised he would give it a sworn affidavit that MI5 was involved. When interviewed by the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016, Morrison's former police colleagues described him as a, quote, Walter Mitty character who is capable of doing what he can to enhance his credibility or put him in the limelight for that 15 minutes of fame. Okay, whatever. The fuck off of Walter. Nobody cares about Walter Mitty.
What?
I just...
Be that as it may, yeah.
Yeah, be that as it may. I don't care about some New Yorker character from the 1940s who's a guy who lies, and that's why in the real world...
I don't even think Walter Mitty lied. I think that he just had an active fantasy life.
Oh, right. He would just fantasize that he was, a cool guy running around the world.
Yeah, that he was doing all sorts of different cool things.
Yeah.
That story sucks. I don't know why anyone even cares about that.
Remember when Ben Stiller did a movie?
Standards really were so much lower back then. Was it Ben Stiller who did the movie?
Yeah, I think he starred as Walter Mitty. I think he did. And I didn't know what it was, so I'm like, what is this stupid movie? Who can? And then I found out, it's then I would notice people being like, he was kind of a Walter Mitty kind of person who just had a rich imagination and
I feel like it's
all
one
these
of those
things.
things you're assigned in English class, one of those classic things you're assigned in English class, Walter. It's oh, this is what it's like to be a suburban 1940s man, where you're just frustrated in your bureaucratic job and
this is what it was like when
no
only
no one gives a shit.
Only Ivy League wasps who lived in New York could write were allowed to publish stories. The Ken Cosgroves from Mad Men were the only one allowed to publish their stories.
It is a story that Ken Cosgrove would write, and that Pete Campbell would be furiously jealous of,
full of vim and vigor, and it's
full of vim and vigor,
just Princeton people, it's they're fighting with each other over Harvard v Yale or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's kind of it sucks. Like it.
Yeah, or John Cheever, stuff like
Right,
that.
right. The swimming through the swimming pools. It's the most profound
like
story of all time.
I went swimming.
You went swimming.
Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I know it's all deep and like.
So deep.
Anyway,
that's serious.
They don't care about fiction. They don't care about literary fiction. They don't understand the important things that are happening in the literary world today in the alt-lit scene, and they're mocking like great white male writers of the past like John Cheever, like anyway,
cool,
sorry,
epic guys like Philip Roth who had dinner with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, no, really, and just wrote about like being pervs, like auto fiction about being like a pervy little guy.
So,
anyways,
returning to this,
yeah,
so I think it's kind of like, I was saying before, it's like kind of like it's like in that ambiguous space. It's like kind of creepy in a way because like, like there are like a lot of people out there who like, do have like suicidal thoughts, like especially who like are in, high stakes fields or like who are involved in like, potentially dangerous like political activities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like not everyone is like the most stable person, and like, your life can be like precarious, and people like sometimes like express like thoughts of suicide, like. So yeah, it's like scary to think like if this like that this guy actually like was murdered, and like then his family was like, well, he did say to me I'm gonna kill myself just the other day, like
he wrote a song called I Hate Myself and I Want to Die, so like duh, it's like it does echo the Kurt Cobain thing, and it's kind of, we were saying that it's kind of the scary, that to me is the most like chilling and scary and frightening aspect of like any of these cases where it is claimed to be suicide, but it might be murder. Is like just the idea that you were murdered, and then everyone's like, "Wow, I guess he just couldn't handle it," and wow, just like a too much of a fragile soul. And then meanwhile, like the biggest sickos in like the world are like, "Hey, good," like it's like that. That's like like the ending. It's like the ending of a horror movie or something like that, where, you know what I mean? Like, like that's way scarier than if he was just outright murdered or if he genuinely committed suicide. Like, that'd be sad. But I just gotta say, like, people that commit suicide, like, I know people go through struggles and suicide is a real thing and everything, but I feel, can we put a moratorium at the very least on, like, don't ambiguously commit suicide. You know what I mean? Like if we can make a pledge where everybody like make very clear that you did it and that like this is your choice, because it's really, if he did do this, he's like in the middle of all this political activism, then he crashes his car into a ditch and then is like, I'm gonna shoot myself, but like not leave a note, not like do anything. Like I would say that's like, obviously you're not in a great state of mind, but like kind of not a cool move, bro. Like you're like, like everyone you're leaving behind is gonna like spin out thinking that, and even to do that, like I want them to think I was like murdered or something like that. I mean, I think about Gary Webb too, right? Like the that actually is a situation where as much as it feels like he would have been murdered because his whole life was destroyed. In a way he was murdered because they destroyed his life, and then he finally was driven to a point where he was put into a suicidal state, and he did allegedly. It's the shooting himself in the head twice thing, like that is kind of rare, but it does happen sometimes if you don't shoot yourself in the right place. Like even with this guy, he had a .22 revolver. Even though I always hear that, like,
but he didn't shoot himself in the head twice. He just used 2 bullets.
Yeah,
so
it's unclear.
One might have been a test shot or something.
Maybe
to make sure the gun was working.
Yeah,
because he didn't have 2 bullet wounds.
Okay, even though some people allege that he was shot twice in like the back of the neck, but that I don't know if that ever came out.
I think that I think he actually wasn't shot in the back of the neck. I think that was according to like the autopsy and like the investigation. Like no, he was like shot in like the temple,
right,
where you would kind of expect.
Which is something an assassin could do. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
It's something an assassin could do. I mean, it is odd that the gun was in a pool of water beneath where the car was discovered. Like, how did it end up in a pool of water underneath the car?
That's bizarre. Yeah, like your gun doesn't like did he have the window open and he like it like a .22 doesn't have a lot of recoil. It's a very small bullet. In fact, I mean, I've often heard that that is a on the one hand, it seems like a weird choice to like as a suicide weapon. I guess it's an antique that he had, but like assassins and mafia guys like to use it because if you shoot somebody at up close, the bullet kind of bounces around in your brain because it's not powerful enough to like exit wound. You know, like
but it's also kind of like the opposite argument to like the Kurt Cobain situation where like, why did the assassin throw the gun underneath the car? Like throw his gun underneath his car. Why didn't the assassin like put the gun into his hand?
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, if you're setting it up like that, unless it's a
was,
kind
like,
of
his
like
gun, like that he owned like for years, you know. So it's not like like a mysterious different gun was found under the car. Then that would be like, oh, sus. Like, and then he had his gun in his hand, but then there was a separate gun like lying in a pool of water nearby. Like that's not what happened. Like that would be very sus. But in this case, it was like his gun that was like somehow underneath the car. Like so,
and
like,
his seatbelt was on. Yeah,
like, I don't think the recoil on like a 22 caliber revolver is so intense it would like fly out the window and like bounce off a tree and then go underneath the car.
No,
like,
no, like
you know.
like you could maybe say that about like if it was like a 357 Magnum or something like that. Even that's kind of like his arm would have to involuntarily flick in such a way with the window open at the perfect like angle that it's like kind of probably a 1 in a million shot, but like you could kind of see it. But yeah, like a 22 is like a very weak gun, like so you'd probably just I guess actually we have to remember this is the UK, so if it was on his right side, then he was actually sitting at the window in the driver's seat, right? So I guess you could say, but then I feel like his hand would be like outside of the car or something. Like you could see maybe boom, and then kind of like your hand falls outside the window if it's down, and then like the gun drops like below. But at the same time, like it doesn't sound like that's how his body was found. I don't know.
I'm trying to look more into like where this gun was found.
Yeah, like was it in line with where he was sitting, or was it just like in the kind of, because getting under the car too is a little like, again, very bespoke trajectory for a gun to do that, and I guess you can't rule it out also, though. Sometimes I don't like to have this as like the go-to, but I do think about it sometimes of like, I know this is like there's heckin' epic funny bits from the funniest comedians ever that are about like, oh, like the people that did 9/11, like they think about it's so funny. You think like they just did it, but then they're like, we gotta do one more thing,
the clues. Yeah,
and everyone laughs, and then it's a thought terminating cliche, and then you don't think about who really did 9/11. Epic and leftist. But anyways, like to push back, like, well, hold on a minute, like, in certain, maybe not on the 9/11 scale, but like maybe in the scale of like setting up a political activist that it like you want to like neutralize. If there's an intimidation aspect to this, like you could hypothesize a kind of like they're dabbing on us, and it's like almost an extra layer of intimidation to be like, yeah, there is an anomaly, and guess what? The police are gonna fucking write the report and say he killed himself. And nothing's going to get investigated.
That's an interesting take.
So it's like a way of like gaslighting you and being like, hey, like the whoever did it being like, we don't even have to do it perfectly. In fact, like we want to leave a little bit of
something that's like you like deliberately do it in a way where like it's gonna lead to questions just so that like the people who like are really paying attention know that doesn't add up and that it was murder. And then
but you do it good enough that there's not like a smoking gun that you did it. Like it's still, and it would require like a vigorous, sincere investigation by like police authorities that like that aren't going to get stopped by any higher ups and are going to like totally going to be real true detectives, which I feel like in most cases like either the cops are not like that. You saw that with the Seattle PD in Kurt Cobain's case. Like they're just kind of lazy.
Or,
like
if it looks like suicide, because then exactly. Like you got to like find a murderer. Like and it's like this whole complicated thing. Like if it looks like a suicide, like
that's just
on like
an
err on the side of suicide.
On a job level, that's like catnip for like homicide detectives to be like, okay, thank God it's a suicide.
Exactly.
Like, no politically destabilizing deep state assassination event happened. Thank God. I don't like probably most detectives don't want to get fucking caught up in the middle of that if they know a thing or two
even
about
a murder period, because then you have to like, find who the murderer is.
Right, you can clear that case. It consumes all the time and resources and blah blah blah. And then if you have kind of
and everyone's like, "Have you found the murderer?" You know, like no, like we suck at our job, like.
No, like he was. Yeah, there are all these powerful people that don't want us to find the murderer, and so there's institutional breaks and walls that are going to make it challenging, but then there's just enough of a thing that it's kind of like rubbing it in our faces, folks, a little bit for people that are invested in it and like care, like Scottish National Party members that like knew this guy, or anti-nuclear activists who might be invested in wanting to know if maybe he was murdered. There's going to be just enough there to give them the chills of like, oh my God, maybe, but not enough to like prove beyond a reasonable doubt, like, whatever, or they're not going to have access to enough evidence to ever prove that, because it gets locked down by the police, who, if they rule it a suicide, they're not, like, by definition, they're not going to investigate it further because it's solved, right? And so, that's why being quote unquote suicided is one of the scariest methods of assassination, because you're also like psyoping everybody about like this person and like an act they allegedly did to like end their own life, when it could have been a very different story that resulted in them losing their life.
It's kind of like like it reminds me of how on Aaron Sorkin's The Newsroom, he always had every like government whistleblower or leaker like commit suicide. Because like it kind of suggests like, oh, they were crazy, like they were mentally ill, like that. They only opposed like nuclear dumping like because they were mentally ill. They only said there was like a less like, first of all, like like
Vince Foster think, like, signaling.
Yeah, first of all, like I think like it's problematic in many ways. It's like stigmatizing like mental illness, right? Like many people are like might have a mental illness. Many people might struggle with depression. Like the world's depressing. Yeah. I know it's like clinical and chemical or whatever.
I feel like
different ideas about it, but the world's also depressing. So a lot of people are depressed. Yeah. And like there's environmental factors. So it's like, and people are people get physically ill. People get mentally ill. Their mind and body are connected. Like there's a lot of different things. Like no more than like being physically ill means that you're like what you say is illegitimate. Does being mentally ill mean you're illegitimate? But many people do take it that way. That like if someone like kills themselves and like, oh well, there is something really wrong, kind of scary about that person. Like, I don't think that anything he said can be taken seriously. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like I was thinking more about like after we recorded the other day about like Kurt and kind of hypothesizing like what were they stopping by like killing him, and in a way like even the meta narrative of like, this is what sitting on your high horse and quote unquote not selling out will get you. Take notes, everybody. Take notes, Gen X. Like, this is what, for the guy who was the most vocal about, like, the fucking music industry is sus, and, like, it's all corporate and all about money, and I don't give a fuck about even though he's making a bunch of money to be able to become a shot caller.
Deliberately left, like, Sub Pop Records, signed with Geffen. Right. So
and he was having problems with Geffen. He was having a lot of problems with Geffen. I kept reading Hank Harrison's book, which actually, like, I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't like get through it's a slog, but like there's so much crazy. He kind of is on the tip that like Geffen, like Courtney was involved, but like she was an operative working for Geffen. Like Geffen tasked her with like, you have to bring him under control and blah blah blah. And there was something about Kurt's like, I guess his Albigensian troubadour vibe. He literally calls Kurt like a Cathar, like troubadour poet. That was
all right.
But he's like his rejection of like that thing, and maybe trying to do a new initiative, like start his own record label or something that was like built on like DIY whatever, and like challenge like the big majors, like the big shots in the music industry. Like there's something attitudinally they just didn't like about that. Like he was getting too big for his britches and thought he was one of them, like he could call the shots. And it's like, no, if you're like a rock star or a pop star, you're a puppet, and like the big shots are the ones, the king of Hollywood is the one who calls the shots. And so like almost for his like his intransigence and like his stubbornness and being like vocal about disrespecting like the moguls and stuff, like you might have had to make an example of somebody. And then to everybody, it seems like, oh, might as well sell out, because like the greatest hero of not selling out just put a shotgun in his mouth and was like, this sucks, like, so, oh, like, never mind, like, just go and like have fun the rest of the 90s. And
I feel like we're getting back into Kurt Cobain discourse, but I feel like he didn't like not sell out enough. Like, if he had like maybe done some like really dramatic stand like against, maybe he was going to. It's kind of, we're kind of getting into the Kennedy thing of like he was going to.
Well, yeah. No, it is.
He was going to, but like
there was speculation that he could have launched a strike on Lollapalooza, which would have cost like the entire music industry like tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And he had enough clout because he was going to say no, but then he could have gotten like Pearl Jam, Rage Against the Machine, like Nine Inch Nails. Like he could have probably convinced everybody to like boycott it and like ruin it. And like that was like, all right, bro, now you're fucking with like our like what the fuck's your, who do you think you are, kind of thing. It is speculative, but there was intimations that he was
necessarily like rule out any of that stuff because like it's speculative, but like I also feel like I'm still partial to like it was a sacrifice. Like I still think
in a way, no, I mean I think it's consistent with those two things. Is like, all right, like this guy needs to be sacrificed to be made an example of. Like he needs to be, and then we're gonna make so much money off of like his sainted memory.
Yeah,
but we're gonna control.
Like, I guess both works like in a way in that like I feel like and it does like sort of like change like any alternative narrative that like could have been created about Kurt Cobain, where like he's still like kind of idolized and like we were talking about kind of the imitation suicides and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And I think like if you look at like all this other stuff that was like put out at the same time, like a lot of it had that kind of vibe of like bleh, like nothing matters, like kill yourself, like kill others, like that was kind of like the
when
value
Geffen,
system that like they wanted to support. So
like Geffen merged with Interscope in the 90s, which put out all like the fucking Marilyn Manson and like Eminem and like like kill everybody, like they did take it in that direction. I don't think Kurt was like going, and I think he was like maturing, and then also like hated the corporate nature, like we've talked about before with so many artists, like from Creedence to like the Eagles or whatever. I mean the Eagles literally had run-ins with Geffen, but like it's a tale as old as time, right, of like getting trapped in like the slave contract. And like even if you're rich and super famous, like you're somehow like locked in and controlled by these like evil men in like the boardrooms, and like,
I mean, it's like kind of like we're really going off on this topic, but like, I think like it's a different like, it's a different type of thing in this way, in that like, he was kind of like a teen idol and like, sort of like the kids loved him, right? Mm-hmm. And like he kind of like it was such a big part of his music that like it was so rooted in like his high school or teenage experience, right? And he was still talking about these like, it reminds me a little bit of the Spiked episode that we were talking about with nerds and jocks. Like Kurt Cobain kind of did think in that way, where it's like nerds, and like kind of it did have that, and like he called himself in his alleged suicide note. Either he called himself or someone called him, like an infantile complainee, kind of calling out his sort of childlike orientation to things, or sort of a youthful orientation to things, adolescent. I think that is like it's interesting because like you can compare it actually with I Was a Teenage Werewolf, which we're talking about in our in our recent sort of film episodes, right? Like obviously teenagers, like people who are going through adolescence, going through puberty, like are always going to like struggle with their emotions, are always going to have like difficulties, but like the way in which like that is like directed, like it has to be like managed like carefully, like the whole idea of what it means to be a teenager was like cultivated, like designed and marketed, like the concept of teenager is not like, it has not existed forever. Like to
some extent, so, like at like Stanford Research Institute with like, I forget what it's called, like the new models or like new paradigm program or something, where even Adam Curtis had it in one of his documentaries about like identifying like more niche consumer categories and like youth subcultures as like you could build an entire kind of media subcultural identity around like a goth, a punk, a jock, and then like create culture that inculcates them into like this brand identity that then is serviced by various like commodity manufacturers and media to like reinforce this like sense of self that is like totally constructed by larger forces. Youth like really like are like a core like base of like political mobilization, like that we like it's
like older people like have their like we have our role, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like where maybe we're like a bit wiser, maybe we're a bit more experienced, but like there's something like the energy of youth. Like it was occurred to me like even like in I feel like I bring up Iran like in every episode, but like if you like talk like when Khamenei was sort of talking about how we were Iran was gonna retake Syria like back, he would always say like the the Syrian youth, and like they use the word like futuat or Javan Mard actually.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Javan Mard, like young man, right? Like that's like kind of their term for like soldiers, right? Because that's like historically like who
fights in wars?
Yeah, exactly. Young
18 to
people,
24-year-olds.
right? Yeah, like, and so any kind of like political uprising or any kind of just like political activity, like the sort of energy from that is always going to come from young people, even if like older people have a role, right? Even
Right.
like so it's in your interest to have like the old people be Chomsky and have the young people be like Kurt Cobain, right? Who's just like my parents are divorced, like I'm gonna kill myself, like so that like
much better to have Marilyn Manson as the Pied Piper bard of like disaffected youth than a Kurt Cobain, who, especially if he was getting less like depressive and like just youthful and angry. Like if he was actually growing up, then that's like, oh, we don't want that. We want like an eternal child who's like, look at me, I'm scary, like and that way they're a malleable
he was
figure.
Like better dead than it's almost impossible to think. We were talking about this before. It's almost impossible to think about like a Kurt Cobain who lived, because like it's so built into like the conception of him, right? And like that is that's part of why like even though like there's a lot of uncertainties around it, like that's why the narrative was like so I think easily acceptable, because like people did like it's true, he did have songs called like I Hate Myself and I Want to Die, and things like that. It's like, well, or he wanted to call like one of his albums that or something.
Or he
In
allegedly
Utero.
wanted to call it In Utero that, but
and like the whole thing of like the unplugged set being like a funeral, and things like that. Like it was sort of this, so but anyway, so that is
so staging a suicide can have vast consequences far beyond just eliminating somebody who you like want, like the powerful interests want to eliminate, because then you can spin it into a kind of like demoralizing narrative about whatever the person claimed to have stood for, like in this case with Willie McRae, like Scottish sovereignty and like anti-nuclear environmentalist action and things of that nature. It casts a dark shadow on everything he like dedicated his life to fighting for. And, maybe he was a depressive alcoholic. Fighting in those kind of struggles can be taxing on you, right? But it's a paradox, because also it's like, you can say that, but at the same time, like a lot of people are animated because they're like they're fighting for something, right? So like they might undergo more psychological or whatever like stresses and challenges than like your average kind of normie person, but they might have a stronger inner constitution to like keep going because they're fighting for something, right? So in that sense it kind of makes suicide like, wait, what, like a little bit confounding.
I mean, people definitely do commit suicide, and like it shouldn't be something that like it shouldn't like delegitimize their lives. Like think, it's kind of like right. Like oftentimes like people don't have like it's complex, like people don't have like even control over it, or it can be like it can be, as people said in the chat, like sort of a passionate thing or something where like your emotions get out of control and then you do something impulsive, right? I think that's a lot of the time suicide is impulsive, like in a moment of like extreme like sadness or something like that. And like it is true about suicides that like often people will always say, but he was so happy, he's so happy before, or like she was so happy, right? But so we shouldn't I mean, obviously one shouldn't kill oneself, but it doesn't, like if someone does like fall victim to that way of thinking, one shouldn't, doesn't necessarily delegitimize like everything that they did with their life, or it shouldn't
Yeah,
cast a shadow over
it shouldn't have
because,
to. Yeah,
yeah,
I guess I meant more like the way it gets presented, usually in the way the popular media kind of handles like prominent suicide stories, ends up like intentionally or not, kind of, because like the media kind of like by default never wants to like they want to emphasize it's suicide, like they don't want to encourage any reader to like be suicidal as well, so they always put like the hotline
yeah,
at the, if you're experiencing suicidal thoughts, like call this hotline or something like that. But yeah, you're right, like it shouldn't have to, because I think oftentimes the environmental aspect of a suicide is oftentimes like very relevant, and I think in the kind of chemical imbalance like theory of depression that really prevailed in like the late 20th century, like while there like might be something to it, to some extent, I feel like it became a totalizing narrative for a while, where it's like you're programmed to KMS, like in a way, like you just can't escape it. It's in your genes or something. Like, like you were just born with this off balance, and like unless you get the exact right medication, like you are just going to automatically do. I think a lot of times like people are living in people are dealing with stresses that are very hard to cope with, like in their lives, in their communities, in their societies, especially when you're going up against like powerful people like this, or you're fighting powerful interests, like in general, the way he was like a kind of political advocate for the SNP, then yeah, it's like you might get fucked with, you might have your life disrupted in little ways, and things like that, be subjected to state surveillance, and other like your career might suffer, and then you have financial difficulties. Like there's a whole cascading set of things that,
I mean, people might get forced to commit suicide too, Probably happens a lot. I mean, it happened in The Godfather Part 2, now that I think about it. Right?
where like a bunch of goons come in and they like hand you a gun and they're like, do it. Or,
well, there was
or
the
we
guy
will.
who like ratted, and he like went before Congress, but
Okay.
like, he was like living in like some like military compound, like he was like in a military, like, high security prison, right? Like being monitored by agents like all the time because like, he was wanted by this mob or whatever. And but he got a visit from like, the consigliere or whatever, and like he was like, like basically like, implied to him like, very subtly that like if he committed suicide, then like his family like would be safe.
Right, right. They'll threaten
So
other people in your life.
exactly,
Yeah, if you
yeah.
don't do it. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Preserve your honor and save your family type thing, Roman style.
Yeah, like the
chat
Stoics,
says.
right? Yeah.
Right, right. Or that kind of like, yeah, like a samurai thing of like you need to
Yeah.
like commit seppuku, and then all your people will be like, there'll be peace or whatever. Yeah, no, that could totally happen as well. And some people might like take that deal if like they're forced into it, because that could be a fate like worse than death, to watch like your like loved ones get, your children, or like your spouse, something horrible happen to them. Yeah, there's all kind of dark tactics like that. But yeah, I mean, I think just on its face of it, it is weird to like drive your car off a road into like a big ditch to like the bottom of a stream, and then be like, all right, time to shoot myself. Like,
Well, was the car in a stream, or like was it like kind of, or was it
some
like
word
at the
for it.
bottom of a river, or like whatever? It was like more like,
I looked up the picture. It looked like it was kind of one of those like little valleys that like a
Yeah.
creek would be at the bottom
Like a
of,
brook.
and
Yeah.
and like the car was kind of straddling the tiny stream, a burn.
Yeah.
It was straddling a burn. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's a kind of water course. Applies to a large stream or a small river, used in Scotland and England. Yeah, it's like, I'm looking at a pic of it right here. There's a lot of things like this in California with the hills. So it looks like he kind of went off the road and like rolled the car down like a hill into like a little mini valley there, or gully, and then like parked his car and then shot himself, and the gun flew out of the window or something and like landed underneath.
Yeah, or like I think the cops like, the car flew out of the window, but then like, or the cops like moved the car, but then they moved it back. That was like the theory, right? That they like, the car moved and then was moved back, right?
Oh, so was the gun like a few, some odd feet but in front of or behind the car, like where they found it,
hold on,
like
I
it drifted
remember-
after.
Yeah, so
Oh yes,
Alan
there was
Crow, an
controversy
airline
with
pilot,
this.
his wife Barbara Soros, moving in Bravo swoon car on a moor a short distance from the junction of the roads. The car was straddling the burn. Yeah, exactly. The tourists flagged down the car next car to pass, whose driver turned out to be a doctor. It was discovered McRae was in the car. McRae still had his seatbelt on. The car's door was wedged against the uneven ground. McRae was unresponsive with a wound to his temple with blood clotted in his hair. Strong smell of stale alcohol. Well, there you go. That's some. Don't drink. Don't drink
the
alcohol,
coof juice.
folks. Avoid
Yeah.
alcohol.
Well, a lot of
Another
times,
car-
drinking, like drinking like that is like can
Drugs.
spiral you into despair and then make
Yeah.
impulsive decisions too. Alcoholism is bad. It's bad, folks.
Yeah. But
Okay. They claim to have cleared up like the weird thing about where the gun was found. Like
yeah, the
after
position stated by them later was found to be 1 mile in error. Right. So yeah, that was like the issue.
That's quite a distance, actually.
Yeah.
They said that people said that the car was moved.
But it was because maybe because of the error. So it's like kind of an ambiguity. Like, was it moved or were the police in error?
There was a
in their
little
report, yeah.
the Scotland on Sunday paper said in April 2015 they ran a story claiming that McRae's Volvo was moved back to the crash site by Northern Constabulary in an attempt to hide that the car had been moved before the bullet had been found, accounting for the discrepancies relating to the gun's distance from the car. The claims in this article were examined by the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016 and found to be misleading. Claims that the car was removed and then returned to the scene were dismissed by witnesses and officers who attended at the time, and allegations that the gun was found several yards from the car were described by a police officer as a, quote, load of rubbish. Interesting. So they did post a summary report, the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016.
But it was found like outside the car, right? So,
yeah, it was outside the car. Yeah, I guess maybe I'd have to look at what the actual report.
Maybe he I guess he could have like leaned out the window, and like wanted to take a look at the beautiful
the
brook,
beautiful
for that
the
to
beautiful
be, the
hills
beautiful burn
of
to
Scotland.
be his last sight. Yeah. Then
Yeah.
I guess that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look at what the conclusion was for this the Justice for Willie report, because they interviewed witnesses and I guess they hired a few like former detectives, but it kind of sounds like conclusions. All right, from the scene, 1, the distance of the gun from the car. Based on witness statements, our investigation is able to conclude that Willie's gun was retrieved from a pool of water directly below where the car had been, not a distance of several meters away, as has been previously reported in the press. The gun was identified as belonging to Willie, and the single bullet which shot Willie was found to have been fired from the same gun. While this does not prove murder or suicide, it makes the suicide scenario much more likely than it would have been if the gun was found a distance away from where Willie supposedly shot himself. 2, the neat pile of paper with a watch on top. Rumors regarding a pile of papers with a watch placed on top near to Willie's car have been widely circulated. The tourist who discovered the accident scene saw no such papers, and the SNP member who also arrived at the scene can remember seeing these papers as Willie was being transferred from the car into the ambulance. He does not report seeing a watch placed on top. The logical inference is that the papers were removed from the car at the same time as Willie and were placed there by a member of the recovery party. It does not make sense that a neat pile of papers would have sat overnight without blowing all over the hillside. Okay, so 3, the car being returned to the site on the Sunday. There was that article which claimed to have solved the Willie McRae case. Within the article, it suggested that the car was returned to the site on Sunday. This was not a new theory, but one that had been circulated for many years previously. This article prompted our investigators to dedicate time and resources to following through on any leads with this regard. However, we found no evidence of the car being returned to the site on the Sunday. The only witness who reported seeing the car on the Sunday was the tourist who returned to the site to search for a lost glove. He admits that after the elapsed time of 30 years, this memory of the car being there may be inaccurate. Several other witnesses have suggested that due to the terrain of the hillside, the only way to get the car back in situ would be to airlift it there. Due to the logistics of this and the number of people being involved, it seems unlikely. our investigation found a number of inaccuracies within the article, which we feel were deliberate. They put this in bold, deliberately misleading. Interesting. Firstly, we discovered that the, quote, previously unseen police reports mentioned in the article do not actually exist. Secondly, the quotes attributed to the police officer at the scene were not gathered directly from him, but rather were lifted from a previous article in the Glasgow Herald in March 1995. Our investigators were able to track down the police officer in question, who said that the quote about the gun being several yards away was printed out of context and was, quote, a lot of rubbish. And 4, the recovery of Willie's personal belongings. It has also been widely reported that Willie's personal belongings were never recovered from the crash site, which has fueled the idea that Willie's killer may have removed them from the scene. Several witnesses can confirm that a gun and a briefcase were indeed recovered. The gun was likely destroyed, and the briefcase and contents were returned to Willie's brother. I guess they kind of call out this journalist, Paul Delamore. They say in the interest of clarity and transparency, the campaign felt it necessary to include this additional section detailing our experience in interactions with Paul Delamore. Prior to the involvement of the investigators in the case, the campaign was provided with information directly from Paul Delamore and his newspaper reports, and understandably, his input influenced our campaign. So he's a journalist who wrote The Truth About Willie McRae's Death in The Scotsman, and revealed key evidence missing on mysterious death of SNP activist Willie McRae in the Sunday Herald in 2016. In the first article, the following claim was made, quote, the mystery surrounding the death of SNP activist Willie McRae 30 years ago has been solved after an investigation by Scotland on Sunday. The article also includes the following points. 1, according to the tourist, the car was present at the scene on both days, and his wife can corroborate this. 2, a quotation from the first police officer states that the gun was found some yards away from Willie McRae's car. 3, previously unseen police reports showed Willie McRae's car was returned to the crash site on Sunday. And 4, 2 separate vehicle recovery teams claim to have removed Willie McRae's car from the site. However, our investigation has found no evidence to back up the claims from the article, and they go on to describe why, specifically.
It seems like the Justice for Willie Commission basically concluded that it was suicide.
Or that it's much more likely maybe than they thought going into it. They're not 100% saying it. Well, actually, let me see if there's a final conclusion. Let's see. Oh, murder or suicide. Okay, this is the very end. Murder or suicide. The findings of this investigation are intended to be presented in such a way that is unbiased and allows for open interpretation of the facts. Of course, there may have been missed or indeed limited forensic opportunities at the material time, but as a campaign, we feel there is little worth in dwelling on this. It is all too easy to look back critically at police procedures of 1985 with the knowledge that we have now. At the time of the incident, Northern Constabulary was a single force of 8 across Scotland and may have had less opportunities for dealing with such incidents. The passage of time since the event and varying policies around evidence disposal and destruction has meant that documents and other evidence from the original investigation are unlikely to be recovered. Therefore, our investigators could only work with what available evidence or witness testimony still remains. It should also be remembered that our investigators had no statutory power or authority to compel witnesses to speak up, and it was their patient persuasion that prompted witnesses to assist this investigation. That said, this investigation has found no credible evidence of homicide or that any other persons were with Willie as his car left the roadway. Okay, so they're basically not it definitely was a suicide, but they did not find any credible evidence that they could find. With the caveat that they don't have basically subpoena power, and they couldn't get anybody to talk to them. But from what they looked at, they find no credible evidence of homicide.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Either way, tragic incident.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So I guess the McNichol was one of the people that I think was that set up the Justice for Willie campaign. He said on his website after the report was published, "My conclusion, along with the majority of people on our campaign committee, is that there's no evidence that undermines the official Willie McRae suicide verdict. In fact, we believe when considered collectively, our new evidence reinforces it. When I first heard of Willie in 2014, I couldn't believe what I was hearing relating to the circumstances surrounding his death. I've learned a valuable lesson. Like so many others, I was taking what I was being told as facts and then passing them on. Those, quote, facts were the result of over 30 years of the Scottish equivalent of Chinese whispers. McNichol appeared for the McRae family, friends, and witnesses to be left in peace. Wow. So,
I mean,
I think that is something to keep in mind with some of these cases sometimes, where you hear a thing about it, and then it's like, even
true, and like then it's like it goes on this whole thing where like if you try to like be precise about it and like just let's like I'm not like against the idea that it was in this case like I'm not against the idea it was murder, but like let's say like what really happened, and let's just then it's like why are you like blah, 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 like you're saying it's like okay, all right, you can't like those things become like so important to the people who believe in the idea or who are opposed to the sort of official narrative, that then like you can't correct any of these misconceptions, because then I think like like it almost makes more sense in a way like that, based like with the mishandling of the investigation, like with the lack of the power of the committee, like with all these things, that like they wouldn't be able to overturn the determination that it was suicide, right? Like so it doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't, but so it doesn't necessarily mean that it was suicide, but or that it wasn't, but at the like it obviously like these that's kind of the point of these things, that like or the system works because if you were to commit a murder, whether it was this one or whether it was another one, and disguised as a suicide, often the truth would never be known. That's probably going to be the case with a lot of things like Epstein's suicide, his murder, but probably like it'll never be like definitively proven that it wasn't suicide, right? Because like we're never going to get the like camera like the footage from inside his cell or whatever. I mean, we kind of did get like a slight blur that seems to be going up to his tier, right? On the
that's the most.
There's a little bit of a maybe something like that, but still, like I think that like there will always be like for these things there will always be plausible deniability. I don't know if like we're ever gonna get through like the like the information that we have about them is basically released by the institutions that are supposed to be complicit. Yeah. So that's the thing,
for classified for reasons of national security, and it's like probably going to stay that way. If it was a thing like that, it's going to stay that way. And yeah, I think that's why we were talking last time, and you could apply this to all the Epstein coverage we've been doing lately, of like the potential pitfall of hyper focusing on like a certain piece of forensic evidence, as like you just have to look at this and then you'll know like everything else is bullshit, and like this changes everything, whether it's like certain forensics on Kurt Cobain's body, or something about Gary DeVore's hands like being 200 years old, or Epstein, like something about him in his cell or whatever, something from his like autopsy allegedly, that is like it kind of the skeleton key that unlocks and like breaks the whole false narrative.
Like, and it's kind of like true crime is very much like this, where like or sort of David Paulides like missing 411 stuff, and like I'm not gonna say that I don't understand or I don't experience the interest of those things, because like it is interesting to hear about something that's very mysterious and has these details that don't add up. That there is like a certain like frisson to that. It's like I don't quite understand like how it works, but like there is like a kind of like a frisson or enjoyment people feel, and like hearing something, because I guess because it's spooky, because it gives like people enjoy being kind of like chilled in a way with it in like under like controlled circumstances, right? They like hearing about spooky things while knowing that like they're knowing at least on some level that they are safe like from those things, right? They like to experience like a sort of a frisson without it's a moment where the being afraid,
it's kind of, and I think they like the having like a video, some kind of video evidence that you can maybe at first glance was like broadcast to everybody, but if you stop and you enhance and you zoom in, and then like you see, like that's when the Dracularity hits you. They're like, oh my god, like they're The plane's a hologram
like
going
Elisa
into the World Trade
Lamb
Center.
is kind of like that too in some ways, like the sort of like the hotel video or the elevator footage and things like that, right?
Yeah. Or like I remember the one of those documentaries about like Sandy Hook, but remember like the helicopter footage of like
man, you sent me
everybody's
this
just
way back.
Yeah, everybody's just
about Sandy
going.
Hook, it was called, right?
Yeah, we need to talk about Sandy Hook.
It was like a collaboration between like a bunch of people, and like
Right.
they seem to have like a lot of different takes on the world. And I remember like one of them like was really kind of like hinting at like reptoids like being involved.
Oh, right.
Like it was like they were talking about Sandy Hook, but all of a sudden they were showing like pictures of like Nefertiti like like morphing into a reptoid, and I'm like, what does that have to do with this?
Right. But I think like just a couple of steps down from that was the idea that like the whole Sandy Hook thing like wasn't it was they were going kind of full hoax like crisis actor theory of like nothing even happened here. This was like a DHS exercise.
Literally nothing happened.
Like it was a theatrical.
And all the parents are actors.
All the parents are actors, and like you can even see when the helicopter footage is getting that B-roll of like all the people kind of being evacuated. I think it was at like the firehouse down the road, but that like it's like watch the flow of people, and it's like a bunch of people are going in like one entrance to the firehouse, and then a bunch of other people are like coming out the other end and then walking into the other end, and then it's like they're walking in a circle. Like it's all just like they're just walking in a big circle so that from like the air it looks like there's a bunch of commotion on the ground and they're like doing stuff, but they're actually just actors. And like that's like folks like, oh my god. And there is a kind of like that kind of thing can be very effective and kind of grab people, but then it's like I don't know if you think about it more,
like, why is
it's
that
like
so I guess that also has the same kind of anagoresis like effect, like it like I don't know what it is, but it's like like zoom in, like oh my god, like no, like it's all like what, like it's him.
You know what? Actually, like a good example of that is like when we were prepping for the Kurt Cobain episode. I saw it when I was playing the outro video just the other day, at the end of the stream, that somebody screenshotted like after Kurt finishes the show and plays "Where Did You Sleep Last Night," and he's like cleaning up his stuff and like everyone's applauding. There's like a salt and pepper haired man in the crowd that's like clapping, and everyone's like, folks, like he was at the Unplugged, and Jeffrey Epstein was at the Unplugged concert. And I mean, like I did screenshot it. I had to say, like, it doesn't. It didn't produce that effect for me of like, whoa, that really looks like Jeffrey Epstein. It looks like a guy that like vaguely kind of looks like maybe what he looked like in 1994, but like I'm gonna need more data. I'm gonna need like it could he totally could have gotten tickets to the Unplugged in New York. Yeah, he lived in New York, It's not the craziest thing ever, but like it is weird to think that in the background of like Nirvana's iconic Unplugged like MTV show in '93, just like Epstein camp like photobomb Epstein is there, like, and nobody ever noticed it before now, and it's like big if true.
But I mean, but it's like kind of like it is interesting though, because I think like on one hand, like part of it is like what we always talk about is Dracularity, where like the these sort of the details and the nature of like a certain event. Part of the reason why we have a term like that is that so we can kind of like theorize and think like in bigger framework about these things, because I think the other side of what you're talking about is like just kind of this like and like kind of technicalities in a way where
what was the word?
Like,
sorry, you just cut out
like,
for a second.
Like minutia.
Oh,
like
minutia.
Like the technicalities of something.
Yeah.
Like and that doesn't really like help us to understand things, because ultimately like we're going to end up at an impasse most of the time, where like no matter how many of these technicalities you analyze, like probably like you're not going to be able to prove definitively. That's the thing, like we have all these groups like engineers for 9/11 truth and stuff like that, like none of them have been able to really produce like the smoking, like so let's say that even if like I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, and I can't like assess like their analysis versus like the mainstream analysis, like which one is more accurate to the principles of engineering. Like as I think I said in the show before, like when we made the popsicle stick bridge in shop class, like mine was like the absolute worst. Like I'm not like an engineer, but like the mine was like a 30-year plot. It was it was a 30-minute plot, but it was designed to fail. But like so I like those engineers, like they haven't been able to like persuade. Maybe it's because they're under false consciousness, or like they can't be convinced because like they get it's against their they're paid to not believe it, right?
Their salary depends on not believing
engineers in
it.
academia, and it would ruin their careers if they but I mean, you do think that like if they were able to demonstrate it so persuasively that like there would be like at least a slow trickle of people like being like, hey, wait a minute, but maybe not, But either way, like the fact is that like they're not able to persuade people based on that, right?
Right,
so
they've reached an impasse.
Exactly. So we kind of have to like think in larger terms than just like this kind of like true crimey approach to things, right? Where like we have to think in a like how does understanding this event like help our understanding of like the world and like and history, like and like the mechanism of politics, right? It's like that these things like, or this, maybe we have to make a space for like these kind of like for those kind of uncertainties and like those kind of like ambiguities like within our understanding, and like recognize that like like this is kind of sus, but we can't like get into we are in an impasse kind of, and like what does that mean? What does that do for our understanding of politics?
Sometimes you have to go off of imperfect information. I mean, think of all the intelligence agencies of the world. Like, yes, they have the ability to like collect quote unquote hard evidence and intel about stuff, but a lot of times they are going off of like vibes and supposition and like educated guesses about, like, they don't know, Iran doesn't need to like know exactly what like Mossad teams are like up to in terms of subverting or doing whatever, to like know that they're out there doing it, and that like we need to organize some kind of like countermeasures against it or something like that, right? Like like that there, I'm sure that it's like when JFK got shot, Castro like immediately knew that like the right-wing forces in America and like the CIA had murdered him. Like he didn't need to be given like a sheet of facts and like because ontologically he'd prepared himself to understand that like this is an aspect of these sort of deep actions are a part of how the world operates, and like by design they're not going to be open for review and like quote unquote proving them, but like there is a preponderance of evidence that you can sort of survey that, and I think that's maybe like where I would recommend people going, is like move towards the kind of preponderance of evidence of like when you view all of these things in context. That way, if one ever gets kind of like debunked on highly technical grounds, it doesn't bring the whole Jenga tower down of like your alternative theory because actually blah blah blah, like this type of thing. Like you could say, oh well, the amount of opium, the amount of morphine in his blood, when Kurt Cobain died was like that. It didn't specify what type of metric that was, so actually it wasn't a big dose. And then if you're just like the heroin hotshot theory guy, that's like that's your one thing that like the heroin, it's impossible, like the way Tom Grant is, then you're kind of like fucked a little bit, because like if they're able to prove, you could still with all the information available, you could stay like nimble and fluid enough to be like, okay, well it's good that we know, okay, that like closes down one avenue of like inquiry, and maybe it nudges you towards a more firm conclusion, but maybe you still think that it was like a setup. It just wasn't like, that wasn't the big hinge point of it that like maybe we assumed it was, and like you can still keep going, or
like I said, like there could be incidents where like someone kills like him or herself, right? And like they did it because like and the suicide note is like written but perfectly, and like everything's like very clear they killed themselves, right? But they were like coerced to do it, and we'll never know, right? So yeah, thinking about like what you're talking about, like the convenience, like the like of these things for, right? Like why does like it just like tend to happen that like people like Malcolm X died, like that why does it tend to happen that Martin Luther King died, that Kennedy died, right? Like why is this like what in relatively quick succession? Like why
in a
like,
totally unrelated but deluded gunmen in each case who were just totally like very narrow specific beef, like not connected to anybody else, like at a certain point the randomness, the assumption of the randomness of it all is is kind of part of the op. The greatest trick the devil played is convincing everybody that they didn't exist. And say the same thing for the CIA and like assassination teams and things like that, and mafias and things like. I mean, remember, like we take it so much for granted today that like believing in like the mafia to the extent that it existed was like a conspiracy theory according to the FBI for like 30 years. Like
True.
until like the Kennedy years, like J. Edgar Hoover was just like, no, like there's no such thing as like organized
I saw
crime
someone,
at a
like,
national level.
making a joke about like Al Capone and Jeffrey Epstein because of like the guy Michael Tracy, who's like doing like kind of his new thing is like that he is like an
Yes.
Epstein innocence truther.
He's
like,
going down.
beyond,
He's going down with the
like,
ship. Yeah.
beyond all reason, like beyond like what
I
like,
think
the
there are
official,
some
like,
some
story, like,
reasons
beyond-
why he
Yeah,
might be
yeah,
doing
well,
that. Yeah.
right,
yeah.
right. I'm sure he has his reasons, but like it's even more intense than like the like official narrative, or even like the kind of like skepticism that you see in like some of these like serious publications and things that are like there was no grand conspiracy. Like he is really staking out quite a position.
He's
that, like,
calling it the satanic
defies, like,
panic
all-
of today, the Epstein panic.
Yeah,
We got to do a early
well,
satanic panic ep soon.
there you go. And like, wouldn't
time
it be
has come.
something? This is another thing. Like, wouldn't it be something if like those people like win? Like it probably won't because like you don't have like the kind of like media institutions. But if you look at like the coverage that like of the the recent Epstein releases that like some of these like serious publications have had, leaving Michael Tracy aside, he's like a clown, but
Right,
like
right.
the Atlantic, like some of these they've really taken a line of like there was no grand conspiracy after all, like basically if you didn't have like sort of like social media, which has its own problems, right? Which like mired in like this sort of slop and this kind of like lizard people just crawling into different lizard holes and like random sometimes literally, but like but like so, and being a wilderness of mirrors and all these
Yeah,
things.
false
But like if you
consciousness
didn't have any
machine,
kind
yeah.
of alternative media, right? Like, and it was still like as stigmatized as it was during the heyday of the quote unquote satanic panic. Like, what would people make of this Epstein stuff? Like, probably they would think like that it was all like that Trump was completely exonerated, like, or that it was
Maybe
like
that
big
it was a
nothing burger.
carefully crafted hoax, like the Franklin scandal was treated for decades, right? Like
Yeah.
they were just able to say that. Like
Right.
now people are finally circling back to it and being like, oh, yeah, this is probably real. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was like a lot of evidence that like the similar Epstein type shit was going on between Omaha and DC. Like there's actually quite a lot of evidence, and then it was all successfully buried. Like so that Bush could become president. And then, he continued to bury more of his crimes when he was president. And then everyone kind of forgot because Bill Clinton got elected. Who, who David Geffen was a big supporter of. Maybe that's why, maybe he decided to rizz up Nirvana to get Kurt to be like, tell everybody to vote for Clinton in 92. But then after the election, he didn't like need that so much anymore. And then Kurt kept being like, no, I do care about politics. And like, I'll even like criticize Bill Clinton. And then that became like not cool. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Anyways.
Okay.
But yeah, like, and also the kind of journalist that slid in and is like, it's been solved. Like this guy kind of was doing a conspiraslop thing of like, he tried to convince this group that was investigating it that it had been like definitively, he found the proof.
Yeah.
And then it ends up this guy just being like a lying suslord grifter kind of, or I don't know, like maybe he was just trying to make them look bad. But you got to watch out for that too. Like you see that in the Epstein thing now of like various, jesters kind of coming in and trying to like really spin it hard into like one thing or another thing. Like you saw some people doing it with trying to make it an exclusively like KGB, whatever that means, Russia angle. I feel like
Right.
that's kind of died down. Like it's not really like a strong narrative. Or, people do it in the partisan level, or just getting out in front of certain things of like declaring that certain people that are mentioned to some extent were like confirmed cannibalism, or like
Right.
confirmed like they are doing, and it's just like, that's not
Yeah.
helpful because that's going to like discredit all the very real evidence that is there,
Yeah.
like, so it requires a little bit of like discipline and patience to kind of like
get it right. Like, and
now that the floodgates are open, you can say whatever you
right.
want now in a weird way. Whereas Gary Webb had his career ruined for talking about CIA crack cocaine, but now like you can, it's a very weird inverted thing where it's like we can talk all day about like the both political parties, FBI, CIA, they're eating babies, they're harvesting adrenochrome, like they worship reptoids, like they're trying to enslave us all, like blah blah blah, and that's just what happens, like that's just content now,
right.
And in fact maybe that might be the more favored type of content for this sort of elite ruling class that we're talking about. Like that would be kind of to their benefit if we started really spiraling off into like reptoid slop territory with it.
Like, and that's who think about it. Like, think about who they had on to talk about. Think about who Tucker at one time, who kind of I think is a great symbol of like the sort of transition that we're seeing. It's not fully complete. Like legacy media institutions still exist and still like exercise power, right? But there is a huge transition to like all the new mainstream media is like kind of online and it's a bit more diffuse, but it also has started to constellate around certain like nexuses of power, right?
Yeah.
Or nexi of power. No, I think it's nexuses, but like but yeah, like so Tucker I think is like a great symbol of that, right? He was at one time the most popular cable news personality, and now he's kind of this big figure on like sort of the online streamer ecosystem, right? And who did he have on to interpret the Epstein stuff? Like Ian Carroll, one of the most unserious like clowns. Who
was also like, guest hosted for Candace Owens. Who was also repped by that publicist, that like right. Milo associated publicist guy that reps.
Who also reps
clavicular.
Like,
and all of the dirtbag left people as well.
Yeah, they all have
funny.
the same.
Same professional
lawyers,
people working for them, same accountants.
Pretty interesting. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not really. Yeah, it's just interesting. Same journalist for GQ that profiles literally all of them in like the same kind of glowing, but like I'm agnostic. I'm just interested in edgy online subcultures. My parents are famous journalists. I'm the only 25-year-old who has a career in journalism in New York. Not that I'm jealous, as people say, because I'm definitely not. I definitely wouldn't want that job.
I certainly wouldn't want it. Like, one of the only things I would be less eager to be than like an academic is a journalist. Like, that's like, that's one thing I can definitely confirm that I'm not jealous of, is any journalist.
You're asking to just like be a puppet for somebody at this point. Like, it's not good. It sucks. Like, I mean, shout out to any independent journalist.
Like, have your career like totally squeezed by like you're the puppet of the people who are trying to make your entire like career totally irrelevant. Like, you have to like write puff pieces until you're finally replaced by glorified autocorrect and sent to I don't know, like what are you gonna do what is that guy gonna do after that? I guess he's gonna be like the MC at Sovereign House or something.
But just keep promoting like Peter Thiel's eugenics like the showcases all over the place. I'm sure that'll be, only good things can come from that. But anyways,
like I think that definitely like that's something that like I mean, it's like it's definitely useful because like it doesn't have any kind of it doesn't have any like discipline, doesn't have any like structure, doesn't have any coherence. It's very malleable and very adjustable. Like, if you watch something like Ian Carroll's videos, like you'll notice that like and I don't like disagree with the overall point he's making in some of his videos, like that, like let's follow the money or whatever. But look at the way Ian Carroll follows the money. He makes like insane leaps in logic that like don't actually like make like he doesn't model like how to do like good research and how to actually follow the money. He teaches people how to like follow him and how to like follow the hypnotic voice.
I will follow him.
Exactly. Yeah. Like he doesn't actually teach people like their like skills to like pursue information on their own. Like, if you actually pay attention to like what he's saying, like to follow like one step in his thoughts to the next, like it's like that's a good experiment sometime. Like, just like do that with like I'm not saying watch one of the videos actually, so maybe take it or leave it. But if you ever find yourself with the impulse to watch one of this guy's videos and you're not afraid of being hypnotized, then just like see like, okay, like how did he get from point A to point B here? And like it's like what? And so that doesn't actually give anybody the tools to look into this stuff. It just teaches you to like, and then because there's no actual structure, there's no methodology to it, then like he can just say like, well, actually, like I don't know. I think like what Trump's doing on Gaza is like okay. I think like he's doing the best he can, and everyone's
Right.
like, well, I guess I believe you, Ian, because I believed you about like something that totally made no sense before.
Right.
Like,
whereas
and-
I feel like if there's something like positive that we are engaged in our approach is like to show our work, both in like collecting evidence, like evaluating evidence about stuff, and also being kind of like straight up about like where we're coming from with this shit. Because I felt like if we did some shit like that, people who have listened to us for like a while would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like why?
Yeah.
Like that? What you think Trump actually like has a good point? Like it would immediately jump out as like that doesn't make sense according to like, because I think we try to orient ourselves and be like, like I don't know, like transparent in the way that we kind of like, both,
our audience like is like our audience is critical. I will say
They
like
are.
we don't like they don't have like the it's
The
it's
zombie
good. I, like, appreciate they
parasocial
don't
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they really
yeah.
don't, and that's good.
I welcome
so-
that. I welcome that. So,
Yeah,
you can always
like,
see like, yeah, it's like we're not like, hopefully you learn something about how to navigate things on your own and use your own critical thinking skills by like watching us like wrestle through like sources and like take our time with them and like not just like jump to
Yeah.
like maybe we're trying to model
so we
like a
make
more reliable
mistakes,
way
like
of doing it. Yeah,
Dasha
yeah.
being in the Epstein files, which I was really persuaded about.
I never said for sure. I just said it should be looked
true.
into.
If you listen to the episode, we weren't so sure about it. It's true. Like
Yeah,
we were like,
yeah.
I don't know, but if you go back, it was. But I was kind of like, who else could it be? But apparently there is another
There were
30-year-old
two
Belarusian.
Belarusians, they're making sex
yeah,
trafficking
out there.
movies.
Yeah, so making
yeah,
a sex
yeah.
trafficking movie,
Oh,
short
well.
film. So yeah, well, I was wrong, but
Yeah. But anyways, I think we might return to this before the episode's over, as we do on these Q&As. But maybe
okay, yeah,
should we
move
read
on to 5? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, number 2. I can't say I have an expert like answer for this, but we can briefly address it.
Yeah.
I unfortunately I chopped off whoever the asker was, but they ask, is phone or computer radiation physically destroying our minds and or genitals? Okay, something I think I've maybe wondered before.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that there is like some like I think there's some connection, right? Like that. I think like you're not supposed to necessarily keep your laptop on your lap, right?
Yeah, that's been said for a long time. Like you don't want it to be like, or like hold your phone up directly to your skull like while you're talking. That's why people recommend Bluetooth or like using speakerphone. I feel like most people have kind of naturally adopted, like you can feel the phone be hot on your head, like if you're talking on the phone for a long time with it, and it's kind of like but I think the argument that it's like not that dangerous would be that that's the thing, like you have to literally like put it on your head for it to maybe be like not a great idea. But if it's like
Right.
here, it's like not the range of like the concentration of whatever radio waves it's like putting out is at least that was the case
honestly,
for like 4G.
if I mean, I'm not trying to like deprecate the like radiation problem, which may very well be like a serious problem, but I mean, there's a lot of carcinogenic things like in our environment, right? Or like a lot of things that like are unhealthy that are like in our environment, like and probably like the different kind of like pollutions and things like that. But also like the phone itself, like is
The
just like deleterious to like
psychological
your mental health and like your focus and like your attention. Like that's
Right.
I feel like what you're actually like. The idea is like, oh, well, yes, I am maybe exposing myself to radiation by having this laptop in my lap, but I need it to like use the internet. And it's like, that is almost more dangerous than the radiation that you're getting,
Yeah, the psychological radiation. Yeah, I do see here from University of Utah Health from June 2023. We could start with this article right here. No, guys, your cell phone is not making you infertile. So okay, that's what these scientists claim. They say, if you carry a cell phone in your pocket, you might have heard that it can zap sperm and lead to infertility. Not so fast, a University of Utah doctor warns. Despite similar research on this topic that states long-term exposure to electromagnetic radiation associated with mobile phones can negatively affect sperm quality, this research is not conclusive. I've never seen conclusive data that would lead me to advise a patient against carrying a cell phone in his pocket, says James Hodling, MD, expert in male fertility and andrology at University of Utah Health. He cautions against jumping to that conclusion. Here's why. 1. Infertility is a common issue. Infertility affects 1 in every 6 couples trying to conceive in the U.S. In at least half of all cases, the male is a contributing cause. I mean, like he said, like that could be for a lot of reasons. Like,
yeah,
I'm not exactly comforted that 1 in 6 couples. I feel like I've seen like graphs or whatever that like, oh, it's like been going up the last like 30, 40 years, but like nobody's really sure why, right? I don't know. Maybe that's like cherry picking data or something. I do feel like the birth rates have gone down. That's also complex socially. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's just because of computer radiation.
And it's also global.
Yeah.
Like globally, like birth rates have kind of gone down in most industrialized countries. Number 2, study flaws. Dr. Hodling notes several possible flaws to previous studies looking at the link between male fertility and cell phone exposure. For instance, participants are typically selected from a fertility clinic, which introduces a selection bias. And 3, sperm count varies all the time. Sperm count can change from hour to hour, day to day, and month to month. To truly achieve a representative sample, men's sperm quality would need to be monitored for a long time. So rather than focus on the insignificant variable of cell phone use, Hodling says it's more important to look at other, more easily modifiable factors when it comes to determining male fertility. Diet and exercise are 2 such examples. However, there is one factor that matters most: age. People are waiting until later in life to conceive, so infertility is on the rise, he says. That is a factor as well. Like at least in, I feel like, more urban parts of the country, there's been like a bifurcation of, and probably in general, like of people generally are having children later now than maybe like 50 years ago.
Definitely, yeah.
Which just would lower the rate of fertility just like
for sure, yeah.
by some amount, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I remember there was a lot of stuff about like 5G being like more dangerous than...
I did hear about 5G. That was also something that was like kind of like, I heard about it almost like often in tones of like mockery.
Right. There were those like memes of like the baby getting injected with like a COVID shot while there's like a 5G tower like blasting it, and like everyone, like around 2021, 2022, everyone liked to joke about like the schizo 5G, like blah blah blah, like whatever. Interesting. I mean, there are some studies here. Again, maybe there's sample kind of, bias, or the way they're structured is not great. This is kind of interesting. This is from 2017, I believe. It's on Science Direct in the Reproductive Toxicology Journal. Mobile phone 1800 megahertz radiation impairs female reproduction in mice, mus musculus, through stress-induced inhibition of ovarian and uterine activity. The highlights here: mice exposed to mobile phone radiation in different operative modes, ovarian and uterine histopathology, steroidogenesis, and stress parameters were checked. Degenerative changes and reduced follicle count were observed in MPR-exposed ovary. MPR resulted significant decrease in ovarian steroidogenic proteins and sex steroids. MPR-induced oxidative and nitrosative stress impairs reproductive functions in mice. That was their conclusion. The findings suggest that mobile phone radiation induces oxidative and nitrosative stress, which affects, the reproductive performance of mice, at least, of female mice. So, I don't know, though, it's like what level. I think they did 2 and 3. They used 2 and 3G for this experiment back in 2017. So I think what we have now is more powerful. And I think the thing with 5G was that they needed to build way more towers for it because it has much, you need to kind of blanket an area with tiny 5G towers because it's like much faster. But like I think like the frequency rate is like much more, much higher, I think. And so like I don't know, it has a very a much smaller range than like 2G, 3G, and 4G. And so I think there was fear that like, oh, they're going to put a 5G tower on like every block in your neighborhood now. So everywhere you walk, you're going to get like fried by these like turbo waves that are, way more intense than the previous ones that, have been out on mobile phones. That kind of fell off. I mean, I feel like most people have like they did roll out 5G on a lot of phones now. I can't say I see. I'm sure they're around, but like I don't really see like 5G little mini things everywhere. I don't feel like, I don't know, like it could be sus, but I haven't. You don't hear about it in kind of the conspiracy verse, like.
No, I
so
mean, well,
much
now
these
with like
days.
things like it's 5G has been around for a while, and obviously we all haven't fallen to a direct energy weapon or anything like that. But yeah, now there's like all new like sus technology that's, I think, like much more disruptive and scary from that perspective. So I feel like people who have any kind of sense would be moving on to that, being concerned about that, like the latest kind of push around like LLMs and stuff. Like,
Right.
It's
But,
weird though, like,
yeah.
because where is that around LLMs, right? Like, how come you don't like hear about like the sort of like, how come you heard that about 5G? You heard it about like all this other, like 5G's killing bees, like it's killing birds, like it's causing COVID. Like, how come you don't hear? It's like that's like exactly. It kind of does go like back to what we were just saying. Like, how come you don't hear that about like their latest big thing, like they're all so excited about and integrating with like the military and everything, like the AI? How come you don't hear like the same kind of like, is it all because like they've
interesting.
captured like the main sort of mouthpieces of that, like the main kind of or exponents of that kind of stuff? Like, I feel like Alex Jones would be like the 5G, like, that kind of thing. But
Yeah, like
he
5
would never
years
say
ago,
that
you'd
about AI because he like works for them now.
well, yeah, that is an interesting point, and I don't know. Now that I think about it, I mean, like almost I feel like the most vociferous people that are, whereas the 5G stuff 5 years ago was kind of like the provenance of like online kind of conspiracy theorists, often more like libertarian coded or like InfoWars coded, that were maybe pre-Maha type people that were very focused on like health and like how
Right.
our environment's
Exactly,
poisoning
yeah.
us, and shit like that.
Whole milk. Like that.
Yeah, raw milk. Yeah, stuff like that. But now, like I'm trying to think, like, what are the is there an equivalent for AI? And I feel like actually more of it is coming from like sort of normie like legacy media.
No, yeah, that's
that is
because like
because of the
exactly.
data centers, like they're emitting
Yeah.
frequencies that people around it are saying, like, they're
Yeah.
both polluting and they're sometimes emitting these like hums that if you live in the vicinity of an AI data center, like these are kind of like ultra low frequencies from, I guess, the big fan systems they use that can cause you like physiological kind of ailments and problems and stuff like that. In addition, like I think in Memphis, like Elon Musk has a data center. I think the water is kind of like poisoned or polluted in some way by like whatever they're doing there. So, but I've seen all these things on kind of like Bloomberg or like NBC or like shit like that. But the conspiracy, in the biggest conspiracy influencers of that kind of like Alex Jones generation, just kind of don't ever.
Well, yeah, it's
they're
similar.
not that vigilant about
it's
it.
similar in the broad strokes because I mean, certainly the way that like proponents of LLMs, the ones who sort of say like they're gonna solve our problems, etc., they kind of want to portray their opponents as being. I saw like the most disgusting quote the other day. I want to say it was from Larry Page, who said that it was like sentimentalism to consider like that there's anything valuable about human intelligence versus the intelligence of like like an evolved like AI that's going to replace us. Like, it was ridiculous.
Did he say this publicly or in an email to Jeffrey Epstein?
I really don't know. It
Could have been both. He definitely was an Edge dinner attendee.
But yeah, I mean, certainly like their opponents, like they do want to portray them as okay, let me read this here. In July, this is from what is this posted? This is 7 months ago. In July, former Google DeepMind senior scientist Richard Sutton, this wasn't Larry Page.
Okay.
But he said
guy.
Google co-founder Larry Page thinks super intelligent AI is just the next step in evolution. Yeah, no, sorry. I was wrong before. It was Larry Page. He says it's the next step in evolution. In fact, Page, who's worth $120 billion, has reportedly argued that efforts to prevent AI-driven extinction and protect human consciousness are, quote, speciesist and sentimental nonsense. It's not a species. It's
Wow.
a neural net. like it's an
folks.
autocorrect, dude. Like it's not a new species, and like no one is discriminating against it.
He's enrolled at Singularity University. He's,
I mean,
he's Humanity Plus. Like, he's
like,
Humanity
that's
Plus
like
build.
really like the what's it called? Donna Haraway coming home, like Cyborg Manifesto coming home to roost, because it's kind of the same thing that happened with Walter Mignolo and like Hindu nationalism, where they're like, we're the real decolonizers, like, you know, these evil Muslims came to colonize our pure Hindu state, right? Our Hindu Bharat.
You know, that sus
you know,
UC
so they had that
Santa
kind
Cruz
of
comes in.
decolonial. Now we have the sort of post-humanism being turned around to say like we're being speciesist against the LLMs.
It's actually problematic that you want humanity to not die.
Yeah.
Like to not be eradicated. It's kind of like
this is what another guy said. This is why I got confused about who said it. In July, former Google DeepMind senior scientist Richard Sutton, one of the pioneers of reinforcement learning, a major subfield of AI, said the technology could displace us from existence and that we should not resist succession. Sutton said, suppose everything fails and AI kills us all. Is it so bad that humans are not the final form of intelligent life in the universe? Well, it's bad from the point of view of a human who is dead.
Yeah, that's not
if
good.
If that were to happen, I
vote no. I vote no. I vote no. I don't want everyone to die. Like, yeah, like who are these fucking freaks? Like, lock them up. Lock them all up. But fucking
that's
maniacs.
So my point, like, you know, the reason why that came to my mind is because like they are kind of trying to portray sort of a concern with. I mean, what they're describing, I don't even think is something that is on the table necessarily or imminent. This sort of AI that kills us all, but certainly, like, you know, they seem to value its growth and its development over any, like, you know, over humanity in general, which is telling. But they're kind of portraying, you know, not being on board with that, not being on board with an ethos that says like that humanity is obsolete, as like fear. Right, and like irrational, like, you know, basically like the same thing as like the way people portrayed the 5G stuff is like, you know, it's just a new technology.
Stop
like,
being a
why are you
chud.
so scared? Like, you're being irrational. You're a chud. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's right, like what you said and what Griffin said in the chat, that like the real resistance that you've seen to it has been kind of like very differently coded, like kind of more in sort of like lib commentariat circles, right? Like those are the people who are kind of pushing back at least slightly, right?
Yeah.
And it's true, you definitely haven't seen the kind of like, you know, this like the sort of the fact that we all know about this 5G stuff that was not driven by like, you know, the same people. It was driven by the people who like, do listen to Alex Jones. But it's interesting how this is like a way more insane, like technological kind of like push, like that is like deliberately described by its creator. Like, imagine if people said that about 5G. Like, well, let's say 5G does kill us all. That's so bad. Like,
yeah. Like, I mean, it's the way Larry Page is talking in that quote sounds exactly like the type of thing that Alex Jones, like probably still today, but like for the last 10, 15, 20 years has been feverishly claiming that like the globalists, like that's what they want to do. They want to kill all of us and they want to upload their consciousness to a computer.
Yeah.
And now suddenly he's like, oh, it's actually happening. And people are almost openly talking about, you know, like, and I think even talking about how like the Terminator AI might kill us all almost seems like a convenient smokescreen to talk about like, yeah, it might not be the computer. It might be them that kill everybody. And like, you know what I mean? Like like this is a cover for like making acceptable and more palatable and permissible the idea that like something could happen where like most of humanity dies, but like actually that could be a good thing, like, which is an insane argument to be making in public as like the head of one of the biggest companies in the world. But that's exactly what Alex Jones was like ranting and raving about for the last like 25 years, is that like that's the end game. You know what I mean? Like the globalists want to like kill off like most of the human population, and now they have robots that they think can like replace a bunch of us. And you know,
it goes to your point of what you're saying. It's very true. It's exactly what you're saying before about like the conspiraslop like ecosystem being like totally co-opted and like exactly what these people want. Because like what are these people doing? They're like selling NFTs. Yeah. They're like, you know, like check out my new AI like Epstein now, like, or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
like,
wearing the 3/4 zip, the Epstein 3/4 zip, which like Zoomers are wearing now, like ironically, because he had aura or something. Like, you know, somebody's.
All right.
There's a lot of effort right now into like doing that kind of irony poisoned. Like Epstein was actually based. Like he was like a cool guy. Like, and actually Peter Thiel gets it. Peter Thiel actually, he's a pretty good guy. Like Alex Jones has to dance around all Elon, Peter Thiel, all these fucking sus lords.
He's a patriot.
Yeah, he's actually a patriot.
Yeah.
And so it does bring to mind like I am people
vampire patriot.
Right, vampire patriot. Yeah, like for years, some people did often say like Alex Jones is controlled opposition. Alex Jones is a Fed, and stuff like that. And now I think definitely in the last like 5 or so years, like I think it's become pretty obvious. Maybe not quote unquote Fed, but like in the loose sense of like he's got right wing fascist Silicon Valley billionaires like keeping him afloat because he had that big lawsuit, and he's kind of like
alluded to like his
I got friends
intelligence connections. Yeah, exactly.
His uncle was in his words the Oliver North of Guatemala in the 80s. Like he had like a super spooky Iran Contra uncle, and his dad was like a dentist who was like was asked to join the globalists, but he's like, I'll never join you, or some shit like that. Like Alex Jones is like comes from a little bit of a spooky family, and was one of the first people to pop out with like a national platform and on the internet in the 90s, and was like the guy who was there right when 9/11 happened to like tell you. And it's like, yeah, he was saying it was an inside job, like right when it happened. But over the years, his methods became unsound, not that they were ever like fully sound, but like his sus factor, especially when he used to not be expressly political. He was kind of like, they're all globalists, they're all sus, and then when Trump came around in 2015, he started to be like, you know what? Trump's a patriot. Like, I think Trump's actually a patriot, and he threw in his lot. He's a real deal. Yeah, he's not like these other globalists, like, and all that shit. And now that's just like accelerated to a point now where he's in with that kind of like crew, and clearly is unable. I mean, maybe he's just unwilling, but like I think if he wanted to, he wouldn't really be able to talk shit about all these people that are probably helping like keep him afloat and maybe pay his legal bills and keep him on the air and all this stuff. Like the motherfucker's captured, and now he's not saying any of this shit about, or if he is, it's like some kind of like Soros and like the Democrats are using illegal Somali migrants and they're the big threat right now. Like like I don't even know what he's saying about Epstein. Because I feel like he's had an on again, off again relationship with like Steve Bannon, but he's definitely been like Steve Bannon's a patriot.
I'm curious.
At
what is
various
Alex
points.
Jones up to? Like, what is he talking about on InfoWars these days?
Like he's on Rumble, but you don't really see him pop up like and make. I don't even see like clips of him really popping up. I don't know what kind of guests he's having on these days, or like what brand of conspiraslop he's like particularly catering to.
I feel like he kind of had like some defections, right, from people because like
Joe Biggs,
because he was like too, he wouldn't allow any criticism of Israel, right?
Yes. I forget, it was like was it like Benjamin Harrison or something like that?
Something like that.
He was like the millennial that worked for him, and I think he quit in the last like year or two over. I remember checking in with him after October 7th, and he was like going through torturous gymnastics to be like, I'm not saying Israel, they do bad stuff too, but like the Islamicists. Like they'll eat your children. Like they're real pure satanic evil. And when they're in league with the Marxists and
Bernard Lewis, he's the worst of them.
But then I would the millennial that would have on. He's kind of like a Ron Paul head kind of guy. But the Ron Paul crowd was traditionally a little more like, we should not give foreign aid to Israel. Like fuck Israel. Like we don't really care about them. And he was kind of saying like, yeah, like these globalists are using Israel to like kill people right now, and you could tell like they weren't exactly on the same page. Like he was leaning in a little more to like the Groyper zone of like, yeah, Israel is sus, they're part of the globalist network, and Alex Jones for whatever reason is like can't quite go that far with it. And he's like, yeah, Bibi Netanyahu, I don't know, like, yeah, he's probably a criminal, but like he just kind of downplays it. And it also makes you wonder, like, do they have a little compromat on Alex? I know Alex is a little bit of a party boy. divorced dad kind of guy, like, I've seen photos of him hanging out in like a strip club in Austin in like the middle of the day, like people running into him in like a strip club in the middle of the day. That was probably like 4 or 5 years ago, but like, probably a guy that you could hook and compromise pretty easily one way or another. And but yet nothing about LLM. I mean, of course, like the climate change argument holds no water with him because that's fake.
Right.
Like, so the idea that it's accelerating the destruction of the environment, that's lib shit. No, don't care about that. But the like the messianic, like this is used for MK Ultra, like it's a way for people to kind of almost like brainwash themselves with it. Like if you're kind of psychologically vulnerable, there's been so many cases of that now. So like, and spreading lies and like other things. I mean, for all I know, like maybe he complains about AI sometimes because like if you ask AI about Alex Jones, it like I think a lot of AIs might be in the restricted category of like,
maybe.
Like I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about Alex Jones, or like they're somehow, but maybe not. I'm sure Grok is more than happy to talk about Alex Jones, and say that he's cool or whatever. But funny how these things.
I'm not going to ask Grok to find out. I'm on Infowars.com right now.
Okay. Yeah. What the fuck is he up to?
U.S. conducts first ever air transport to nuclear microreactor. Okay, that's cool.
Okay. All right. Infowars.com.
It's interesting. It almost seems like Infowars.com is now just like an aggregate because he's just like reposting things from Raw Egg Nationalist and Zero Hedge. So I guess
another Tealite person. Raw Egg Nationalist, part of the kind of Dime Square like Sovereign House BAP. I feel
also
like he's
like
a BAP
former,
guy.
I think a PhD historian, if I'm not mistaken. Right? He should. I remember someone saying that in the Grotto that he.
Raw Egg Nationalist is. I know that.
I think so.
I know that Bronze Age Pervert was at least in a PhD.
Yale,
he dropped out.
Yes,
I think,
and he was. I think. I want to say he was in a philosophy program, but maybe he was in a history program.
Yeah, with a bunch of like Zionist advisors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but this guy, I think he studied like I don't know, like the cult of the saints and like I want to say like medieval or early modern, like some medieval or modern town in England. That was like you should just go back and do that. Like what
maybe he is. Maybe he's practicing his occult knowledge. I
think it was like just a Christian religion, the cult.
Oh, okay, it was a Christian thing,
just like the
cult of the saints,
yeah.
He's not Little Marco anymore. He has big hand. They're just resharing a Ben Garrison cartoon about how cool Marco Rubio is.
The Great Awakening accelerates.
Yeah, okay,
The arrest of Prince Andrew for espionage against the UK with Epstein.
Yeah, wow, it's time to reopen the Franklin child prostitution case after Epstein revelations. That's a repost from altmarket.us, though. Robert, Raw Egg Nationalist, passive-aggressive incel monkeys, why testosterone isn't the aggression hormone, we're told. Elusive COVID justice, where are the prosecutions? Key intel, don't panic sell. This is like a silver commercial about how you shouldn't panic sell silver.
Gold
buy
commercial
more.
Too, yeah. 24 carat, 0.999 pure gold.
Yeah, libertygold.com.
Yeah.
Right. The gold sellers really do keep like the libertarian end of the like Judge Andrew Napolitano, like all those people still have like gold commercials. I guess gold is up, so who am I to say?
Yeah, maybe we should all get it.
Yeah, we should get into gold.
We need
the
gold dinar. We need to start selling the gold dinar ourselves.
Yeah, Gaddafi's revenge. Gaddafi's revenge. Mexican illegals arrested for sodomizing man, ripping off his fingernails during a home invasion in North Carolina. Must see. Tucker interviews U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Watch. Muslim suspect arrested for smuggling illegal alien in car trunk. No. I actually saw this story. This was weird. Genius California astrophysicist found shot dead on his front porch in Pasadena. Like a Caltech professor just got like a drive-by like shot. Like for some reason,
Freddie Snyder, 29, was arrested and charged with murder. All right.
Oh, he was arrested. They actually got it.
Yeah.
They caught the person who did it. Maybe
a
disgruntled, a PTK student.
Water on a different planet. I don't know.
Carjacking and
police have yet
first-degree
to say.
burglary.
According to this, I'm wearing this now from Infowars.
Yeah.
So according to Kellen McBreen at Infowars.com on the Science and Tech beat.
Yes.
The police have yet to say whether Grillmar and Snyder had any connection before the shooting. Grillmar being the victim and Snyder being the murderer.
he was working in dark matter, galactic physics, and worked on some NASA stuff. But yeah, everyone like Anna Paulina.
Yeah,
Luna
this is like
thinks he was assassinated.
like the exact thing I'm talking about. Like, okay, well, is there anything like to this at all, or is it just like, oh wow, like someone who worked on dark matter was shot? Like, oh well, that means that like what? Like Anna Paulina Luna's like latest bullshit is true. Like,
right,
you know, like
right.
what? Like,
I guess there
the
was
lady's
that
about to arrive. Like, what's going? You
yeah,
know?
I guess there was that like weird MIT professor that got assassinated, and there was like the Brown mass shooting. Like the guy who did both those things and was like a disgruntled like former classmate of the guy who would like his career didn't.
He was,
pan
I think,
out.
an advisee of the guy, right?
Or something like that. Or they went to school in Portugal together, like in the '90s for a while, or something like that.
But I thought he was that was like his advisee or something, or advisor or something, right? Or like a professor. The guy who what he shot was not like his or his classmate, but
maybe not. Maybe it was his advisee.
That's what I thought anyway. But yeah, and I think he meant to target the physics program at Brown.
Yeah, he did because he used to go there for a little while.
But he did by accident. He went to a different classroom.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So you know, the Infowars, it does seem to be a kind of weird like aggregator of news with like the Infowars twist. Yeah, why are public schools openly teaching Satanism? Alex Jones breaks down what your kids are really learning.
Well,
all right.
What? I guess that's the whole video, so probably can't find out.
It's one of those like
what
TikTok videos where he like is driving around in his truck and like talking to his phone. Like Alex Jones here. I just want to tell you. Yeah, but I would not. I wouldn't recommend getting your news from Infowars these days.
I wouldn't. Yeah, go to Infowars.com for.
I forget if he's like, is he feuding with like Nick Fuentes? Like, do they have like a kind of Groper Infowars feud going on? I think Nick
Fuentes was on Infowars at least at one point.
Didn't he go on with Kanye? Yeah. God, back when Kanye was like talking shit about net and Yoo-hoo. Remember he had a fishing net and a Yoo-hoo?
Right. Yeah.
And was like calling out Netanyahu. Wow, they really talk about MK'd butterfly emoji. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah,
that's
Kanye
crazy.
was
that wasn't that long
like
ago.
That like a
the
zip
mask.
up like hoodie that zipped up the whole way, and like
mask.
and like Alex Jones was like, "You look evil as hell in that, man." Like,
oh my god, yeah. Wow. Yeah. So, anyways,
So conclusion, yes, the computer radiation might be destroying our minds, but not anywhere near to the same extent that like what we're actually using the computer and the phone for are.
Right, like the information and the mediated information communication systems on it could get us long before the radiation does. Yeah. For sure. But you know, I'm just gonna stay vigilant nonetheless. I'm gonna step away for just a second before we move on to the next question.
I'm gonna take that opportunity to quickly get a tissue because I gotta blow my nose. Oof. Yeah, I had some kind of 5G induced illness these last couple of days, but I'm on the mend. Possibly 5G induced. I'm sucking out on lost, and so I'm sorry if you can hear that. I'm trying to read the chat while not doing that. It was an Infowars owned by The Onion now. I think that didn't go through. I think that they like planned to buy it, but I think it didn't go through. There was like a whole thing, and like everyone was talking about how it's epic. The real problem is the expense of having kids. I think so. Yeah, definitely that's the problem for me. And also just like wondering what kind of world, you know, like not so much that, but more like I worry, like, you know, like what if your kid like is like listening to Clavicular or something, you know, like it's just kind of like I don't want to deal with that.
That's rough, yeah. But anyways, I'm back.
It's like the expense and you know various things. Yeah. All right.
Right. Okay. So I guess do you want to read the third question here?
All right. This person says they're finally ready to ask their first SJ question. I don't know who they were, but shout out to
thank you,
whoever you are, like someone Canadian. As a Canadian, I'm really weirded out by the Five Eyes, CSIS, and how Canada played a massive role in the development of tax havens in the Caribbean, continued dominance in global mining operations, but also specifically quote unquote peacekeeping. My grandpa was shipped to the Congo in the early '60s as a teenager, and it gave him awful PTSD and never dealt with, which he never dealt with. Today, August 30th, 2022, BBC released a story that it was a Canadian agent that got those English girls into Syria to fight with ISIS. What are your thoughts on Five Eyes and Canada's role in global parapolitics? I mean, that's a huge question because, like, Canada is obviously like a important country, you know, and like we talk a lot about sort of the history of the United States, like, and insofar as that is like parapolitical, it's almost like endless. So I imagine that same is true of Canada, but in particular with the Five Eyes, I feel like we talked about this a little bit recently.
Maybe with Australia, maybe I forget. Yeah, I forget the exact context. We actually we did kind of address that very thing about like the formation of CSIS, not to be confused with the Tom Pritzker led like imperialist think tank in Washington D.C., which is also called CSIS, but the Canadian Intelligence Service. And actually, I think we came out with our Contra 7 episodes like a month after this question was asked, and I think we did get into some like interesting Canadian stuff because that was all about the setting up of like Caribbean tax havens and stuff. A lot of that directed by Americans out of like Chicago, but also there was always like the powerful Canadian interest. Actually, Contra 8, which came out more recently, that also got into a lot of weird Canadian shit with like Semyon Mogilevich and like the using the Canadian or the Toronto whatever stock exchange as a place to sort of like launch like shell companies because the reporting regulations are much looser than they are in the United States. So you would get these like weird cutout companies like on. I think there was that scandal involving one of like the Mogilevich cutouts and that like magnet factory in Hungary that was like taken over by like the Russian mafia, and then they had some like affiliate that was like Canadian, and also the founder, like I think like the founding director of CSIS was also somehow wrapped into that kind of offshore tax intelligence organized crime nexus as well. I'm blanking on his name right now, but he was a very connected guy. And also, continued dominance in global mining operations too. There's a lot of mining wealth in Canada, but also a lot of it has gone abroad to
oil too there.
A lot of oil. And I think I remember Bill Clinton being involved with Frank Giustra, who is a British Columbia mining magnate. I think they were doing deals with like Nazarbayev in Kazakhstan and like getting mining concessions. I think still in like Central Africa, like they're still all up in there. Wasn't there a story, maybe it was a few years ago, in the Sus Psychedelics thing about like psychedelics companies were buying like busted out Canadian mining companies like to sort of like sneak their way onto the Canadian Stock Exchange. Symposia definitely did an article about that like 4 or 5 years ago about I think it was specifically on the Canadian exchange where you could get like some like Congolese mining company that was owned by Canadians but was like defunct. Like you could sort of purchase it for like pennies on the dollar and then use it to like you're actually like it's a psilocybin therapy company, but like by doing that you can basically not disclose anything about like who owns it or like what you're doing, how much money you're getting, shit like that. So Canada plays like a role with the kind of global like of the Western Empire and like money laundering, international finance and stuff, and has deep ties to both the U.S. and the U.K. So
it's crazy to think that like the Five Eyes Alliance like may be kind of on the way out though. Or that's what people are kind of talking about now, right?
Well,
like that's kind of what
people are talking about NATO being on the way out. I do wonder if NATO, which sounds insane, but like Trump seems to be oddly like hostile to the NATO alliance in a very extreme way.
More than that, like Europe, from their perspective, it really makes sense. Like from like Trump, like it's like okay, well, what Trump is eventually going to be gone. and like we are gonna switch parties eventually, probably, and like we might bring in some fool who like is like oh, let's make sure that like we firm up our alliance. But like when that guy goes to Europe, he's gonna be like, okay, well, how long until the next Trump comes in? So like from their point of view, it's like, why do we want to have anything to do with you? Kind of makes sense,
Yeah, and making it more a more kind of extractive partnership, or like forcing all the countries in Europe to like up their defense, percentage of GDP spending, like up to whatever it's supposed to be, like 4 or 6%, and which is putting more of a strain on their overall budget and all this shit. And just demanding that, like, basically, I think in a lot of cases, like, buy weapons from America. Like, you need to devote more of your budget to buying weapons from our defense companies, and then send them all to Ukraine. Like, it is such a fucking racket. But I do wonder if, like, NATO ever kind of broke up, would the Five Eyes thing go with it? Because there's, a slightly different axis of alliance. You're talking about English-speaking countries dispersed kind of all around the world, right? I mean, you have like the outpost of Europe, North America, and then you have Oceania and like the South Pacific, which is could be strategically relevant for like containing China or whatever. And so, and it does seem, I haven't followed too closely lately, kind of Australian politics and like to what extent, how good the relations are right now between Trump and like the government in Australia, if he's kind of like pushing them around and bullying them, or if they're kind of like simping for him. Wasn't there like a big kerfuffle around like a supposed submarine deal that Joe Biden was gonna do with Australia, and then I don't know, like France swooped in and like offered them a better deal, and they like bought French submarines instead? Or I remember there was some controversy a few years ago with that, where like somebody ended up being feeling hurt and snubbed. I can't remember if it was like Australia or if it was like France or the U.S. ended up getting like played, but they were like kind of pissed about it.
I don't remember. I didn't hear this story. This is one that I missed. It
was one of these like big package defense deals that was going to be like billions and billions of dollars, and like the defense companies were going to make a bonanza off of it. And it was supposed to like reaffirm our strategic partnership by selling them our world-class new submarine or whatever. And then there was kind of like, I don't know, a bidding war or a switch up at some point. And then people got pissed off. I really don't remember.
Was it the AUKUS, the submarine deal between the UK and the US?
Yes, it was AUKUS. Yeah, AUKUS deal. Yes, exactly. It's one of these probably like just like totally corrupt fucking big arms deals, government to government. But
AUKUS is widely seen as a response to the perception that among its members of the People's Republic of China poses a threat to the Indo-Pacific region.
Yeah.
The Chinese government said when the partnership was announced that it risked severely damaging regional peace and had a Cold War mentality. So, yeah. Pillar 1 focuses on Australia acquiring nuclear-powered attack submarines and the rotational basing of U.S. and U.K. nuclear-powered attack submarines in Australia. Pillar 2 entails the collaborative development of advanced capabilities in 6 technological areas: undersea capabilities, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence and autonomy, advanced cyber, hypersonic, and counter-hypersonic capabilities, and electronic warfare.
Whoa.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not threatening at all. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know in terms of like.
But in June, the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of War, it should say, right, launched a review to inform whether to modify or cancel the AUKUS agreement with Australia and the United Kingdom after a push by the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Elbridge Colby.
Oh yeah, Elbridge Colby. He's the grandson of William Colby.
Right, about that.
Interesting figure. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big like defense kind of intellectual guy within the Pentagon in Trump too, and I think he seems to be mostly focused, like very focused on like managing a kind of confrontation with China. I feel like I remember we brought him up before. Maybe he was one of the people that was kind of advocating right when Trump came back into office that maybe we should sort of disengage somewhat from the Middle East and like confronting Iran, because like we really need to focus on, it's almost like the Tucker position, of like, I'm sick of like trying to fuck with the Middle East, but like we need to focus on the big show of like, combating China. We need to have the big showdown with the other superpower, and then maybe some of the other like, the other like neocons and the more like, Israeli coded neocons really want to get the Iran thing done first, but Colby, but I mean, I feel like Colby's like riding along with whatever they're doing now, and it's not to say that he's like, oh, relatively a good guy. He is a CIA nepo baby, like literally, even though his father might have been murdered by this, or his grandfather might have been murdered by the CIA for like running his mouth too much about like the Franklin scandal because maybe he had a personal grudge against George Bush or something like that. It's still unclear, but
yeah.
But yeah. So I don't know, like and now Canada is also doing a thing where they're at least performatively. There's been a vibe shift in U.S. Canada relations because Trump's been so like insulting to them, and he keeps saying like 51st state, and yeah, obviously it's not going to go over very well. Mark Carney, a kind of arch globalist, central banker
it's
guy.
Funny because like this, like there was like this sort of like Trump light, like Canadian dude who was like set to win, but because like Trump was like, we're gonna annex you, that kind of like empowered Mark Carney to like surge to victory.
Mark Carney's almost trying to roll out this new kind of almost like non-aligned movement kind of vibe, except he's calling it the middle powers, kind of like the third way between like the small poor countries and like China, U.S., like superpowers.
Right, yeah.
Canada is like
sounds like Erdogan, like
kind of, yeah. I mean, that is, like it's kind of it's like vaguely BRICS coded a little bit, of like we want to be like a leading nation in like the middle power block that is kind of mediating. Between all these other countries, they like to kind of, they've joined us on some military expeditions.
Yeah, Polivier, that's who it was, or Polivier.
Oh, right, the weird like tealite, like French Canadian guy who was like eating an apple like during an interview, and every like teal account was like, he's so based, like he's kind of like a Javier Milei kind of sicko,
right?
But yeah, he lost, and
yeah.
I mean. Yeah, I think probably a definitive break or a real breakdown of relations between Canada and the U.S. is probably. It's hard for me to imagine that really happening. They are, very
there will be
integrated.
Relations, but they do seem to be getting like icier. I mean, I just don't see like if I'm like the Prime Minister of Canada, like how could I ever trust the U.S. for anything long term? Because like these states think in terms of like, decades. Like they have like organizations and things that like function, people come in and they like inherit the plan and they like pursue the plan, right? They're supposed to not like destroy it,
Yeah,
it's
you don't
kind
just
of
do
like,
whatever you want.
Yeah.
And
like basically he treated Canada like Iran, sort of, like it's kind of the same thing with why would Iran trust the United States? Like, yeah, there's nuclear deal, like negotiations were in place, someone who comes in and just destroys it, right? So it's the same thing where it's like, well, we can't trust that like interest in being friends with Canada is going to be like a stable principle of, or negotiating with Canada is going to be a stable principle of like governance in the U.S. at this point. So like, how could you,
Yeah. I think Canada's relationship with China like looms large in a lot of these like disputes as well. Where I think with the new Don Roe doctrine, Trump wants everybody in the Western Hemisphere to like get on board with like canceling China and like not doing any business with them, which is like, I think to put it mildly, like not in Canada's like direct interest, and like not something like, it just kind of doesn't make sense from their perspective. And they were a little like, remember when they arrested like the Huawei executive a few years ago? Like they were kind of doing stuff and like they were provoking China a little bit and like making some kind of moves about like, oh, you can't have Huawei in like, Canada, the US and blah, blah, blah. But they seem to have like, I don't know, they resolved that issue. They've kind of like cooled off a little bit. But now Trump is like leaning on them, just like he's leaning on Mexico and every other place in like Central and South America to like stop doing deals with China, like tell them to fuck off. And if you don't, we're going to make things hard for you. We're going to slap you with tariffs. We're going to,
Yeah. In fact, I think China just gave visas free travel to like all the Five Eyes countries except for the U.S., right?
Really?
Like,
oh,
I think
wow.
So.
Wow. Ooh, everyone got invited to come over.
Yeah.
And Canada likes to project a vibe of being almost like a Switzerland of like North America, of like the Americas, of like we just love peace, and like we just want to be there to be, just like not cause problems. Though they I think they went along with the U.S. in Afghanistan and have collabed. I think the kind of Libya, Syria kind of, I think they also collabed on that as well. That's a kind of interesting thing. I mean, you could kind of look at parallels of that Libyan national that had worked for British intelligence in Libya that eventually blew up the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester. Remember, like he had contacts with MI6 and like had gone back and forth to Libya to like fight to overthrow Gaddafi, and then like came back, and then I forget if he went to Syria also, but like definitely was somebody who was like on a list and like kind of being kept track of as like an asset. I think that you have to think about the whatever these ISIS pipelines were that got people from Western Europe and America and Canada, whatever, to go and join ISIS in Syria. Like, I'm not really surprised at all that there are like spooks like running that pipeline.
Oh yeah,
right?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, it was controversial because like these girls, like I think he's talking about Shamima Begum. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
maybe.
I think that was the one who, because like I think that was like the whole thing, because like she, was basically, her citizenship was revoked. It was her. That's who he's talking about. Like her citizenship was revoked, but then like they didn't want to like restore it because like she had gone to join ISIS, but like really she kind of had been like, it was Canadian intelligence that basically had brought her over there to begin with. Like she wouldn't have been, in this situation where, in 2022. Investigative journalist Josh Baker retraced her route through Turkey and uncovered a vast ISIS people smuggling network that's facilitated Begum's travel to Syria. He also received hundreds of pages of secret files on the smuggler that revealed the man at the heart of the network, Mohammed Rashid, was conducting an intelligence operation. A serving senior intelligence officer confirmed to Baker that Rashid was a Canadian asset. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, "Obviously, we know we live in a particularly dangerous world. The fight against terrorism requires our intelligence services to continue to be flexible and to be creative in their approaches. But every step of the way, they are bound by strict rules, by principles and values that Canadians hold dear, and we expect that those rights to be followed. I know there are questions about certain incidents and operations of the past, and we will ensure to follow up on those." Published separately in August 2022. Richard Kerbaj's book, The Secret History of the Five Eyes, claimed that Mohammed Rashid, who helped her travel to Syria, was passing information to Canadian intelligence, which was known to the Metropolitan Police. This link was not acknowledged by British or Canadian authorities. Canadian intelligence was using Rashid for information on the Islamic State while allowing him to help people to travel to Syria to work for them. Kerbaj said that he had interviewed many Canadian intelligence officers who confirmed the timeline of events. So this girl basically was, stripped of her citizenship by Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary, right? And then there was this like whole thing, but like, there wouldn't have been grounds to remove her citizenship if her travel to Syria hadn't been facilitated by Canadian intelligence, like, which was, in correspondence with British intelligence and with the Metropolitan Police.
Of course. As we've discussed many times before, I think the ISIS phenomenon, this was like a constructed and monitored and sort of managed conflict of, especially concerning like foreign fighters going into Syria. Like, I think the intelligence services knew like absolutely everybody, not just the ISIS, but also the YPG, the Kurds, and any of the other factions that were fighting at that time.
Yeah.
But I think mostly in terms of foreign volunteers making very flashy, cutting-edge PR videos and putting them on social media all the time. I'd say the YPG and ISIS like probably got the bulk of foreign volunteers to go to them, and it was probably completely infested with Western intelligence agents. Like I think there's all kinds of evidence of that. People have talked about being grilled by the CIA as soon as
like
they arrive.
The handler who like helps you get to the based YPG so you can do your part for democratic confederalism. Made up thing.
The people who human traffic you into the war zone are often like, probably people with intelligence connections, and like they're keeping a list, they're checking it twice, and like maybe they're not doing anything about it. But in the case of ISIS people, especially from the UK, got unlucky because it's a designated terrorist organization, and I don't know if they passed like a special law or something, but like people I think for the most part they have like locked up and like stripped of citizenship like British nationals that went to fight for ISIS. And then I think even for the UK, that applies to the YPG as well, because the PKK is a designated terrorist organization, and like they actually like take that more seriously, I guess. But the US made some kind of weird exemption where they just kind of look, even though they've also designated
they made
the PKK.
up a new organization called the SDF,
right?
Which like is not technically the PKK, even though it 100% is.
So
yeah,
even
like,
though objectively all those people did go fight for a U.S. designated terrorist organization and could be prosecuted as such, they made a little carve out to let them come back and face no consequences. Whereas if you fought for ISIS, you're probably going to get scooped up one way or another, and get like your life ruined over it. But yeah, I think they were kind of managing both of those sides, and like getting them to fight each other, and then and using that to further
I think
destabilize.
That at one point,
Syria.
you're right. I think at one point, in a way, like the existence of ISIS was like helpful up to a point. I mean, I think that like ISIS kind of like escalated, and then it became like a casus belli. Like, oh well, we can go in because the real red line is how like barbaric ISIS is. Like with where, I think a lot of like these. I mean, obviously, like, ISIS was like an awful like group and committed like tons of atrocities, but there was like this kind of a weird sort of a Manichaean treatment where like there was like a total dehumanization of the people who would really like people like Shamima Begum, like not to let her off the hook entirely, like obviously she had some like bad ideas like in her head that made her want like, and she was like I think on the other hand she was misled, right? Like I think that a lot of people had like naive ideas about ISIS, and a lot of which were like kind of like it went in line with like kind of the ideas that were for a long time encouraged in the West about like fighting like a tyrant,
to
right?
overthrow a dictator,
Sunni Muslims,
yeah,
right? Like, and
right.
which like is not like totally false, but obviously it doesn't like justify being a member of ISIS or committing these atrocities, right? But like,
you could make a pitch that this is like the right thing to do or something.
Exactly, yeah, and like this was something that like people saw like how the and this is like a horrible like war situation where everything just becomes like but it, like. At first, like I think for people, who were first kind of learning about it, for like young, impressionable, like Muslims, like their idea of it was kind of like, oh, they're trying to realize like an Islamic state, like they're trying to like, live the virtues like of our religion and like, live the way that like the Quran tells us to live. And like, obviously like, none of like the good things about the Quran were like applied at all, and like everything that they did was like like was abominable, right? And like of course was like, as I hope people know, like roundly condemned by like the Muslims of the world, and including scholars and experts on Islamic jurisprudence and how like any kind of Muslim government should behave, right? But my point is that like for some reason, like the YPG got the same treatment. Even
I was going to say, you could draw a lot of parallels
by the YPG as well. Yeah, exactly.
And just like their status is like an imperial puppet, which disqualifies them from actually being an authentic like Marxist revolutionary movement that could like lead to positive change and like is worth fighting for. Like it should be disqualified right there that they're completely supported by U.S. Special Forces death squads from Fort Bragg, and U.S. drones and airstrikes and shit. Like, but it was spun in a way. And also note that, I always thought it was interesting that the majority, despite what some of the hysterical coverage of it, the majority, I feel like, of the ISIS recruits from Western Europe and Canada and the U.S. were not people that were born abroad in, say, Arab countries or things like that. They often were of that background, but like I found like overwhelmingly they were either first or second generation like British nationals who grew up and like spoke English and stuff. So I always thought that was interesting that it was like they were like kind of the most either the targeted audience or the most successfully targeted audience to actually get up and go there, because maybe they are a little more Westerners, but it tells you that
there's a lot of like there's a
like
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
just that like they had a good English speaking like PR team to like recruit people, which is like these are a bunch of guys who are like from Iraq and Saudi Arabia and stuff. Like it's not impossible that they
Yeah.
have like really good, and their media was they always had Jihadi John and these other guys who spoke English really well, and like the style. I always said the style of it was like
Yeah.
disturbingly impressive. Like it was a big step up from like the Al Qaeda like VHS tapes or whatever. It's like, and it turned out they had an American from like Boston or something like that, or maybe he grew up in Texas, or I think he was like Abu Muhammad al Amriki, who went and joined ISIS, but had gone to film school or something for a little while, and then became like the creative director of all those flashy propaganda videos like Flames of War
it's not
and stuff.
like I'm not discounting what you're saying about like the kind of, the fact that maybe there was like Western intelligence involvement in like, arranging people's movement into these groups, and that like shapes the kind of character of the groups themselves in terms of like their knowledge of English or their sort of origins in the diaspora, or, among converts or things like that. And I think, there's other factors. You see people like, Uyghurs. I think obviously, people have made a hay out of their presence in Syria, and obviously Turkey is a big pipeline into, those groups as well. But
that's true.
I think another factor, is simply that, like, I think the diaspora is like, because of its disconnection, is like a little bit more like susceptible to that kind of idea, like that notion of Islam in a way,
right.
Like converts, might have a more intellectual relationship with Islam, and or like thinking like, oh, thinking about it in terms of like a political ideal and stuff like that, right? So I think that's partially is another reason why you see that character of ISIS,
right?
That you have like people who like they don't have like a connection with like the practicalities of like governance in like an Islamic way, or in in that part of the world or anything like that, right? It's just kind of based on the sort of salafized conceptions that they have, like kind of coming in, almost encountering it as sort of this ether of the sort of the West, right?
Yeah.
I think,
there's with the YPG, you could almost you could draw some interesting parallels. It works a little different, but like with sort of like Marxist theory and targeting a population, because I like similarly with the YPG cohorts, that like where there's several hundred people that went over there. But I think if you break down by kind of like ethnic background, things like that, like the vast majority are like not ethnic Kurds. They're like largely white people that went over there, and white people that had well, it's a mix of like fried like Iraq war veterans that wanted like a second chance of revenge.
Is that the majority, or were the majority like Kurdish diaspora? Is that true that the majority were non-Kurdish?
Of the quote unquote foreign fighters? No, I mean like the overall majority was Kurdish, but like of the foreign fighter contingent especially. I mean I think there were some like ethnic Kurds like in Germany or whatever that traveled to go like fight with the YPG, but like a huge number of them like were like white people from like Western countries that had they were either veterans who had a kind of personal investment in like the Iraq Mesopotamian conflict against like ISIS, right? Because they had fought in Iraq or something. There were some kind of like weird mercenary biker sicko types that just were like war tourists or whatever.
Right.
But then there were a bunch, like especially after they rebranded under like I think ordered by the US military to like rebrand to be more heckin' leftist. In like 2015, because they were getting a lot of psycho like veterans and bikers and shit that were like not the most reliable recruits, and so they advised them, because it would be good for global PR, to like lean into like you're feminist and you're Democratic Confederalist, and so then you get all these like white people that like watch like Chomsky talk about Syria on like Democracy Now, and like read like David Graeber, that get hooked and think that they're led to believe, I'm sure they're led to believe by the Lions or Rojava Facebook mods or whoever was recruiting them, that this is like the real deal Marxist shit. This is what real socialism is being fought for and built right now in Rojava. You got to get over there. It's the real thing. And, you could almost say, maybe people with a more ideologically correct perspective on like Marxist Leninist theory and anti-imperialism would be able to detect that this is like a sus psyop.
Yeah.
And that actually they're like weird bookchinites that like renounced like Marxism Leninism in the fucking 90s and like the
also,
you
like,
know,
I think
et cetera, et cetera.
ideology is just like not like real in any way. I think it's just like like
it's a
kind
chimera.
Of, like, yeah,
it is a chimera.
It's just branding. It's
it's
branding.
like a shape-shifting,
like
it's floating signifiers of like various left stuff that would be appealing to like idealistic young millennials who like want to, I don't know, go over there and like fight so
and
they
like
can be
in terms
PR
of how they
props.
actually governed, it was just kind of like Kurdish supremacists. I mean, I was
like
kind of shocked,
military
like
control,
like in like in areas that like are not even like majority Kurdish, like they have like we have a right to like what but yeah, like I mean, but I was honestly like shocked like to see that like they actually had like women like fighting as infantry against like HTS like in the sort of these recent conflicts, which I thought like they should have just made a deal, but like I don't know why they had to dig their heels in because they're like under attack. Like I think like they were offered like a pretty like reasonable deal. I don't know, but like I think that it's just
using are you saying using female child soldiers is problematic?
Well, child soldiers, and using women at all, even no matter what age they are, but also I do find like I think like Israel uses like they use those women for propaganda. Obviously, Israel does the same thing, but I don't think that you'll even see Israel like put those women like on the front lines. It's kind of to put those put those women against HTS is insane, and like not you should. Like if you're at that point, then you should make a deal. And I think the deal they were offered like was fine. I understand like it's embarrassing or whatever, or but I don't think that like
no, exactly. And I mean, I think I was reading some file the other day that there were discussions. I think I forget if it was like between Israel and the U.S. or it was just the U.S., but talking about, as far back as like 2007 of using like the idea of Rojava to break up Syria, like years before the Arab Spring like actually popped off. And we've covered, I think, in our Mormon Mafia episode about like all kinds of like Graham Fuller using a Mormon polygamist, like incestuous pedo cult who are Nazis to like run guns to the YPG. Like in a new Iran-Contra kind of situation, and that Israel, has been quietly supportive of them for a long time. Not just the Iraqi Kurds, but on the Syrian side as well. And I think we have to really keep an eye on in the next like few weeks, in the next month or two, is the branches of the PKK that are operative in Western Iran, right?
Yeah.
Because guess what? The heckin' socialists in that group want to overthrow the Islamic Republic government, which puts them on the side of guess who? The U.S. empire. And guess what? All the branches of the PKK are pretty much, unless there's been some split recently that I haven't heard about, they kind of like they pretend to be different national organizations, but they are kind of all part of like the same thing. Like they have a kind of like united ambition, right? To carve out like part of Syria, part of Iraq, maybe part of Turkey if they can, and like maybe part of Western Iran, that has a larger Kurdish population, and that maybe are willing to accept U.S. and Israeli help to accomplish this goal. So, what side does that put them on?
They'll probably find themselves like in a like it's. If like the current Iranian government is opposed, and anything like the tendency that you kind of see like taking shape like and sort of the sort of what seems to be sort of the driving tendency like within like the sort of Iranian diaspora, like and they're like the people who they have like close to the decision makers in the U.S. government, like. I mean, if I were like a Kurd, even though like I'm sure that they would want to contribute, because obviously like the Islamic Republic like has problems in its treatment of minorities and such like and things like that, true. But I think that like the sort of the kind of recidivist tendency in like what you kind of see in terms of what the alternative would be. I would give me pause if I were of any like non-Persian speaking minority in, or any non-ethnic Persian minority in Iran.
Right,
I would
like
be
whatever's going
I
to
would be
replace
equally
it.
concerned about what would, because I mean, again, I don't really know like what it would be. It might just be like kind of the Revolutionary Guard might just like have like a military dictatorship or something that is like not Islamic and like is willing to give the U.S. and Israel whatever it wants or something, and who knows. But there's definitely seems to be this kind of, I mean, we were reading this before in our episode about gifted kids, right, where that guy Brumand was talking about, Araj Brumand was talking about how like there is this perception that like we were conquered by Arabs and that like the Islam took over like 47 years ago instead of like being something that is like core to the history of Iran, and like that like Persians and Iran are core to the history of Islam, in fact. Like
for almost like 1500
that perception
years,
seems
right?
to have been like that is not totally doesn't seem to be fully understood. That rote is not percepted by a lot of these people who are kind of seem to be in the ears of the decision makers around this. And it's like this idea that we were colonized by Arabs and like these non-Persians, like that's all this problems. There's not anything to do with us. It's all these non-Persians. So to me, like it seems to be in what seems to be replacing this kind of like admittedly, like I'm not saying that like the history of this state has been created or roses or like has all been roses and all been rosy in any way by any means. But their kind of ideology of like sort of Shia pan-Islamism, where they kind of have solidarity with Palestine, solidarity with Yemen. They're interested in kind of a broader regional program that seems to be like by the opposition tendencies. Most of them, that seems to be like deeply despised, and obviously that's not amenable to the U.S. as well. So.
Right, and as well as their solidarity
seems to be like it would be some kind of like Persian ethno-nationalism about how we've always been friends with Jews since Cyrus the Great, and I don't know how awesome that's going to be for Azeris or Kurds, honestly. And it might be a similar situation that you see with the PKK, where they're like, wah, 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 like, why are we getting owned? It's like, well, because you don't exist without U.S. air support, and now you don't have it, and so now you're just sending children to die, so stop. And like you also don't have a right to rule any place that is like 90% Arab either,
right? Like all these countries
or to own serious oil,
they're not the majority of the population in the country, so to say that they should like take it over because they're the most like advanced hecking feminist eco-feminist like democratic people like or something, like it just doesn't hold up. And so we'll see. I know that it seemed like they tried to stir up trouble in kind of ethnic on regions like at the beginning of January, and try to start some kind of popular uprising that with a lot of sabotage, and armed gangs kind of popping up, but that doesn't seem to have worked, right? They seem to have like brought that under control pretty quickly, but now like the biggest military buildup since the...
You mean the recent Iranian protests?
Yeah, the ones that were like about a month, 2 months ago or so.
Right,
But now we have the biggest military buildup since I think the Iraq War in surrounding Iran right now, and Trump is giving like an ultimatum of, I don't know, it was like 10 days, but then he like he might have shortened it today. I saw a random headline when we started, and they're saying as soon as this weekend, which it is Friday. And, Ramadan just started. It's kind of dark, but, I think they think like, oh, that'd be a good time to strike. And, like we could be on the precipice of something very, very dangerous. And so, and anybody trying to overthrow Iran right now for any reason, like is objectively they're a Zionist, basically. Like you're a U.S. imperialist Zionist, like to be, whether it's for Kurdish hacking socialist liberation or whatever the fuck the MEK believes in these days, or restoring a beautiful liberal Shah or Zoroastrian revival or whatever. Like it's gonna be bad, you know, and
Yeah.
and the U.S. empire is I don't know. There's blood in the water right now, and then you know after Maduro, and all this other
Yeah.
shit.
It's a different
dangerous time.
situation from, I mean, they want to frame it this way, but it's a very different situation from Syria where you had like minority rule and like
That's
it's
true.
like fundamentally like a different situation where I can't imagine like, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like I'm not like saying that, like I understand that like why like people have a grievance with the Islamic Republic in many ways, but at the same time, like obviously, like I totally understand why people are suspicious of like a US and Israel led regime change war. And on the other hand, like you know, just in general, like what is going to replace like what the opposition like with, you know, among like the people who are like we will uh you know, bring a new government to Iran, what they present does not is seem promising as something that is would be superior, you know.
Absolutely not.
Like they
Absolutely
might.
not.
It's similar to the YPG, where it's like they claim to want secular democracy, but a lot they also seem incredibly bloodthirsty and like obsessed with retribution. And I just yeah, like I don't know.
Well, and
Like
they're
I
going
mean,
to
we've
bow
seen
down.
in
Whoever they
Syria,
are,
like it
they're going to
hasn't
bow
been like
down to the
even
U.S.
though in
and to
Syria,
Israel.
like, you know, it was, yeah, like again, like a sort of different situation where like it truly was like what they want to portray it as, where it was a minority rule. Like there, Syria, like that has not been great either. Like we've seen, I mean, obviously the war itself was horrible. And then we saw like after in the aftermath, like there was definitely like tons of violence. So, I mean, just imagine like what could be in store for Iran. The idea that these people think like, that there's going to be some kind of like easy way to get rid of Khamenei and then like you know the mullahs and then just like usher in like everyone's just going to bow down to Pahlavi or something like that's insane. Like it's going to be like like it's going to be like the Syrian civil war times. I don't know. I mean, inshallah, I'm wrong, but I feel like it
Or
will just be
maybe
chaos.
there does seem to be
Um,
more of a dynamic of when Iran is attacked by either the U.S. or Israel. It does have like a galvanizing effect on the population, and at least the majority of the population would, you know, unite and fight in that type of conflict. Which is and you couldn't quite say the same thing about Syria, right? You know, or even Iraq, where there were like a couple different really big, you know, Sunni, Shia, Kurd, like kind of three big groups, like in Iran. But then, you know, then that's like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna like start a war, like a land war, like invade Iran, like and fight everybody, like that, and pacify them somehow? I don't see that going very easily without like severe consequences to like the global economy, and Israel is going to be majorly exposed. You know, if they truly launch like their entire sustained arsenal of missiles at Israel, at a certain point, they're going to run out of Iron Dome, and like they're going to get messed up. You know, so I mean, people are even
good.
talking.
Like,
What's that?
Yeah, good.
I mean,
Yeah,
no,
but
people are talking now, though. I've seen like commentators talk about like, I'm really actually like worried that Israel is going to like strategically nuke Iran like imminently. You know, somebody in the chat says, let's see, they edit us. Starline says, post nuke, Soleimani's daughter will replace the supreme leader system in a wartime government run by IRGC, Joan of Arc figure backed by her father's men who are still alive. Screen cap this.
okay. Yeah. Oh, is
I
the
did.
idea
I
that
did
that will
screen cap
be is the idea that that will be the replacement for the Islamic Republic, kind of like, you know, with a different sort of cast on it, or would that be like the continuation of the Islamic Republic because
I think it
after
would be
the
a
new
cog, a kind of,
Khamenei will be dead,
or like the supreme leader system might be like retired, but like it still will be like the Islamic Republic of Iran kind of thing. Like, and Soleimani's daughter will be the Joan of Arc who leads it.
I guess I could
Yeah.
see that she could be like a Fatima type figure more so than maybe Joan of Arc isn't the right metaphor. Maybe she's more
Right.
like Fatima Zahra, like that. I mean, I could see that. Like, what is does she have like aura? What does Soleimani's daughter look
I
like?
actually don't know. I'm not too familiar with her.
I'm looking her up.
Yeah.
Zainab. Oh, what a name, Zainab Soleimani.
Okay.
The youngest daughter. Oh no, he has an older one. So maybe you're talking about an older one. Relatives. Does she have an older sister or I can't find any sites for his other relatives. Is that who you have in mind, Zainab Soleimani? There is a Fatima Soleimani.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Narges Soleimani, Narcissus. That's an interesting name.
Yeah. Starline also says in the chat that ask us, have we responded to the probably fake 4chan post by a CIA insider saying Israel will use nukes to get rid of their missile cities underground and their leadership? I mean, that's, I might have seen like a kind of like, CIA anon type post of like, screenshot this, like they're about to do it. Which I feel like I'm trying to remember if we've seen in previous, like the 12-day war or whatever, if anybody was like posting on 4chan being like, they're going to use nukes, and then it didn't happen. But I'm seeing like more, not just 4chan, whatever, anons posting that, but like, people with like geopolitics blogs kind of saying like, I'm very freaked out. Like the kind of vibe is that maybe they think they might be able to get away with it. Like just tactically nuking like the leadership and all of the underground facilities, and then being like, yep, we did that, and then America co-signs it, and like even that's like letting Israel use nuclear weapons offensively is I know that the rules-based international order is like kind of fake, and like now it's kind of like dead because the U.S. doesn't.
But if anyone was going to allow it, it would be this administration,
right?
Right, like they would definitely. Like I could just imagine Pete Hegseth like being so excited about that,
like,
and talking about it afterwards.
None of these people seem to have the gravitas that, like, I don't know, like for all their sicko attributes and whatever, the like the Cold War era presidents like seem to have like, a sense of real anxiety and dread about like the responsibility of like launching a nuclear weapon that would maybe end the entire world and kill everybody. Like a kind of wrestling with the, they're haunted by it like a little bit, especially certain, maybe like, I don't know. Well, Truman's the one who dropped it, but still, he was probably, Eisenhower, Kennedy, like a lot of these people, even Ronnie Reagan was a little haunted by it. But none of these people have that like that sense of like, oh, we could destroy the whole world. Like we could be responsible for killing millions. We could set up a chain of events that kills like millions and millions of people. Like
I think because like it kind of is like the same phenomenon we talked about before, where there was like one little, like there was like an exaggeration, right, with the nuclear winter thing, like some doubt has been cast on the reality of that. So like, or the necessity, the sort of inevitability of that. So therefore, like nuclear war might not be a contained nuclear exchange. Might not be so dangerous. Like, I mean, we have definitely been seeing things heated up if we put it in perspective. If we think back to like when, these questions are coming from 2022, right?
Right.
Like they, we've definitely seen like we saw Russia like invade Ukraine. Mm-hmm. It definitely seemed like we were getting closer to a world where like a nuclear exchange could be. We saw the U.S. like abduct the president of Venezuela.
Yeah,
we've seen Israel like
assassinate
deeper into the Golan Heights, right?
Genocide, like probably hundreds of thousands
before
of people.
the eyes of the world, and like the U.S. just like vetoed every condemnation of it in the United Nations.
When you put it that way, things certainly have heated up and gotten the scale of mayhem and death and destruction and war and everything. Yeah, like since 2022, and it feels like vaguely all connected, right? Like there are kind of still, there is this block of like nations with some power, China, Russia, Iran, and like some of their like fellow travelers, and then there's like the United States and Europe and Canada and the Five Eyes countries, and probably like South Korea, Japan, whatever, and that side has been pushing and pushing and pushing, and then Russia decided to push back in 2022, and now Israel decided to push even further in their own neighborhood, and like they want to get this over with and like destroy Iran while there's this opening where like Netanyahu's in control. Trump is like Trump and his goons are like in the White House. Like it might never get this good again, and they have this like illegal arsenal of nukes that they've had for decades, and like it's dark to think that like the military planners would be and the political leaders would be kind of talking like this. Like,
yeah, and of course Assad is gone, who is like Iran's big ally, and like Jelani is not, favorable towards Iran. So that's like a it is a corridor, right? And
right.
even if they
Abraham
did want to do
Accords.
anything about it, they could, they couldn't, because all their arsenal was destroyed by Israel immediately after the fall of the Ba'athist government. So
Right. That's one threat from the north they don't have to worry about. And Hezbollah has been they've been degraded. They're still there, but
they're
their
deeply,
leadership
they're
was
very much degraded. Yeah,
totally assassinated.
they
And Iraq it's unclear even where Iraq if they're even
Iraq
functional
is kind
enough
of having issues too. Yeah, for sure.
Right,
And
like they still
the PKK is an issue there as well. For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And then all the Gulf states, we know kind of where they stand with all low key with all this. It's really just the Houthis are kind of which is still not nothing, because if they shut down the Persian Gulf and the Hormuz Strait and everything, they could that the whole world would feel that, right? If the oil shock and all this shit. But yeah, no, very given how bold Israel has been with U.S. backing so far, in some of their operations and their genocide, when you already committed a genocide, what's a tactical nuke? It'll kill less people. It's not even as bad. You could see them thinking that, well, yeah, we killed all these people in Gaza. Who cares? And
that's basically how Hiroshima and Nagasaki were framed. A land invasion of Japan would have been more costly.
They're
right?
saving lives by dropping
It's
nukes.
not like the other nukes were provoked. Yeah, exactly. They were framed as saving lives. They weren't provoked. So it's totally possible.
Yeah.
Inshallah, it does not happen. Yeah, I mean, I
for
agree with people
sure.
saying in the chat, pray against false flags, and also pray against this escalation in Iran, because it will, I think, unleash absolute hell.
Right.
I can't imagine any alternative. Again, I pray that it's otherwise. Whatever people decide to do, I pray for, that people don't suffer.
It's really become so clear now that every government, no matter if they're an Islamic republic, they're a Marxist-Leninist state like Cuba, they're a hybrid democratic socialist country like Venezuela, whatever, go down the list. If you're not down with being dominated by the United States, you're on a list, and they're gonna come for you sooner or later, right? Unless you completely submit to them. So, I mean, I hope that's really, I'm sure that's kind of been impressed upon the leaders of all these other countries right now, that the U.S. is putting out a hit list for anybody that's just not on the pro-U.S. capitalism imperial bandwagon and is willing to kiss our ring and be a vassal, the semi-vassal state of the United States, is going to get their sovereignty will not be respected, and they will through various means be destroyed if they don't submit. So yeah.
I mean, as Trump said, I think his own morality is the only check on his power. So
very comforting.
Yeah. Sounding a Zoroastrian monarch himself, but
but yeah. Maybe we should we move on to the next one? It's kind of actually a little related to nuclear apocalypse and all these other things. I guess I'll read this. Okay, so a person I forgot to write down, but they write, new here, not sure where to post a show suggestion. Would be interested to hear SJ cover the report from Iron Mountain. And yeah, for those, I hadn't really heard of this before. It's kind of interesting. It's an anti-war satire from 1967 that's supposed to be a leaked government report authored by a special study group tasked by the Kennedy administration with planning the transition from a wartime economy and assessing the potential social impacts of a condition of general world peace. It details the group's analyses, which concludes that world peace would cause the United States to collapse. War or some alternative external threat is necessary for social stability, the study group finds, and recommends the establishment of a permanent war peace research agency to improve the effectiveness of war's major stabilizing functions and to plan substitutes for war should, quote, a viable general peace emerge. This is a New York Times bestseller. Wow.
Yeah, I remember they had didn't they have Bluebeam in this? I think is one of the options, like, or one of the plans that they were proposing.
Yeah, let me
kind of like a Bluebeam type thing. Let me open it.
let me see if it's in the summary here. Or if wow, it's actually a really interesting list of actually like the authors of this. It kind of gives me like a little bit of pause. It's interesting. I guess a bunch of people like contributed to it, but a lot of names we've like heard before. I guess Victor Navaski was the first one. He was the editor of The Nation from like the 70s through the 90s. And then Leonard Lewin wrote the book with help from economist John Kenneth Galbraith and 3 Monocle editors, Marvin Kittman, Richard Lingemann, and Victor Navaski. E.L. Doctorow, who was then editor-in-chief at the Dial Press, agreed to publish the book as nonfiction. To lend credibility to the hoax, Galbraith wrote a review under the pseudonym Herschel McLandris, former professor of psychiatric measurement at the Harvard Medical School and now chief consultant to the Noonan Psychiatric Clinic in Boston, which is, I guess, a title from his 1964 satire, The McLandris Dimension. So John Kenneth Galbraith was like the shadow author of this satire. Very interesting. Like he's kind of a weird, he's like a kind of a liminal sus guy because he was like this liberal economist and diplomat that was like posted in like India, I think by under JFK. You know, he was a real like Cold War liberal, and you know, wrote a lot of like influential, like kind of like pop economics like books about stuff. But I guess also Mitch Horowitz at one point reissued the report from Iron Mountain, I think in the 90s. Isn't Mitch Horowitz? Yeah, Mitch Horowitz is like, he's sus, right? Like he's the guy who writes about occult stuff.
His name, right. I don't know like how sus he is or isn't, but definitely he has like a deep like interest in the occult, and has published a lot in that area.
I feel like he has drifted more. He's like drifted more into being a sus lord, like as he's gotten older. Yeah, he wrote Occult America: The Secret History of How Mysticism Shaped Our Nation, and is
2012. He published 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl by Daniel Pinchbeck.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was part of the 2012 hype.
Catching the Big Fish, Meditation, Consciousness, and Creativity by director David Lynch.
Oh, TM alert.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, yeah, now that I'm looking through his whole kind of like Wikipedia page, like he kind of hitting
the work of writer Mike Solana, who later became vice president at Peter Thiel's Founders Fund. How about that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
While at Tarcher, which was Tarcher Perigee, an imprint of Penguin Random House focused on spirituality and metaphysics, he oversaw the work of writer-editor Mike Solana, who later became a vice president at Peter Thiel's Founders Fund.
Oh, Mike Solana. I forget if I've like... Yeah. Well, okay, so he's got maybe a little bit of a...
And what was his involvement with the report on Iron Mountain?
He reissued. It fell out of print, I think, in like 1980, and then he republished it. Whenever I think maybe he was working for that like imprint of Penguin or Random House or whatever. Yeah, he's he currently hosts the UFO themed Discovery HBO Max series Alien Encounters: Fact or Fiction. Joined Elijah Wood's podcast network where he hosts a historical podcast, Extraordinary Evidence: ESP is Real, which explores ESP research. Did he have a feud with the Skeptico guy? Someone in the chat says. I wonder what the substance of that was. I mean, that guy tried to start a feud with us. If you recall, I remember he came out the gate pretty, wanting to. He was a little oppositional. Yeah. So, but yeah, he was. He says he calls himself a believing historian and has participated in many of the spiritual movements he writes on, such as Theosophy, New Thought, Transcendental Meditation, and the Gurdjieff work. Okay, how about this? In the early 90s, he served as youth section treasurer of the Democratic Socialists of America and was on the editorial committee of its magazine, Democratic Left, an experience he described as building an organization in its darkest days in hopes of future utility. No, he laid the groundwork for the new DSA. Maybe. Actually, I think he's kind of more like right wing. Like he's kind of fried and like is kind of like a new age fascist adjacent. I guess he cited Charles Lindbergh in spiritualism, Mahatma Gandhi in theosophy, Theodore Dreiser in paranormalism, Upton Sinclair in telepathy. He also noted Rosicrucianism and the Shakers have contributed to America's history of religious experimentation. He thinks that the Bavarian Illuminati were radical Jeffersonians. Interesting. Yeah, he loves New Thought and has also written a lot about New Age stuff. Like he's written for a lot of big, publications over the years. And yeah, has of course like he's lectured at Philosophical Research Society, Theosophical Society in America, and numerous Freemasonic lodges. Let's see.
I mean, he did bring up an interesting point where he asked, like, why has the report from Iron Mountain, which is supposedly left-wing satire, been such an inspiration to the right wing? Were the two sides getting similar messages from it? Did it quote, this is a quote of Mitch Horowitz, I guess, expose a sort of cognitive netherworld or a fault line of paranoia that the two sides had in common? I think that is interesting, like, because, I think that like satire and fantasy and like science fiction, obviously these are like big fixations of, I mean, we talked before about like Palantir and all these things, right? And like how important like something like Tolkien has become in the kind of imagination of the, political right in the US and more broadly in the West. And like, also, like you kind of see, I mean, this is the same thing with like meme magic and like stuff like that, like where you kind of, or even like the sort of dirtbag irony in a way where you say it as a joke, but like, you actually mean it in some way, but you're able to kind of, use irony as a cloak for what your actual beliefs are.
Like LOL. I publish an ironic fake like cog plan that is about enslaving us all. Like LOL.
Well, yeah, I mean, satire has like a similar function in a way, and it also has like a similar ambiguity where even like if you do intend it to be in some way satirical, like it actually can. I mean, the best satire does like feel has that sophistication and feels very like relevant to the political issues of whatever context it's addressing, right? So I think like the best satire by virtue of that can often be taken seriously, right? Like I think really if you want to write a truly like cutting satire, it should be something that like it's almost hard to identify as such, right? So therein lies the potential for it to be taken as and I think you can kind of see definitely some of the ideas in here have been taken seriously. I mean, here's the blue beam part. Talking about the problem of creating a substitute for war. This is where the space race proposals, in many ways so well suited as economic substitutes for war, fall short. The most ambitious and unrealistic space project cannot of itself generate a believable external menace. It has been hotly argued that such a menace would offer, quote, the last best hope of peace, etc., by uniting mankind against the danger of destruction by, quote unquote, creatures from other planets or from outer space. Experiments have been proposed to test the credibility of an out-of-our-world invasion threat. It is possible that a few of the more difficult to explain, quote unquote, flying saucer incidents of recent years were in fact early experiments of this kind. If so, they could hardly have been judged encouraging. We anticipate no difficulties in making a quote-unquote need for a giant super space program credible for economic purposes, even where there are not ample precedent. Extending it for political purposes to include features unfortunately associated with science fiction would obviously be a more dubious undertaking. Nevertheless, an effective political substitute for war would require quote-unquote alternate enemies, some of which might seem equally far-fetched in the context of the current war system. It may be, for instance, that gross pollution of the environment could eventually replace the possibility of mass destruction by nuclear weapons as the principal apparent threat to the survival of the species. Poisoning of the air and of the principal sources of food and water supply is already well advanced, and at first glance would seem promising in this respect. It constitutes a threat that can be dealt with only through social organization and political power. But from present indications, it will be a generation to a generation and a half before environmental pollution, however severe, will be sufficiently menacing on a global scale to offer a possible basis for a solution. It is true that the rate of pollution could be increased selectively for this purpose. In fact, the mere modifying of existing programs for the deterrence of pollution could speed up the process enough to make the threat credible much sooner. but the pollution problem has been so widely publicized in recent years that it seems highly improbable that a program of deliberate environmental poisoning could be implemented in a politically acceptable manner. However unlikely some of the possible alternate enemies we have mentioned may seem, we must emphasize that one must be found of credible quality and magnitude if a transition to peace is ever to come about without social disintegration. It is more probable, in our judgment, that such a threat will have to be invented rather than develop from unknown conditions. For this reason, we believe further speculation about its putative nature is ill-advised in this context, since there is considerable doubt in our minds that any viable political surrogate can be devised. We are reluctant to compromise by premature discussion any possible option that may eventually lie open to our government. So yeah, they go on to
Virgin
discuss,
Mary hologram appearing over Havana. They don't want to spoil it, you know. So.
Right. Yeah, they talk about like sociological things, like an alternative to the Peace Corps. Another possible surrogate for the control of potential enemies of society is the reintroduction in some form consistent with modern technology and political processes of slavery. Up to now, this has been suggested only in fiction, notably in the works of Wells, Huxley, Orwell, and others engaged in the imaginative anticipation. This is exactly what we're talking about, right? How these things we see this kind of blurring from science fiction to satire and then into the real world, right? The traditional association of slavery with ancient pre-industrial cultures should not blind us to its adaptability to advanced forms of social organization, nor should its equally traditional incompatibility with Western moral and economic values. I don't know about that. But yeah, games theorists have suggested the development of blood games for the defective control of individual aggressive impulses. So it's really, yeah, I mean, obviously you can see how it's prescient in a way, but also just kind of picking up on trends that were already pretty apparent at the time of its writing.
Yeah. It is kind of a creepy thing that their central assertion that, like, I get the LOL satire of it, but that, like, if there was ever world peace, the United States would collapse. And, like, I think on the one hand, I don't know, like there is a kind of an element of like that's kind of like true, at least the way America is organized. Like I remember I was talking with people this weekend about like Epstein and like the implications of it, and kind of the idea of like, would the stuff if we actually punished like everybody that is like implicated in the Epstein files, like would the stock market crash? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like kind of thing of like without granted it's kind of an indirect way, but like do the kind of shadow activities of like the ruling class, like if they were ever exposed or something like we're going to give up war, it's kind of like, no, dummy, you can't give up war. Like that's what this whole thing is based on. Like, we always have to be like threatening people and like, fucking with countries and building our military. It's like the central grift and like it's like this dark energy that like keeps the economy kind of like moving and all this kind of stuff. Like, but then, at the same time, like, especially John Kenneth Galbraith, I got a, check this out, The New Industrial State. I got this at Moe's in Berkeley, signed by J.K. Galbraith himself, $3, where this is where Galbraith corrects Galbraith about, I don't know, economic policy or whatever. This guy was like very much an insider, right? Like, I mean, he was like friends with presidents and stuff. He was also dear friends, I discovered, of a man named Franklin Lindsay, who was like chiefly responsible for setting up the Gladio networks in Europe for the CIA after World War II, and they were like lifelong buddies. So it does make you kind of think of like, okay, bro, like LOL, like you're really like and he also listen to this, by the way. This is summarized. He did this kind of bit thing with like the Washington Post in 1967 when people he actually, I wonder if what's her name, Katharine Graham or whatever, whoever owned the Post, like was also a friend, because he published a book review of this in 1967, pretending to be Dr. Herschel McLandris, like the secret identity of John Kenneth Galbraith, in which McLandris claimed first-hand knowledge of the report's authenticity. He stated that he had been invited to help write the report, and although he was unable to participate in the official group, he was consulted from time to time and was asked to keep the project secret. He said that he doubted the wisdom of letting the public know about the report, but agreed with its conclusions. Okay, like, so he's like doing a bit, right? And then 6 weeks later, in an AP dispatch from London, Galbraith went even further and jokingly admitted that he was a member of the conspiracy. However, the following day, Galbraith backed off of his initial claims. When asked about the conspiracy statement, he replied, "For the first time since Charles II, the Times has been guilty of a misquotation. Nothing shakes my conviction that it was written by either Dean Rusk or Mrs. Clare Booth Luce." So, okay, he's doing a bit. He's like calling them out.
Illuminati, LOL. Yeah.
Like, I'm a member of the deep state. The original reporter reported the following 6 days later, quote, "Misquoting seems to be a hazard to which Professor Galbraith is prone. The latest edition of the Cambridge newspaper Varsity quotes the following tape-recorded interchange." Interviewer says, "Are you aware of the identity of the author of Report from Iron Mountain?" Galbraith, "I was in general a member of the conspiracy, but I was not the author. I've always assumed that it was the man who wrote the foreword, Mr. Lewin." Then, in an article in March 1972 of the New York Times Book Review, Lewin said that he had written the book. The book was listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most successful literary hoax. Some people claim the book is genuine and has only been called a hoax as a means of damage control. Interesting. That's kind of funny. But actually, last thing, in an article published in New York Magazine in 2013, Victor Navasky confirmed that Galbraith was indeed McLendris and that he was, quote, "in on the hoax from the beginning." But some conspiracy theorists reject the statement from 1972 and think that it is real. I guess Victor Navasky in 2015 in The Nation asserted his involvement in creating a report from Iron Mountain, naming Leonard Lewin as the main writer with, quote, "input from John Kenneth Galbraith, two editors of the satirical magazine Monocle, Marvin Kitman and Richard Lingaman, and himself." So, yeah, like, it is kind of like, cool. I mean, you can almost see it in, like, John Kenneth Galbraith's children, the like double consciousness of being a Galbraith, because like his one son I think is maybe a UT Austin like economics some kind of professor that is, I think he's an economist, but like he's very like lefty, like he hangs out with like Peter Dale Scott and like is a critic of like America and whatever. His other son, Ambassador Peter Galbraith, was the first U.S. ambassador sent to Croatia in 1993, and basically was like working hand in glove with like the CIA to like destroy Yugoslavia, and then became like best friends with like Franjo Tudjman, and then like stars in like weird like Neo Ustasha documentaries today, being like, "I wish we could have done more to help the beautiful like Croatian cause," and like President Tudjman, he was just like the greatest guy ever, and like people at the time were like, "You're like becoming best friends with him. This is problematic," and he's like, "Shut up." So like he has like deep state ghoul, like kind of fascist lover, and then like kind of like Ford Foundation Democracy Now, like kind of lefty academic on the other hand, like his other son. And I feel like Galbraith himself perhaps like combines these two things. You know, he was hanging out with all the CIA old boys. He knew all of them. You know, they were like personal friends of his, you know, as well as like John Kennedy and all these other, you know. But that, you know, he's involved in this like intramural like little like joke contest with like Dean Rusk and Clare Booth Luce, who he probably like went to dinner with. I don't know. You know, maybe they're the real right wing chud like deep state figures or whatever. But like I guess Clare Booth Luce was like super Republican and was I think she was U.S. ambassador to Italy. Was very tight with James Jesus Angleton. That was her. Yeah, I remember that. She very kind of like wild. Like wildlife. But she was married to Henry Luce of, you know, Time Life, Skull and Bones, etc. Like, so I don't know. Like, what's he do? What's the utility of this? It's interesting. Unless they're covering it up. What do you think?
Do I think that they're covering it up? Like,
or doing a hecking satire?
I think they're doing a hecking satire, but like, yeah, I do question like the utility of the hecking satire.
Right, me too.
Like I almost feel like, I mean, we almost do like live in a post satire where like, what satire have you encountered like that actually like, yeah, I mean, Doctor Strangelove, like, you know, for its time, I guess was pretty good. Someone brought that up in the chat.
Yeah.
Like what satire like was valuable? Like I'm trying to think, like, I think Voltaire is cringe. I've always thought that. Um, maybe not all of it, like, um,
I'm trying to think of what.
there's some like stuff here and there, but on the whole, like I always found like all that cringe.
Right. What has been the great satire
is
maybe in like the last 10 years? I could think of
Wahhabist.
like maybe like the show Veep kind of comes to mind. It's like, okay, this is a satire about how like stupid like people
and I feel
at the
like
highest
that
levels
like
of government
had
can be.
my only like experience of Veep, I think I told the story on the show before, was like right after the like first Trump, like in the very beginning of the first Trump term, like encountering. I think it was back when I was still using Facebook. Actually, I
Mhm.
came across like someone in the Facebook comments who was like insisting that like Trump didn't like lie and must have just been dumb because like politics was like Veep, and I was like, first of all, like lying doesn't require you to be smart. Second of
Yeah.
all, like
I remember
like
I
this
think
is it's sus that you're interpreting all politics through Veep. Like,
right. That there was
um,
a period where people were maybe taking like too strong of lessons from their yeah, maybe like House of Cards has a similar like weird effect of like all it is like the most like everyone being evil and soulless and like fucking each other over and being bad, but then it like kind of inoculated everybody to like really thinking about how bad it could be in a kind of like it was like comfortable for like liberals like to watch it in the Obama era. You know what I mean? Like and
yeah.
maybe Veep had a similar thing of like it's like oh if Sarah Palin became president, you know,
Yeah.
like this is how wacky it would be, but also it was kind of like it could be about both parties, kind of, it could be about Kamala. You know, you heard a
I
lot of
guess
that in
political
2024.
satire is really the problem. It's not really because I can imagine like satire of like a type of like artistic style or like a certain like, type of person, like,
Right.
definitely can be funny. Like sort of on a smaller like sort of a lower social level, I feel like, or a lower sociological level, lower level, a more focused level of analysis maybe. I just feel like I never like I find political satire often sucks. There's maybe some that is good. I don't think that this is like very like I like maybe this hit harder like at the time, but like now it doesn't really seem like super funny to me. It's not like
Given
nearly as
how
funny as
yeah.
just like reading like InfoWars, like that's more like humorous. If I want to see like some kind of like wacky theory, that like some a wacky conspiracy theory, like I'd rather read one that someone actually believes. You know?
Yeah, it's got like Robert Anton Wilson, like Illuminatus vibes too, of like LOL. Like it's just kind of like cheapening the stakes of like what the type of people that are like planning things like nuclear war and like controlling all of society and like all these other things.
What is the model in the chat? Don't look up it was almost exactly what I'm thinking of when I say like I hate this like political satire because like to me that also was like fundamentally wrong-headed. I don't remember. I think I did watch it. I
Inspired
honestly
by a
almost
tweet
can't
by
remember
David
if I watched
Sirota.
it or if I just saw the trailer because like, I
David
literally
Sirota won an
can't. Maybe I'm just
Oscar
getting
for
too old.
David Sirota won an Oscar for like tweeting something about like climate change like was an asteroid, everyone would care about it. And then Adam McKay saw it and was like, "That's so fucking brilliant," and then like wrote a
Yeah.
screenplay, and then he got like co-writer credit and won an Oscar. I don't know. Yeah, it's like
And
I
that
know,
just the
you
fact
know.
that movie won an Oscar is ridiculous. I mean, not that like the Oscars like are awarded to good movies like very often,
Right.
but
It didn't quite.
like-
It was like if you just like listen to the freaking science, like you would all
Yeah.
know it's so easy and obvious, and then like nobody wants to hear it because they're dumb chuds
Well,
and like I mean there was
it
some fun, there were
about,
like some kind of funny parts, like the tech
hecking,
CEOs
it was
coming
about
in.
the hecking competent experts who are like not
Right.
compromised, and like it was all about like the drumpf tards who like are the bumbling fools who don't like want to acknowledge the truth. And I think it was just like a misrepresentation, like where it kind of still had this illusion of like I think that like one of the most harmful ideas is like the idea that Democrats are like fighting for you, like I guess like in the movie like it was really like the kind of underdog scientists in a way, right? Like those are the ones who were trying to call attention to it, but I still felt
Yeah.
like there was this sort of I mean granted I haven't seen it in a while, but I did feel like there was this kind of misleading framing that I found to be like frustrating. And also like this just I mean again like in addition to kind of like the tone just being annoying, like I did feel like there was a little bit of a misleading framing, but I don't quite remember honestly. Like it was Jennifer Lawrence, right?
Yeah, and
And
Leo,
Leonardo DiCaprio,
right,
and
becoming
and
the king of
they
Radlib
were like the
movies.
two scientists, and yeah,
I think so.
right. I guess like it was somewhat well observed that yeah, I did watch it because I saw the ending, and I remember the ending was that spoilers for this movie, which kind of sucked. Like the rich people like escape to like an alien planet or something.
Right, and they get eaten
Um,
by like an alien dinosaur or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
it is well observed that like probably in that situation, rich people would just escape and let everyone else die. Um, they would like figure
um,
out they would prioritize like their own safety.
of
But
course.
you know,
Yeah,
I guess
which I
it's not
mean,
really astutely observed, but it's like not you know,
of
it's
course,
not
like they can
wrong.
always just leave.
Kind of obvious, but
Yeah, it was
yeah.
back during the Elon Mars talk, that kind of thing. But in like since COVID, that came out right before COVID, I think, or like it was made before COVID, maybe. But like, in the last like 5-6 years, in the 2020s, yeah, I'm trying to think of like what has been a satire, like a political satire thing that has juice, or like it has worked in any way, and I don't know. Like, nothing comes to mind. Nothing at all comes to mind. Maybe there is. I'm just like not, because maybe I'm not looking for that satire hit these days. That like, or we've reached satire exhaustion. Maybe it seemed cool to do it in 1967. I mean, this is kind of the golden age of Krasner and being like, I saw LBJ having sex with JFK's corpse, like just like pretending that's a real story, like muddying the waters. I think doing this thing of like muddying the waters of this was made by at least one of the people involved in it is like a real high level insider, and like actually it's conceivable he would be in a group that would do a report like this. Like, it's not inconceivable at all that John Kenneth Galbraith would be invited to write like a real report from Iron Mountain, right? Like,
Hmm.
he was at that level of juice of like a kind of brain trust of like the American intellectual elite in the Cold War. But then to be like, LOL, like we wrote it as a satire. It's really about these nuttos, these chuds like Claire Booth Luce and Dean Rusk, who aren't like cool, sophisticated libs like us, but
Yeah.
then you're still friends with all these people that are like literally creating Gladio and like doing all this other shit
Yeah.
during the Cold War, and you don't see any contradiction between that. Like the satire hits different when you're friends with all like the elite insiders that are like the evil people who are
Yeah.
actually going to do this.
You know what? You're
kind of thing.
actually. I think that you're right. I think that that's kind of does articulate like my problem with with Don't Look Up. For instance, I don't like sort of like smug or like self-satisfied, and also my problem with Voltaire and my problem with a lot of things. I don't like smug like self-satisfied satire. I'm kind of like into like epistemic like humility or like art that is like complex a little bit, and I don't. It's not that I don't think like satire can have like that element. But I feel like a lot of satire doesn't like indict oneself, and I feel like you have to kind of do what Ayn Rand said it was a horrible crime to ever do, which is to laugh at yourself. Um, and I think that like Don't Look Up was the kind of just like sneering at like others from like the position of being, and I feel like I don't like Candide either. I feel like Candide is the same way. And a lot of his stuff is, including, his horrible blasphemous attack on the prophet. Um, so yeah, I yeah, that's
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
think like yeah, but I do see what you're saying in terms of the report on Honor Mountain as well, where it's like kind of like this from this position of like, oh, I would never believe something like this was real because like, I know that like I know these people and like they're not like this. But like they are just as bad, like this is cartoonish, but we actually kind of are seeing a lot of these things kind of emerging as, maybe not to the extent that is sort of proposed in the book, but they're they're emerging as kind of realities, and in a way it almost serves to distract from like the reality that they had even at the time.
Right. I think there probably were study groups or like meetings at high levels that might have concluded something very much like this, that world peace would be disastrous for American interests. And like at the end of the day, like, and like something like that. I mean,
Like,
the logic to
what's
go into Vietnam, for
unbelievable
example.
what's unbelievable about the book really ultimately is that the idea that like they would ever consider that like we would get rid of war. Because if you look at history, like that's exactly not what happened. We did see, like, this book was still written obviously in a Cold War environment, right? And like the idea is like, oh, we could have peace, right? Well, the Soviet Union collapsed, right? And so for a while there was kind of this period of like we don't have as clear, the same way they're talking about we need to find a new enemy, like like an alien or something, if we're ever going to be at peace, right? Or we need to turn the environment into our new enemy, right? And almost like you could kind of see like those type of things like being sort of entertained, or even Jimmy Carter's statement like it's the moral equivalent of war, like about the environment, right?
Oh,
Or,
yeah.
right? Or the energy crisis, right? So
Yeah.
you kind of see like ideas like that being offered, but like anyway, like after the Soviet Union fell, right, and the Cold War was over, this thing that was bringing us to the brink of extinction was kind of the impetus for even trying to get out of these wars. Like, obviously 9/11 happened, and then like George Bush, like, and the people around him, right, they made no bones about declaring a global war
Right.
on the idea of being afraid. Right? Like like he said, freedom
Yes.
and fear are at war and have always been at war, right? So we
Yeah.
were immediately brought into this kind of like ontological clash of freedom and being afraid.
Right.
And like this has been basically the engine of our, I think that the book does make a good point where it says, war is not, as is widely assumed, primarily an instrument of policy utilized by nations to extend or defend their expressed political values or their economic interests. On the contrary, it is itself the principal basis of organization on which all modern societies are constructed. The common proximate cause of war is the apparent interference of one nation with the aspirations of another. But at the root of all ostensible differences of national interest lie the dynamic requirements of the war system itself for periodic armed conflict. That's pretty true. And like, so there we go. Like,
it could very well be something that they had noticed intimately from working
there
at high
really
levels.
isn't too much daylight between, like, what they're saying is, again, like, kind of a cartoon, kind of an exaggeration, where they're saying, like, oh, in order to, like, LOL, like, we want to have world peace, but in order to do that, we gotta have the equivalent of war against something else, like, against, maybe we could have slavery, maybe we could have aliens, maybe we could have, like, a super big space program, I don't know. But really, like, there's not much daylight between that and, like, we need a new Pearl Harbor, right? It's kind of the same idea. Like, it's just like we need a new enemy.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be like a new conceptual enemy that's not really an enemy. It's sort of an abstraction. It's just going to be a new enemy. That's really what, these conversations were about.
Can't beat the real thing, You gotta, and if, there's not an enemy waiting, you gotta rustle one up a little bit, cultivate some enemies or something. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Liberty Lobby released an edition of this in the early 90s, claiming it was a real U.S. government document and therefore inherently in the public domain, as is conventional for works created by the federal government. Lewin sued them for copyright infringement. They settled in 1994. Wow. Yeah. Lewin emphasized in the 1996 reissue, the book is, of course, a satirical hoax, a fact not so obvious in 1967 and disturbingly still lost on some people today. But I don't know, like I think it's less lost on people today because, I mean, you got Rex 84 and all those like COG plans that came in the 80s that were kind of like, I mean, I feel like they had that kind of thinking behind them. I mean, it was more for like a collapse of government into like a military dictatorship kind of vibe, but you could see it kind of in sync with the we need to do war forever and that peace is disastrous. Yeah. So I don't know, kind of weird vibe. I don't know how many satire
Yeah, it
points
might
I'm
be
giving
an
it.
interesting episode
It
at
could
one
be,
point.
yeah.
We just have to find a good angle on it, but I think we definitely could. I could totally see like some potential ways in. If we did like sort of more background on it and read the whole thing, if we were fresh on it.
Yeah. All right. We have I guess Do we have time for one more question, real quick, or?
We can do one more if you want. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I put it in the description. We could do this one quickly because I feel like just describing it is like sus, and it's an overload of susness.
Okay.
So yeah, do you just want to read?
Sure. Yeah.
This one here?
Have you looked into? Sorry, 7.
Yeah.
Again, we don't have the question asker for this one, but the questioner. Have you looked into Christina Engelhardt yet in doing research for the show? Some pretty wild details in her biography. She was a teen model in the 70s when she became Woody Allen's mistress and the inspiration for Manhattan. Later, she became Epstein's personal assistant. Then her fortune teller friend tells her to go to LA, where she will meet an Italian director. She goes to LA, meets Fellini, who is out scouting locations for a film, and this was, of course, when Fellini started getting his sus God phone calls from random payphones, which, as far as I know, was really advanced gang stalking coordinated by Carlos Castaneda's cult.
Oh my god,
that's interesting.
Yeah, this
just a really interesting
rocks.
figure, but it's kind of difficult to find out a lot of information on her life as a whole. Huh. Okay, so yeah, I guess you looked into this. I actually had not heard of her previously, or other than our discussion of it, like when we were putting these questions together.
Right. I kind of looked into it last week, and I was kind of fascinated because this one hits very relevant right now because of just all the Epstein files and stuff. Woody Allen is obviously he's in there here and there, and this I forgot I don't even remember if I noticed this at the time, kind of around the Me Too era, but let me see if I can bring it up I'm going to bring up the website for everybody watching. There we go. So yeah, Christina Engelhardt, former model, New Age psychic, worked as a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein at some point, according to the Hollywood Reporter. And what became the muse to Federico Fellini near the end of his life, like the question asker said, and she is an experienced reader from a 10-generation lineage of psychics, and she offers psychic readings. So yeah, she seems to have had a very interesting life. She was kind of like recruited off the street as a model as a teenager, and let me see. Yeah, when I was 15, I was walking home from school in my small hometown when a flashy man with a diamond earring pulled up and said, "You should be a model." He gave me a contact in New York City, and a month later, I had started my career. And yeah, so she met a lot of different famous people. These are old modeling pics. She acted in a lot of like Italian kind of like giallo movies, like just like grindcore, kind of like, but like second, kind of like a tier below like Argento, but definitely in a few. You can find some IMDb credits. There was this one from December 2018, The Hollywood Reporter. She had like this big profile on her, and where she talks about being Woody Allen's Manhattan muse, Bobby Christina Engelhardt. That might be like a spiritual title, Bobby. But anyways, she reveals details about her secret 7-year fling with the director when she was a then 16-year-old model. Wow. So yeah, she caught Woody Allen's gaze once at the legendary New York City power restaurant Elaine's in 1976, and she dropped a note on his table with her phone number. And then Allen called her, inviting her to his Fifth Avenue penthouse. He was 41 at the time and was about to release Annie Hall. He never asked her age, but she told him she was still in high school, living with her family in rural New Jersey as she pursued her modeling ambitions in Manhattan. Within weeks, they'd become physically intimate at his place. She wouldn't turn 17, legal in New York, until that December. And then they had a clandestine romance of 8 years that she is processing. But she's kind of like insistent in this article that like she shares a lot of experiences with Woody Allen that are like both literally illegal and like, yikes, bro, what the fuck? Kind of like, cancelable things. But she's like stressing that like, I don't want like Woody to be canceled. Like Woody's a genius. Like I don't like hold a grudge against him for, his behavior, like, the kind of thing like that. So in that sense, it's kind of an unusual Me Too kind of profile piece from the 2018 era, right? Mm-hmm. And I think this is also like they reignited against Woody Allen because Dylan Farrow came out and accused him of abuse, right? His adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Ronan Farrow was kind of on Dylan's side, etc.
Right.
So, yeah, she started this like long relationship, and I don't know. You've seen Manhattan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He is just dating a teenager in that movie very openly.
Yeah.
And everyone acts like it's not a big deal, right?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. It's like kind of a joke. Like it's kind of like, LOL.
Yeah, isn't Rob Reiner in it? And he's like, what are you
like,
doing? You dating a teenager? He's doing some shit like that, but it's just kind of like, ha. And it's played by Mariel Hemingway, Ernest Hemingway's granddaughter, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, honestly.
Yes,
but,
Mariel Hemingway, yeah. So it has like a 17-year-old Mariel Hemingway enthusiastically beds Alan's 42-year-old character Ike Davis. She says, the film has always reminded me why I thought he was so interesting. It was why I liked him and why I'm still impressed with him as an artist. How he played with characters in his movies and how he played with me. Everyone's got a right to their own interpretation of their experience, but I am definitely side-eyeing Woody Allen here a little bit. Like, was this really chill? I know things are weird in the 70s, but like, he's like 42. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, blah blah blah. Woody, and like, she loved Woody Allen growing up. Yeah, her journey is complicated. She's proud of her teenage self as an up-by-her-bootstraps heroine who successfully beguiled the celebrated genius. Even now, she holds herself largely responsible for remaining in a relationship as long as she did, and for the frustration and sorrow that ultimately came with the liaison. One in which, by her description, she never held any agency. Yeah, this does sound like, huge, obviously, power imbalance. This age gap. She is like a teenager. But she's said, even with hindsight, she's unwilling to indict Alan, who declined to comment for this story. What made me speak is I thought I could provide a perspective. I'm not attacking Woody. This is not bring down this man. I'm talking about my love story. This made me who I am. I have no regrets. Yeah, so... she dropped Babby from her name, actually. Or Baby? I don't know. She says she's been a psychic reader since she was a child. Interpreting the stars for bold-faced names. One paid psychic client, Patrick Nagel, gifted her, blah, blah, blah. She has just like a Zelig like series of adventures. Listen to this. Okay, so as she attempted to break into modeling, partying with Iman, jet-setting with Adnan Khashoggi, dining with Stephen King, working as a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire financier later convicted. Yeah, we know. Following her time with this is
Jeffrey
before,
Epstein, the
this
New
is
York financier.
This is right. This is before Epstein died. This article came out less than a year before, but yeah. Following her time with Alan, she went on to become a platonic muse to Federico Fellini during the auteur's late life journeys in Rome and Tulum, Mexico. Then spent years tending to egos as a hostess in the executive dining room at Paramount before landing her current gig, working as an assistant for producer Bob Evans. Wow, like weird scenes, right? What made her attractive to these powerful men, both personally and professionally, she posits, is in part what Alan appreciated in the first place. Quote, I was pretty enough. I was smart enough. I was non-confrontational. I was non-judgmental. I was discreet, and nothing shocks me. Okay, interesting. She has 2 private volumes of unpublished memoirs. A relationship of unequals with Alan. Terms were decreed. From the first rendezvous, terms were decreed by Alan. She considered him then, and still considers him now, a great man. Yeah, the Sus director is striking again, basically. Yeah, it goes into a whole thing. She's German. She was tormented as a Nazi child in the Jewish neighborhood she grew up in, Matawan, New Jersey. Her father ran around in lederhosen. I had doors slammed in my face. Her parents were both post-war emigres. Her father, by his account, a 14-year-old ditch-digging conscript into Hitler's army, serving near the French border before the end of the war. Woody's the Uber Jew, and I'm the Uber German, she says. Interesting. nobody likes Germans, she thought. She also, she said that, okay, by her recollection, a year into the relationship, Alan occasionally began bringing in 2 other, quote, beautiful young ladies for threesomes. Engelhart says she had experimented with bisexuality and at times found the experiences interesting, a 70s exploration. But she felt differently when, after they'd been sleeping together for 4 years, Alan beamingly announced he wanted to introduce her to his new girlfriend. It turned out to be Mia Farrow, who was 14 years older. And, she felt sick about this, but then she grew to like Farrow, and then they started having threesomes together and smoked joints and bonded over whatever. They talk about astrology and stuff, and just Woody being Woody. And then eventually I think they kind of like fell off. And like they kind of stopped talking to each other. But then she went to like, it had this like Italian adventure with like Fellini somewhere along the way, is hanging out, like working for Adnan Khashoggi. I don't know. Yeah. Like, what do you think about the scope of the, obviously Woody's a sicko, but
yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I guess it's crazy how much she got around, I guess. Like, is she in the recent drop at all?
Oh, as like an Epstein girl, potentially?
Yeah, or like, is she mentioned?
I don't think so, because I mean, she's a little old. She's a little older. Like she was a teenager in the 70s. So by the time it seems like Epstein was sort of operating, she would have probably been almost like 30. But I mean, their paths might have, if you want to search, their paths may have crossed.
There are some Engleharts in here, but they seem to be different. Tom Englehart. Any relation to Tom Englehart?
I don't know. Why does that sound familiar to me?
He was the co-founder of the American Empire Project and the author of the 1998 book, The End of Victory Culture, Cold War America and the Disillusioning of a Generation. He was awarded a Guggenheim Fellowship in 1991.
Oh, wow.
Graduate of Yale University, master's degree in East Asian Studies from Harvard. Research
Sounds
assistant
like
for Jonathan Spence.
CIA.
Yeah.
There's a Joel Englehart. Yeah, no, she doesn't pop up. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, yes, I mean, I guess like she worked for Epstein at some point, but it might have been in the 80s or like the very early 90s before the email really like goes. That might not go that far back. I think because. Yeah, I mean, I really do wonder like when it was, because I think she was in Italy for a long time. In fall of 1979. This is interesting. Wow, throwback. Engelhart, who had begun taking classes with Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg during her time with Alan. Remember, that's where Courtney Love's biological grandmother was like living with them, and like Marlon Brando, like, a couple decades before this, and like might have fathered Linda Carroll, Courtney's mother. Very mysterious, but anyways, yeah, she got an extra. Woody didn't help her get her SAG card, so she was hurt by that. Interesting. She was sexually abused like repeatedly in the years before meeting him. First by an older classmate, then on multiple occasions by a family friend. Eventually she left New York. I thought I was special. Then I realized he's a big person and got a big life. I'm in his life. By the 80s, by the late 80s, she had ended up part of Fellini's creative circle in Rome, working in his office. One day, Alan, a noted fan, called him. I was the one to pick up. He said, "You're with Fellini? You left me for Fellini? That's so cool." Yeah, great. Yeah, he's a film nerd. He thinks it's awesome. And then he invited, like, once he was with Sun Yi, he, like, invited her, I think, in 2001, and was like, you should come out to, come out, like, if you're in California or whatever, like, we could meet up or something like that. Which is, yeah. And she claims that she was, like, one of the main inspirations for the character of like Mariel Hemingway. She said probably not the only one, but definitely a major one. Yeah, so she cried through most of the movie. I'm not really seeing anything about. I won't. I wonder. Let me see.
I mean,
There's
definitely
only
interested
one
in the
Epstein
God
hit.
phone calls from Carlos Castaneda.
Yeah, his cult.
That Fellini
Yeah.
was apparently getting. Yeah.
What's the deal with Carlos Castaneda? Like, he's kind of like he's like a big deal,
That would
but like,
also
what
be
was
a
he
good
up to?
episode.
That
Yeah,
would
he's
be
a big deal, but he's a complete fraud.
right. Just a
and, like,
made up Don Juan.
yeah.
That sounds like
Yeah.
Epstein. That's like Epstein coded. Like the Don Juan eternal, like Lothario guy who like is also spiritually ascended because he like seduces women. Like, okay, bro. All right,
Yeah.
very enlightened. But yeah, I don't know, like she's one of these types of people that is like just bounced around and been in the lives of these like famous serious men. And I wonder if I don't know if she's made any like statements more recently with like the Epstein. Let me just look real quick. Engelhart. Yeah, there's a New York Magazine article from February 2020. Oh, February 10th. So 10 days ago. It looks like New York Magazine with their updated list, which of course is paywall.
It's funny that she was like unable to like there was another 17-year-old that Woody Allen dated who was like a high school student at
Yeah.
Stuyvesant High School who said that she was the inspiration, and she was like whatever, I don't believe you. Like,
there's some
it was
dispute
like a
over.
composite of other like 17-year-olds that Woody
So
Allen dated.
this is
like,
definitely it wasn't like an anomaly. It's like this
Yeah.
is kind of his preference is like to date 16, 17-year-olds. So okay, I think the New York Magazine article, I have it here. Yeah, from 2019, I guess they covered it a little bit. Yeah, Allen had carried on with a 16-year-old girl named Christina Engelhart. She wondered if she was the inspiration. She had sex with Allen more than 100 times, sometimes with Pharaoh. The whole thing was a game that was being operated solely by Woody, so we never quite knew where we stood, she said. Engelhart went on to become Epstein's assistant. I guess that's all they have written about it, basically, is that, like, I don't know. Yeah, at some point later, she became Epstein's assistant. But I don't know if she was kind of... Yeah, I don't see any new articles of her commenting whatsoever on, like knowing Epstein or like what were the circumstances of that. But she seems to be, I think she's based in LA and is more of like a full-time psychic nowadays, kind of a crystal lady kind of thing. But she was in some kind of weird movie. I forget what were the weird movies that she was in. Oh yeah, she was in a movie called Skinner, and also a movie called The Raffle. That I thought, in the spirit of looking like what was she cast in that like might have been sus. Skinner was a 1993 independent slasher film, directed by Ivan Nagy, who's a Hungarian director, and starring Ted Raimi, the brother of Sam Raimi, Tracy Lords, Ricky Lake, and Richard Schiff. And I guess she had kind of like a whatever. Oh yeah, Richard Schiff from The West Wing, Toby Ziegler. Yeah, but this is about a handsome, likable young man who is secretly a Skid Row slasher-style serial killer preying on sex workers, who roams from town to town, and like he attacks a junkie prostitute who survived one of his attacks and now desires revenge. So classic kind of like blessed, killer, whatever. The Raffle. Let me see. It's an Italian film that was the film debut. Okay, actually, this is pretty sus. This is the film debut of Monica Bellucci, obviously big sex symbol.
Oh, Rafi,
La Rifa. La Rifa.
Yeah, La Rifa.
Yeah,
Right.
so this is from 1991. Okay, so in Bari, Italy, Francesca, a beautiful and wealthy woman, is widowed and left with her daughter Giulia and a pile of debts incurred by her husband Maurizio, whose betrayals she also discovers. On the advice of her friend Cesare, who is also a lawyer, Francesca sells off her villa by the sea, furniture, furs, and jewelry, as well as a boat, to pay for at least 1 year of rent and tuition for little Giulia's exclusive school. There are no job prospects for Francesca, so Francesca and Cesare decide to hold a raffle in which the prize will be Francesca. The raffle will be limited to 20 participants who will each pay 100 million lira. The winner will have the right to live with Francesca for 4 years and can ask for whatever he wants. Raffle ticket buyers include friends of the late husband and Cesare himself. Like, okay, cool. Like, okay. One day, Francesca runs over a young man, Antonio, with whom she begins a love affair. He seems to know about the raffle, and despite proclaiming his amorous passion, he would be willing for her to be enjoyed by the winner, continuing his secret meetings with her. In reality, the penniless young man aims over time to benefit from the raffle money. But then there's a complaint about the raffle and the lawyer, and a scandal erupts when questioned by police. I guess they find out about the raffle. And yeah, so I guess Francesca is Monica Bellucci, I guess, is like the star in this movie.
And Christina Engelhardt is Barbara, I guess.
Barbara, yeah. She doesn't have her own Wikipedia
So, it doesn't
page,
explain what she doesn't have one. I guess that's why the person has found it difficult to find out things about her life. It's kind of
yeah. I just think like that one is about like young. I don't know how old Monica Bellucci was in 1991. Okay, she was like 25 or 26, but like, you know, like a young woman like auctioning herself to like rich men to like pay off her like debts is kind of like, yeah, well, you know. That's just the kind of movies they would make.
I like her IMDb description of herself. Her career moves fluidly between the practical and the mystical. Okay,
folks.
I want to read her book, which is an inspiring and suspenseful supernatural epic told through the eyes of a muse, psychic, and a friend, which explores her years with Fellini in Rome.
That might get into some God phone call stuff.
It does, yeah, because apparently he shared with Carlos Castaneda an interdimensional presence they called You, capital Y-O-U.
Oh my God. Oh, what? Okay, wow. He was getting psyoped by Carlos Castaneda.
She's a founding participant in the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance.
Oh my
Christina
God.
now channels her lifelong work into public conversations about contact, creativity, and consciousness. In 2026, she will host HDA's new podcast, Wow Signal, Paranormal Tonight, bringing firsthand accounts and creative storytelling about the unexplained to a broad audience. All right. We got a new mover and shaker in the podcasting space.
Right.
I look forward to seeing her work. Hopefully, we can collab.
Crystal Mama coming in hot. Yeah.
Yeah. What else has she been in? She's known for Alan V. Farrow miniseries.
So she must have been interviewed in that.
Interviewed in Fellini, Never Ending, and Beverly H.
She was in Man on the Moon uncredited. The like Jim Carrey, Andy Kaufman movie.
Right, where he plays Andy Kaufman.
Yeah. Night Dreams, Ostinato Destino, Demonia.
She was Tycoon's girlfriend in the segment Fall Guy. Okay. All right, word. Yeah, she has been in a lot of like giallo movies.
Yeah, how about this? Demonia, a Canadian archaeological team in Sicily accidentally unleashes vengeful ghosts of 5 demonic nuns who were murdered 500 years earlier, and the ghosts now set out to kill the group and townspeople alike. Yeah.
I feel like if you have a nunnery with 5 nuns who are demonic, like
something's wrong.
That's a problem. Yeah, there's an institutional problem.
Yeah. There's institutional rot. And then Beverly H is the newest movie she was in that looks like some kind of independent thing. This is actually weird. A Beverly Hills CEO has 24 hours to deal with her cheating husband, protect her company from a corporate raider, and decide if the world is ready for the first commercial life extension drug. I wonder if she like starred in it. No, she doesn't star in it, but she's in it somehow. It has like Eyes Wide Shut party stills. I can see. Christian Fisher made this movie. This could actually.
Did you see that? Like, when I went, my parents, when I was in New York for the holidays, they made me go see that movie, which I hated, Marty Supreme.
Oh, I did watch it.
Yeah. What did you think?
Now, I did watch it on one, like literally like one of those like HD cam, like somebody filmed it.
Okay, all right.
In the movie theater, I guess they really locked down the you can't get an Academy rip of it, or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Not that I would, but hypothetically, yeah. But I found it to be kind of like kind of repetitive and like lacking a certain, like he has a good kinetic style, Josh Samty, but there's
Yeah.
something about like the guy who sucks, but like he's really like crazy and just has to
Yeah.
like do whatever to like get his one objective, and like he ruins everybody's life along the way and like destroys everything. It's like, all right, they've done it like 3 times now. Like,
I mean, I thought it was the same movie as Uncut Gems, but worse. Like
Yeah,
that's basically
yeah.
how I felt. Yeah. And like, yeah, you had like no reason to like care about what happened to the person other than like wanting him to suffer because he was like a worthless human being. And yeah, it was one of
I
the
didn't
few
like its
things that like
vibe.
my father and I actually agreed on, that we both hated that movie. Like, I think like he just was really uncomfortable by like the like neurotic energy of it, whereas like
Yeah.
weirdly, because you'd think that like an old boomer man would be the one who would have this problem, but I was like offended by its values. Like I felt that it's
I
like
kind of was too.
not-
It didn't really like stand for anything. Like he's kind of a
didn't.
dirtbag.
Yeah, it was just
and
like there were some visually interesting things.
Yeah.
but I think I said this before. I feel like,
stylistically, you know.
but yeah, like maybe, but at the same time, like the values of the movie were worthless. But yeah, but before that movie, there was a trailer for a film that was called like Disclosure Day. I think it's a Spielberg movie.
Oh,
and it seems like the
yeah.
ultimate like
Psyop.
blue beam psyop like Spielberg film where he's basically just gonna like launder all of this like disclosure cult bullshit like in blockbuster form.
Is it a fictional film or is it like a documentary? Type
No, it's a
thing?
fictional film, but it's
Okay.
like kind of like
Based on wink, wink, like reality.
yeah.
I've seen people already call it out for being like a blue beam.
I
know.
remember one of the most offensive parts is like speaking of nuns, there's like a nun in the movie or some kind of cleric, I believe it's a nun, who says like, why would God create this vast universe if we were truly alone? It's like, well, why would God do anything? Like, for us to contemplate. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like,
Oh
why
my
did he
god, they
create
want to
any
welcome
empty
the alien.
planet?
They want to
Like,
welcome. Yeah, they're beaming
it
that
was
Virgin
like
Mary
basically
hologram.
like it seemed like it was like written by like Stephen Greer or like one of these. It seemed like it was written by like Ryan Bledsoe, like co-written both Ryan Bledsoe.
Well, I do wonder. I mean, Steven Spielberg is one of the names that is in the so-called like mega group of, like kind of pro-Israel power brokers that included Les Wexner and all these other people. Les Wexner just deposed this week, but he's always like, despite some kind of like pedogate people kind of going after him, in the late 2010s, like nothing ever has come up about Spielberg, like kind of actually being sus. But at the same time, now, I don't know, like he does love this UFO thing, like going back to the earliest, Close Encounters and whatever. I just think it's, it's interesting time.
Yeah, he
for all
does.
that.
It's like as someone in the chat said, it's going to be Close Encounters cubed. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's going to be like that was a psyop. That psyoped one generation. Now they're trying to psyop a whole other generation. Stay vigilant, folks.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder which like conspiraslop UFO disclosure.
Can't wait to see Christina Englehart's take on it.
I wonder who he's gonna go with. Is it gonna be like Chris Bledsoe? Is it gonna be Stephen Greer? Is it gonna be Lou Elizondo? Like what flavor? What flavor is Spielberg gonna
I
endorse?
feel like it's gonna be like I don't know. I think it might be like it's hard to say. I think it might be like a Stephen Greer or I think it might be a Stephen Greer variety because I feel like he wants the
aliens are
aliens
here to
need to
help
be
us.
welcomed.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not an enemy.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I
anybody
think that
saying
they're,
they're
like-
they're a threat is psyop.
But also there has to it has to be like an exciting movie. So I mean, I guess like there was Contact that was also kind of like that.
yeah,
But it was like a very boring movie, right? Like I don't think anybody liked it. I don't remember. Maybe
it might have done well, but it was kind of boring. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm E.T. of course is like the cuddliest like alien.
yeah, that
encounter
was
of all
exciting because the
time.
government was out to get him. Maybe that would be the angle, like the government doesn't
true.
understand. Well, maybe it'll
Yeah,
be like
government
the
doesn't
Stephen
understand.
Greer types versus the Lou Elizondo types and the what's it called, the Blink-182 guy,
Tom DeLonge. He's
yeah,
got to
DeLonge
come back.
types.
It's time for him to come back.
Yeah, maybe like it's gonna be against those guys because they're the ones who want everyone to be afraid, and they and the ETs actually want to help us.
Right, right. Somebody in the chat says Pasoka, and actually that might be a good prediction. I feel like Spielberg could get down with Pasoka's like kind of mystical vibes around UFOs.
Yeah.
Because she kind of went like UFO native, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
Like years ago, we thought she was like kind of more, it was like an academic, like objective, and then
Yeah,
I'm
she
getting
definitely went
blindfolded in the
UFO
desert
native.
and like taken
Yeah.
to like Roswell, and yeah, it always happens sooner or later. But
Yeah. Why is Spielberg so obsessed with UFOs? Like he's always like he's done
don't know.
so many UFO things.
the day
Remember
the
that
Earth stood
miniseries he
still.
did like in 2004, like Taken on Sci-Fi Channel?
No, I don't remember that.
That was another weird one.
like abducted, like an alien abduction.
I think what's her name was in it? Dakota Fanning or something like
Really?
when she was
Interesting.
and it was like a generation spanning UFO miniseries. He did for Close Encounters, he did E.T. There's so much shit like that he's done. Like why is like
It might be the most consistent thing that he's like returned to throughout his career. He's done a lot of like different genres and stuff, but
what did he learn on Lookout Mountain? What was he looking out for?
right. Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't he? He did a little work there, right? Didn't we uncover that?
I think so.
Right.
I mean, I've been referring to that consistently.
And Jared Leto's in the files. That was another thing we discovered. Like right after he bought Lookout Mountain, he's like Epstein's like Jared Leto did great work, like smiley face or something. I think he was sent to Africa as part of some like a kind of sus NGO thing that had ulterior motives. That might have been what he's referring to, but folks, I don't know. But anyway, yeah. I guess we can leave it there. We'll watch that movie when it comes out. We'll sus check it. We'll do a rare sus check.
Yeah, I guess he grew up around Lookout Mountain Air Force Base too.
He grew up in the L.A. area, right? I mean, like it's a relative in L.A. Like didn't he grow up in like Long Beach?
I don't know. I'm reading an interview with him where he says that he grew up and he lived on Lookout Mountain. What?
He what? He
Okay,
lived-
well hold on. I'm reading I'm looking into it more deeply now. Chatting with Vanity Fair producer Kathleen Kennedy shared the great story about how Abrams and Reeves first crossed their path decades ago and met Steven Spielberg thanks to a dusty box found in a basement in Arizona. Read on. It was funny. I was working with Steven and I got a phone call one day. This man was living in a house up on Lookout Mountain in Arizona. He'd been down in his basement and he found this box covered in dust. He said to me, "These are all home movies. They belong to Steven Spielberg." Now, my first cynical thought, unfortunately, was, this is just somebody trying to get money. And so I'm going to not act overly excited about this. I just said, well, great. If you don't mind, we're on the Universal lot. So I guess this is Lookout Mountain, Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm seeing other. Okay, I was working with Steven. I got a call.
So he lived on 2 Lookout Mountains?
Or the man, I guess. Yeah. What?
That's really
This
sus.
man was
What?
living in a house up on Lookout Mountain in Arizona, and then later he lived in a house in Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. I'm finding a couple articles about this actually.
What?
This is an article about J.J.
That is-
Abrams from Yahoo, or from Esquire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's talking about. Oh, maybe I wonder if this is a reference to J.J. Abrams. Let's see. Spielberg's then assistant Kathleen Kennedy read the article in the Times. As it happened, sitting near her desk was a dusty cardboard box full of 8mm movies that Spielberg had made, starting when he was a middle school kid. They'd only recently been retrieved from the basement of a house on the top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. A man called saying, "Hey, I found this box of movies, and I think they belong to Steven Spielberg." But she thought there was no way, but then it turned out to absolutely be true. The man lived in a house that Steven had lived in years ago. He left behind his box. Okay, so like it sounds like when he was a young adult, or at some point in his maybe the 60s or 70s, he lived in a house in Laurel, in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon. I mean, Lookout Mountain is kind of that's the thing. It says,
but he also lived at a different Lookout Mountain in Arizona. As
yeah,
well?
that's weird. Then another guy found his shit and contacted them That is kind of odd. That is very odd. I mean,
Okay.
I've been by Lookout Mountain Air Force Base, like the compound that Jared Leto owns. You can drive up there, and it's almost at at the top. So like he lived within, because it's a long road. It goes from the very bottom all the way up to like the top of the hill. So like you could both live on Lookout Mountain, like Avenue or whatever, and still be kind of like far. But like if you lived at the top, that's like very close. That's basically like short walking distance to the Lookout Mountain Air Force Base film studio, which would make sense if he was working there for a while. And also, that's just like it's the canyon, you know what I'm saying? Like, who wouldn't want to live there? But let me see, Lookout Mountain. The double. What is up with the double Lookout Mountain?
I feel like we definitely read that, and that's been a fact we've been repeating a lot. So we need to like confirm this.
It's okay. Here's Hollywood
what is
Reporter. Kathleen Kennedy got a call from a guy who was living in Spielberg's childhood home on Lookout Mountain outside Phoenix and had discovered the 8mm films Spielberg had just made as a child. It's very weird that this is like the same story, but in one version,
that
the one I just
gotten the
read.
Lookout Mountain wrong, or like is that is that like what's happening? Like people are confused because they were providing the in Arizona in parentheses, right? Or
Right. The other article says
yeah,
like
I've
they'd
seen
been
it,
retrieved from the
so-
basement of a house on the top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. And yeah, it says that, and she does say that like the man lived in a house that Steven had lived in years ago, not like the house that he grew up in. I feel like if it was like an error,
Right.
then they might say like, oh, he grew up in this house. But like it sounds like he lived in a house when he was an adult, and then he also lived in an area called Lookout Mountain outside of Phoenix. And when he actually was a child, like he lived there, and he happened to leave behind like 8mm film rolls in both places. And both these people independently call. I don't know why they called up. Maybe Kathleen Kennedy like worked for Spielberg. I guess like that was Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she started working for him. She was a camera operator, moved to Hollywood in 1977, got a job as a secretary for Apocalypse Now writer John Milius, organizing his gun collection. Then Spielberg came to John Milius's office one day, and I noticed that John had a very organized office. That's what Spielberg said. He thought she was like a great secretary, so he hired her to be his secretary, and then she helped him discover J.J. Abrams and Matt Reeves when they were teenagers. He also gave that letter of recommendation to NYU to Brett Ratner, who I think like left high school early and got into NYU with like a C average, and a recommendation letter from Steven Spielberg, who, Brett Ratner had a strange relationship with Meyer Lansky in South Florida as a child. All kind, like it's starting to get weird. The scenes are getting weird. This is I don't like, folks. Like, what the fuck
I guess
did they
he
like?
definitely lived in Laurel Canyon, but
Yes,
like
which-
what his connection is to Lookout Mountain Air Force Station, we don't know. I guess
We didn't even get to him actually
Lookout Mountain
working
is like a
there.
neighborhood of Laurel Canyon, so I guess he maybe lived in that neighborhood, and maybe that's his connection, and he didn't necessarily work on the base or do anything there. I don't know.
I do recall him working, maybe him and George Lucas, maybe working as like editors or something like that, like some kind of
Maybe
like
it was
assistant
George
editors.
Lucas. Yeah.
At least one of them, I think, definitely
Yeah.
George Lucas was working there on government films. Yeah, he snuck into. Yeah, Spielberg's thing, his story is that he snuck into Universal Studios, found an empty office, and began his internship by just like faking it that he got one, and then just like people accepted it after a while. Interesting. Yeah, he really just like kind of like sneaks his way in like real fast, and then like goes up the ranks. But because I think he dropped out of USC, that was part of his lore too. So
Yeah. So I guess they both George Lucas and Steven Spielberg lived in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon, or at least they both lived in Laurel Canyon, but
okay.
they didn't. Well, I'm just recapping what we said, but we yeah, but only George Lucas worked probably at Lookout Mountain Air Force Base. And
Okay.
Steven Spielberg.
Okay.
Well, that's it seems to be the case that we know anyway. We don't know for sure Steven Spielberg were there. Not that I can find, but I feel like we've been saying that for a while.
I feel like we
Or,
have
like,
it.
thinking that for a while.
It might have been it's possible we're getting it mixed up with just George Lucas. Obviously, they were friends, and if they both
They're very similar. Yeah.
if they both lived at the top of Lookout Mountain, like that station is
Yeah.
like 95% at the top. There's like you go kind of around you can go kind of the road kind of
What
loops
I'm curious to
around
know
and
is
you can
Steven
look back
Spielberg,
at
did
it.
Steven Spielberg live on the Lookout Mountain in Arizona, a separate Lookout Mountain in Arizona?
Yeah, there has to be a Lookout Mountain.
I'm looking up his early life on Wikipedia right now. Let's see.
I think that is true. Lookout Mountain Golf Club, Lookout Mountain Preserve. Okay, yeah, there is. They're in the northern part of
he did
Phoenix.
grow up in Phoenix, Arizona. There you go.
Wow. Yeah. A lot of this comes from Kathleen Kennedy. I guess Kathleen Kennedy was the assistant, so it kind of makes sense, like, separated by years, that maybe two separate guys called her up and were like, I found a box of, like, Steven Spielberg 8mm things. It's kind of crazy he would, like, leave them behind without, like, just, I guess, shooting
was
stuff.
Yahoo just like misreporting the story? Like, did they just make a mistake about it being, found in Lookout Mountain?
Well, I think because we know that he did live at the top of Laurel Canyon, and
right, but was in that particular case
on Lookout
like,
Mountain.
Yeah.
Well, Yahoo says it. Let me see.
But it seems like it's referring to the same story, right?
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find like a second reference to him living in the Hollywood Hills.
This is interesting. Yeah, like Steven Spielberg. This is from Esquire. Spielberg's assistant Kathleen Kennedy read the article in the Times. As it happened, sitting near her desk was a dusty cardboard box full of 8mm movies that Spielberg had made. The only recently retrieved from the basement of a house on top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. That was another movie that came out of this was Super 8, right? Which was like, about like epic kids, like filming aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. The Heart of Hyptum. Yeah. Super 8.
So yeah, Esquire said it was Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills that they found these like 8mm movies. And
right. Okay.
Hollywood Reporter said that it was Lookout Mountain in Phoenix.
I guess that's a mistake one could make, I suppose, or they misunderstood when she said.
This is incredibly mysterious and bizarre.
Yeah, what are they?
I guess
if
you made them
here?
as a child, it would have to have been in Phoenix, but then that would mean that he did live in two Lookout Mountains.
Right,
like,
right. I mean, maybe it appealed to him because he grew up in Lookout Mountain.
Look out for UFOs. Yeah.
Okay, I do see a hit from Internet Archive from Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. It says Spielberg was living on Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon. So that was asserted by Dave McGowan. Now, but I don't know, when was that article from like Esquire? I forget, like 2016. That would have come about a little bit.
2016.
Yeah,
but Spielberg definitely did live in Laurel Canyon. That's like not debatable.
Right.
I mean,
he did live in Coldwater Canyon, according to a 1978 Rolling Stone article. Oh my God! I just see this random thing. November 2024. Member of Rothschild family killed in L.A. house fire. A man found dead after his Laurel Canyon house was badly damaged in a fire. Was a member of the prominent Rothschild banking family. Damn. Okay. Staying haunted. Hold on. I'll be right back. I guess we should wrap up.
We should
see if you
can
see if you can find in 1 minute anything else, and then we're gonna get out of here.
Okay.
We do have a super chat if you want to.
Oh, we have a super chat. Let me
is.
look at that.
Super chat has appeared.
Okay, view your channel. Dimitri has to go, but I will look at the super chat. Yeah. Oof. Sus anime episode. Japan tech boom in the 80s and the 90s. Miyazaki must be hiding something. I can't stand his saccharine crap. Thank you. You are the best, the Grotto heads out there who have listened to us like scramble around trying to ascertain where Steven Spielberg lived in relation to Laurel Canyon for the last 20 minutes are the best, and especially for giving us $5 after all of that. Um, but yes, yeah, I mean, it really is crazy like that, like all these people are like connected to each other, and like these recommendations get passed around, like yeah, the JJ. But anyway, so the sus anime question. Um, yeah, I mean, I feel like we would have to do like I feel like we can't do just sus anime. We would have to like do some element of like sus anime. We'd have to tackle that topic over multiple episodes because there's so much anime. Um and we've never really even broached the topic of before. We haven't really done too much on Japan in general. But I mean, I feel like there definitely is probably some sus stuff in the anime world. I read this interesting book a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago at this point, that was kind of about like it was sort of an anthropology or sort of cultural analysis meets anthropology about like the different sort of monster crazes and fads in Japan, and like the sort of their cultural meaning, like things like Pokemon and their transformations, and the like the sort of Super Sentai, where they kind of they're kind of like the Power Rangers as we call them here in the United States, where they kind of transform, and kind of the cultural meaning of that like desire to transform. It was called Millennial Monsters, I believe. Um, and about the sort of desire to transform. I mean, I can't remember like the sort of how these different phenomena were analyzed in the book, but I remember it being slightly interesting. Just kind of like I think I like picked it up at the house of an ex of mine, to be honest. But yes, yeah, Saban is sus actually, and that of course was connected to all of this. Um, yeah, yeah, they did. Saban imported Power Rangers. Yes, that like they're very sus, and they were all up in the Super Sentai game. I mean, we're talking, yeah, like about like doing something about martial arts movies, not Japanese ones, but Bruce Lee, in like a recent uh call in. Um, so maybe this definitely could be something as well. I'm trying to think of like I've never been like a big anime guy, but I know a lot of Muslims like anime. Um, you know, uh, I used to do these kids books for like young Muslims. I used to like kind of write stories for them, and those were kind of drawn in somewhat of an anime style. Um, but I mean, I guess it's a very broad area these days. But yeah, I mean, I Ghost in the Shell. I remember watching that one. Akira. There's like some kind of sus themes in those, right? Kaneda, you know. What do you
Hmm.
think? Have you got thoughts
Um,
on sus anime?
I
Um,
mean, yeah, I'm not exactly uh, much of a watcher of anime or an expert on it. I am kind of interested in it as a cultural phenomenon, I guess. I am sussed out by like a fair amount of it, and I don't know, I just can't force myself to like. I know there's like good, there's Miyazaki, and there's other stuff, and there's probably like slop versions. I could never really get into like the Dragon Ball Z, like that kind of like fight based people shooting energy beams at each other type. I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know. There's something I'd love to know about like the
It
history of
always
like
seemed to go on for a really long time. Like when you thought that like the enemy would be defeated, like um it was never it was never actually over. Um,
right,
they
yeah,
always returned. They always were more durable than they appeared.
yeah.
Um,
Everyone was like fighting like Aquino on the astral plane, and yeah,
yeah.
I don't know,
Um,
but I could be enticed to do a kind of
I
exploration of
feel
it in like
like
post-war Japan.
sus anime is too broad, but I feel like we
Yeah,
could find like we could do like a series of sus animes maybe. Like the same way we've done like film episodes in the past, we could like curate a couple of sus animes
yeah.
and talk about them. People talk about Neon Genesis Evangelion a lot.
and
do.
Attack on Titan. You always
yeah,
hear
Attack
about
on
these things,
Titan,
but
yeah.
I have never seen either of those. I have no real frame of reference. I vaguely know about DBZ and like how they would get that they become like white gods and they would have like big blonde hair. Um,
We'll say
and
watch Lane Gazaraki. They are very SJ coded. Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe some of it is. I could see some of it being noited. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell, that kind
yeah.
of stuff. Yeah, maybe perchance one day. But yeah, kind of like Metal Gear
Japanese
Solid. It
theater
has,
is
like,
very
noited
interesting.
shit.
The Bunraku puppet theater of Japan is incredibly interesting.
Oh yeah.
I was just reading what's his name? Chikamasu? Is that what his name is? I hope I didn't say. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, but I hope I didn't get any of the vowels wrong.
Yeah.
Uh, um, yeah, he was a Bunraku playwright.
Mm,
Um, yeah, Chikamatsu. I was right.
okay.
Chikamatsu Manzaemon, a Bunraku playwright. Very interesting plays. Like these sort of epic like domestic tragedies like for the
Mm.
puppet theater.
Oh
But
wow.
I think they were also performed in the Kabuki theater. Anyway, so yeah,
Anyways,
we should stop. But
um,
yeah.
just for the record, Spielberg as two words translates in German to game mountain.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
I saw some Reddit thread. They're like, it translates to Lookout Mountain. I'm like, I had to double check this, and it's like, yeah,
No.
Spiel is like a game, right? You know,
Yeah,
like,
right. Yes.
yeah, or
Or a
toy,
play,
or
actually, very interesting.
play
Yeah,
mountain.
so it could be, yeah, we
No,
like yeah, so
we need
yeah,
answers. We need answers
yeah,
about
we
this.
need
You can't live on
answers.
two Lookout Mountains and have it
Yeah.
not be sus.
Hmm.
Not allowed. But yeah, thanks to the Grotto once again for your questions. We'll try to get back like next month and do more. And thanks to the chat as well. But I guess we'll probably be back on Monday on the Patreon feed at patreon.com/subliminaljihad. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.